Everybody's tired, but nobody can deny. Yes, you know I get it, 나는 아무리 봐도 완벽한 나. I'm getting freaky, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경 꺼보다 같이 freaky, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경 꺼보다 같이 girl, girl, 나는 bossy, bossy. I'ma be alright, 'cause you know 나는 갑이야. Yeah, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경 꺼보다 같이.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are here with NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship, the road to VCT 2021 for the South Asia region. My name is Nikhil C.A. Bansali, and with me today I have Neeraj Necro Sangle. How are you feeling, Necro?
Absolutely pumped up, a little nervous as well because these are the grand finals and you got to understand the depth of this because you are going to be having a chance to represent your country in the international stage, and this is a massive thing in itself. So of course nervousness will be there even for us and even for the players at the same time. So what do you think, like the rivalry between these two teams, right? It has been going on since the past, so what are your thoughts on it?
I mean, it is the El Clasico, you know? It is
Yeah.
one of the most, the most looked after matches in Valorant history in India as a whole. Like the entire year,
Yep.
these two teams have been battling out before they were even called GE or VLT for that matter. These two teams, the core of these two teams have been duking it out, trying to get to this stage, really, trying to become the first team to represent India internationally. But let's look at the reward they get if they do end up winning. $33,000 on the line, Necro. That's a lot of money, man.
Exactly, $33,000 on the line, and first place, 16,500, second and third, you know, so on goes on descending down. But let's talk about the MVP as well. MVP of the tournament gets $1,500 in his own pockets. I mean, that's a lot of moolah in itself. But yeah, talking about the prize pool, let's keep that aside for a while. Yeah, so we have been talking about these two teams, and you said like the Val Clasico, as now has the name has been, because in each and every single grand finals in the big tournaments, these two teams have been clashing. These two Alpha Talents have been clashing, and now this thing is happening again. But this one is the most important one. It's like the final one. This is the war to end all wars. And now, if we take a look at the past stats as well, you know, some best of fives have been happened like 3 weeks ago. There was a tournament, and in that, I mean, overall, you know, the score line was 3-2. So what are your what do you think? What do you think? What's going to happen today?
Oh, I think it's definitely going to be really close, but at the end of the day, I think both of these teams know each other very, very well. So it really does come down to preparation. It really comes down to which team. It's not just about preparation against the other team. It's more about how prepared you are to bring something new to the table, how prepared you are to really adapt really well in the spontaneous moment, change up your defaults, or rather try to break your opponents, because that can get you a key advantage. And in a snowbally game like Valorant, that's all you need.
Exactly. I mean, snowball the game, that's a perfect description right there. But the overall schedule is right in front of you guys, how the way is going to be going through. This is how these things are going to be progressing in forward. But now, talking about against game snowballing through, in the past, right, SK Rossi, of course, on the top. In those back in 3 weeks ago, SK Rossi had for himself like 95 kills in itself, 71 deaths, and 17 assists. I mean, in 5 maps. I mean, I feel like that's an insane amount of score lines it's in itself. And if we talk about first bloods, 26 first bloods. I mean, this individually shows how good SK Rossi is against the lads of Velocity Gaming. But now talk about tournament explanation. 2 slots from India, 2 slots from Pakistan and Afghanistan. Then we have 1 slot from Bangladesh, 1 slot from Sri Lanka and Maldives, and Nepal and Bhutan, 1 slot as well. And then 1 slot from the wild card moves on to Grand Final Playoffs, and then last chance qualifier.
Definitely, this is the road to the APAC Last Chance Qualifier, the road to VCT 2021 for the South Asia region. Everything on the line right here, and India and Pakistan getting 2 slots each means this qualifier is not your last chance. But if you win Qualifier 1, not only do you become the first team to get into that Grand Finals main event area, but you also get the bragging rights. Like, whoever the second team is, you're always going to hold over them. I was the first to qualify. Let's look at the bracket though. GE, they beat Enigma 2-0 yesterday. VLT as well, beating SE 2-0. Both wins quite convincing from both sides. So I feel like we are with the most deserving teams right here in the finals.
Exactly, the most deserving teams, and as they say, may the best one win. The same thing
Yep.
goes on here as well. But one funny fact about yesterday's game: the first game was really close in both, and then the second game was just absolutely one-sided. The other team just getting dominated completely, and this just shows, right? Teams need a little bit more breathing time to understand how the enemy team is playing, how they're going to be, how their thought process is going to be. And now, the funny part about this tournament is that these guys have been clashing against each other in the past as well. So the amount of homework these guys must have done is insane.
Yeah. And that's what really caps it all off. But look at this. This is what I meant.
Oh,
The audience predictions coming in. I love this. It is actually completely different from what the casters have predicted. Casters
yeah,
all the way towards global esports. I'm calling it a 3-0, but the audience, they believe in Velocity Gaming, and I love this because it shows us how close this matchup really is, Necro. And talking about close, well,
exactly.
your prediction just caps it all off.
Exactly. I mean, 3-2 is my
Yeah.
prediction because I really feel like this one is going to be a close one, but GE might just take it. I don't know. Don't ask me how they have a upper edge over Velocity Gaming because I just feel like overall GE, how they've been playing and how like the momentum has been going through them since the past couple weeks has just been absolutely phenomenal. But Velocity
Uh-huh.
Gaming as well, their momentum shift has been pretty good. And as I said, this is the war to end all wars. Today is the day which is the most important out of like all the things that have happened. And again, the Val Classico comes and strikes back again. And I'm really excited to see like the first map, like the map video. What is it gonna be, man? Like, can we? Okay, here we
Ooh.
go. Map video right in front of us. Pick his icebox, and well, it seems like Global Esports has selected attackers on it.
The ban being Haven really interesting for me from Global Esports. I have to talk about that because I think it has to be because of the fact that they're not comfortable with which controller pick they're gonna go. Usually when we see Astra being picked, it's lightning fast, but with the recent changes to the meta and how strong Cypher has become on Haven, you ideally want lightning fast on that Cypher, so Haven just becomes a map where Global Esports maybe not comfortable with their roles, don't really want to take it up against Velocity because we know how good Velocity can be on that map. We saw them demolish Samurai Esports, but talking about the picks itself, Necro, Icebox Bind. I love these two first picks, and I love the fact that Global Esports picked up Bind, but I love it even more that Velocity is throwing down the gauntlet. They're like, you know what? Icebox, here we come. We'll beat you at the map you're claimed to be so good at, and we'll take all the momentum for ourselves.
Exactly, that's what you're saying. Like they're challenging them head on. But here's a player comparison between two of the best jets in India. I mean, SK Rossi and then we have MW1. Overall kills, if you talk about SK
Yeah.
Rossi leading the charts a little bit here, but not really far away. I mean, MW1 can catch up easily if you want. But yeah, now the first map is of course going to be Icebox. I want to talk about the players. I mean, yesterday what happened on Icebox. So SK Rossi had 26 kills, 12 deaths, and 4 assists, and overall MW1. If you talk about, MW1. If you talk about this man, he was also doing pretty phenomenal. He was leading the charts for his team, Velocity Gaming, and now. I really want to see. I really want to see because somewhere down the line, in the past as well, SK Rossi sometimes wasn't really able to do that good on Icebox. But look, I know they have been practicing quite a lot, so I'm expecting them to do really good. But yeah, yesterday, if we talk about the semifinals that happened, MW1 wasn't really like able to do that good on Icebox. Only had 15 kills for himself. But let's see. Let's see. As I said, these two teams have been, pretty much going head to head against each other since a long time. Maybe MW1 has gotten some tips on Icebox.
I mean, all I can think about is looking back a couple of months in March when the GE momentum was really building. The GE ride was going all the way. You know, they had the pedal to the metal and they were pushing back again and again. But there was one tiny,
Yeah.
tiny tournament that Velocity ended up beating them in, and suddenly big question marks came. But as soon as the next tournament came, you saw SK Rossi just demolish Velocity Gaming on Icebox. The Blade Storm was so impactful, especially on that map, and it ended up getting them multiple thrifties. I agree. SK Rossi generally not the best of players, but hey, let's talk about these players. The general IGLs, the most experienced players on either squad, Hellranger and Amaterasu. The stats don't speak much for them. It's really the reads, the mind games, and the strategies that will speak for each of them.
Exactly. I mean, Hellranger, as we talk about, the man who has a lot of brain, and I mean, we have seen him, use some incredible amounts of skills as well. On the other hand, we have Amaterasu. I couldn't forget about this man, of course, an incredible IGL, has the capability to make those crucial callouts in the last moment as well. I mean, VLT, they have been leading towards success. They have been stepping towards success. But as we were talking about this, right, as I was saying, look, this competition is going to be really close. VLT is going to be make G's journey really tough.
Yeah, definitely. I think both teams are going to give each other their very best, which will make the match that much more exciting. But as you were talking about, right, for me, it really does come down to those IGLs at the end of the day. I want to
Yeah.
see not just IGLs for VLT. Amaterasu, of course, we know him for that. But there's players like Right to Ace, there's players like Hellfighter who come up with really good reads themselves. And on the other side, of course, we know how good Lightning Fast is at reading the opponent's tendencies, at adapting his default strategies, his default lurk positions to the opponent's style of play. And that's why I feel like these two teams are perfectly matched. For every top class player you find on Velocity Gaming, there's an answer on GE, and vice versa. These teams are the very, very best of the Indian region. And right here today, they've got a chance to earn the right to be like, you know what? We're not just one of the very best. We are the very best. So I'm excited to see which team just takes it all
Exactly.
away. And starting on Icebox, for me, Necro, as someone who's always loved the map from the very start, I want to see if either team can learn from each other's maps yesterday, because both of them played these maps yesterday. I want to see which team is able to adapt to each other's strategies. VLT insane on the denial of plants, but GE able to really exploit the size of the map with their rotations.
Exactly. I mean, this is what you mentioned, right? Each and every, I mean, teams in here, basically what you want to say is they are experienced. They know how to exploit each other. They know how to find a little bit of nukes and cranny into each other's strategies and just know how to crack the codes. In the end of the day, of course, I have been fighting against each other since a long time in the past as well. But now, talking about the past, of course, 3 weeks back, right, when the Icebox map happened and in the best of five, actually, Lightning Fast was the one who was leading the charge for global esports, and then Right to Ace was the one who was leading the charge for Velocity Gaming. Now, what do you think so? Which player will be leading the charts for global esports? I personally think so. Rossi is going to be the man who's going to be leading the charts.
Looking at the agent selection screen, though we expect this, where it's gonna be the mirror composition throughout. I expect Lightning Fast to pick up the Sage. I doubt he's gonna go for this guy, especially
Yeah.
considering they are going for that post-plan composition. He's just making us sweat, which I completely understand. Lightning Fast, your name does not match what you're doing to us right now, but fair enough, fair enough. But hey, coming back to your question, Necro, I do want to say that in general, it's very hard to predict with these teams because they're really good at shutting down each other's top fraggers. Like, even though I mentioned SK Rossi has demolished VLT in the past on this map, similarly, VLT has understood how they want to shut down the side of global esports and vice versa. Like, we can expect MW1 to have a bit of a difficult time because he might get targeted. So in general, where I see these teams, I want to talk about the second and third fraggers because I know for sure for global esports there is going to be Lightning Fast in there, and for Velocity Gaming there is going to be Hellfighter in there. Two of the most consistent players in our region. I think these players, they might not be the flashy ones, they might not be in the spotlight, but they are the ones who will swing the matchup in one way or another.
Exactly. And now talking about the attacking sides as well. I mean, Global Esports has been doing pretty phenomenal in attackers and in defense. Yeah, it's pretty much mid performance from these lads, but they have been doing pretty fantastic when it comes to attacker side. But yeah, now I really want to see, I mean, we did see, the compositions happening here and there. And we were talking about this yesterday as well, right? We're not really seeing a lot of Sky being played, and I feel like Sky is the meta right now, but still these players are not really utilizing the Sky. Like, what do you think? So what's the reason behind it?
I think it has a lot to do with the fact that if you are utilizing the Sky, you have to change your style of play completely. And after a long, hard process of teams getting used to Icebox, it's not gonna happen so soon. But hey, look at this. We're in map 1 of the Grand Finals of Valorant Conquerors Championship. Qualifier number 1 is going to be Global Esports on the attacking side and Velocity Gaming on the defensive. And again, I love talking about this because it's one of the most important strategies to employ on Icebox, the B conditioning wall. Set up by Global Esports, they're going to take full B-long control, and now proceeding over yellow, the smoke setup for Snowman. I expect that wall also to come down in Snowman, and then, just as you see, Global Esports will be able to go for the plan.
Exactly right, so it's already finding the opening there. It's just an absolute clusterphobic situation at this point in time. Materasu does know there's someone in the back lines. Takes one. Wow, that's a pretty crispy one tap
player
from his
standing.
side. And I don't know what happened to
Spike
Hellranger.
down,
Even
B.
though he heard the classic shootout, still he decided to turn his back towards that. And Velocity Gaming getting the first round in their hand. The first round in the first map of the Grand Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise.
Oh boy. I honestly have to say, if Amaterasu starts popping off, there is very little any team can do to stop him from running away with the entire map, maybe the entire series in general. So the fact that he's already got a 3K, the fact that Battle Sage is online has got me hella pumped. But look at this. A forced buy coming from the side of Global Esports. It's a double Sheriff, single Spectre, and the Marshal carried over for SK Rossi. This could either be disaster or make the map for GE. Now the recon comes out. SK Rossi actually missing the shot. That will give away the info of his position. But when you see that one player build, you're rarely expecting his team to be right with him. So VLT might be caught off guard here. The late wall coming down. They're going to be able to take 4-time control and move in, but the shot misses from SK Rossi. Instead, it's Kappa trying to get some wallbang damage. Neither team finding any ground. And look at this, Hellfighter on the other side of the map, slowly but surely taking B-Long control. He's got a really aggressive position and really a lot of info.
Exactly. Look at this, already they have got a lot of entries inside here. Pretty much they do have a lot of map control overall. SK Rossi connecting one shot, but he also doesn't have any
Revealing it.
armor now. There comes the Soa recon. Was taken down instantly, so no info will be retrieved back from that. Still, pretty much holding off, thinking that maybe the lads of VLT will think that they have decided to change the strategies up. Rapport is holding
Spike
this
down
crossfire
A.
really good right away.
One
He's doing a
enemy
phenomenal
remaining.
job keeping up the crossfire beautifully, and he is there to back his teammate up. And from the back lines, Rossi actually connects the headshot onto Hellfire, but Rapport is there from the front lines to take him down.
A beautiful crossfire setup by Velocity, but I have to question Global's decision to not go for the rotate. They had given away a lot of information, and if they had to have known that Hellfighter would have pushed up B-Long by now, because that's exactly what they would have done on their defensive side. Not going for the rotate does mean that they're now in a precarious position. They have to go for the eco. It's once again going to be the Marshal for SK Rossi, nothing for Kappa and Skills, and a Sheriff each for Hellranger and Lightning Fast. By VLT, they get a free bonus. It's just Spectres and Pistols all the way. Usually you expect the bonus to be difficult, but against an eco, it's completely free. So VLT off to a resounding start. And I have to say, Necro, it makes perfect sense. Yesterday in the map against Samurai, VLT played a total of 10 rounds on the defensive side. They won 8 of them. So VLT on defense on Icebox, they are spectacular.
Exactly. They are pretty spectacular, yeah, but on the other hand, GE on the attacking side are incredible as well. So,
yeah,
I mean, this is going to be a real close game. I can already tell that. I'm just getting that little hinge, that little itch. And look at this. A little iffy feeling as well over here when this fight's happening. Hellranger spamming through the wall, not really finding any shots connected. Lightning Fast, trying to move in slowly on the A side. 3 players are available on A there, and just the Viper onto the B, trying to cause a little bit of nuisance. Still, Spike moving in here. Spike, look at him. Straight up going inside the tube. Spike has found himself on the side. Before here's the plan going down. His deny it. Does a pretty good job at denying that as well.
Flawless.
And VLT with another round, 3-0.
As expected, the gun advantage comes up huge for Velocity Gaming, and the fact that it's a flawless means that they can actually continue playing the bonus. They do not need to invest whatsoever. I do expect an operator to come out for MW1, considering the fact that Right to Ace was only carrying a pistol in this round. So it will mean likely 4 Spectres and an operator for Velocity Gaming, and it's exactly like we expected. Velocity Gaming, now their eco is booming. They got the cash in the bank, and they got the moves to make it stay. GE, they really got to break this. And again, they keep going back to this A side. Hellfighter not pressured at all. Now MW1 with the operator, looking for the peak. The drone spots him, but he does not leave his position. Instead, just playing it slow on pipes. Amaterasu on top of this wall. I really like this position because it also gives support to MW1. The updraft misses though, and given the expensive nature of the ability now, that's going to be a really expensive move by MW1.
But as long as he's alive and looking good,
You should run.
I feel like that's what is the most important thing. And here comes the lockdown. They want to make sure they're sending defenders out of this area. Don't really have any other choice rather than back off. Amaterasu beautifully found himself that one, but now he's also going to be detonated by that lockdown, unfortunately. Here comes someone to attack this Mints. Things are not really looking good on the side of Global Esports. They're getting absolutely decimated on this side. What a spectacular hold. Even though they had a lockdown going on, they had to leave the site, but still, the retake from these lads is on another level right here. For himself. Another one comes in from his side. He seems pretty unstoppable for now. Someone needs to stop this man because he is getting pretty nuisance in the hands of Global Esports and VLT with another one easily in their pockets.
Absolutely, Necro. The fact that GE keep going back to this A site really working in favor of VLT because they're happy to play the crossfires. Amaterasu, though, so important this push. You can see it on the replay. The fact that he gets on top of pipes, they're not expecting it at all because you don't expect that stage to be on pipes without hearing the sound cues of her jumping on it. He was there earlier, though. He came through with that wall from 410 getting onto pipes, meaning they never even knew that there was a possibility of that. It's completely surprising. Global Esports, Velocity Gaming now with a 4-0 lead. As we expected though, that 80% win rate in the defensive side against Samurai Esports yesterday really showing up for VLT now. You can see GE, they're going to try to change up their defaults, but once again, it's an eco for them. All they really have to make some moves at the sheriffs.
Exactly. LFF again holding the same angle here. Oh, almost connecting it. That would have been pretty disgusting. Imagine how bad it would have been for Global Esports because already they're not really having the time of their life and still getting that unlucky means the tilt would be on the way. Kappa, here comes the drone to scout and gather some information. I like how LFF has positioned himself and peeks in at the right moment, but two players right in front of him. Amaterasu is there to trade things out a little bit. SK Ross's HP is down low. Oh, look at this shot through the wall, connects it. Amaterasu following it up with another one, but MW's HP is not really favoring him right now.
MW1 saw a sliver of that Sova dart coming through. He's like, I know where you are. Takes him down instantly. And now a 2v4 in the favor of Velocity Gaming. Global Esports really stuck. It's really up to Hellranger to make some moves because Lightning Fast is hella low. Now you can see Hellranger slowly but surely setting himself up, trying to wait for an aggressive push. But he's running out of time. He's got to get in now. And it's Lightning Fast actually going for the jiggles. The heal comes in for MW1. The heal comes in for Lightning Fast. And with that full HP, both teams going in. The deep wall by GE. Up goes Lightning Fast, but right into the crosshairs of before. Hellranger finds a trade for Amaterasu there to pick up his triple and pick up that 5-round win streak for Velocity Gaming. They are unstoppable. Global Esports just don't have an answer to the fact that Velocity Gaming is able to continuously hold these newer positions. And I feel like, again, I talked about this yesterday. This deeper wall works well against teams you expect to play Snowman, but against teams who are playing that vertical angle on the default planting site, you want to go for the narrower wall so you can just get the plant down.
Exactly. For now, VLT's force is looking pretty immaculate. Stopping them is going to be such a daunting task for Global Esports. It's going to be really tough. Rossi dashing it on forward. LFF spotting him out. Has a little bit of info, but here we go. MW1. You can never expect any kind of room given away by this man to the enemy lines. This man just makes mistakes barely.
Killed my bot.
Skills on the other hand, though, still doesn't know if there's anyone on the right lines. Beautifully triggered. And what a way, what a timing I would like to call that. Vabor is just so good. And lines, but Kappa a little too quick to react. Finds Vabor. Reaction time is pretty much on point today. Spike going down, 1 minute with the clock. Things are looking at least decent for now for Global Esports. This is their chance to redeem.
Amaterasu, though, picking up Vibor, making sure that he's ready to fulfill his duties, his responsibilities, making it a 5v2 on the map. Now SK Rossi picks up a huge kill, taking down Amaterasu so that he can hold that sandwich position. SK Rossi with another, the flick to find the third. What are those reactions? Can he find the fourth? He will not. Instead, it's Vibor taking down Kappa. And now Rossi in a 1v2 finds his 4K. It's a Jet versus Jet for the ace. SK Rossi trying to get Global Esports on the board, playing for the time. Here's MW1 pushing through, and he finds him on the wrong side of the smoke. All go down. It's SK Rossi getting Global Esports on the board.
Are you serious, SK?
Jesus.
Rossi. Jesus! What was that? I flipped myself when he was just getting those kills back to back. And this is what we like to call a casual stroll on a summer's day. He just made it look so easy. Look at this. Was connecting headshots one after the other. Didn't really seem like he was missing any shots there. And a wonderful, wonderful repositioning yourself. Like overall, the way he was repositioning himself. Now, of course, Rossi is feeling himself. Getting his confidence back down on his knees is going to be a real difficult task for VLT because they have already given him so many kills. I feel like VLT made some mistakes because they just got a little too overconfident. Don't you think so?
I mean, I got goosebumps, Necro, after that play, and SK Rossi will continue the farm. Picks up a double out of nowhere. This is what I was talking about in the pre-show. SK Rossi may not be at his flashiest self on Icebox in general, but against VLT, it's like he gets a Superman buff. And when he gets that Superman buff, he just goes ham. SK Rossi, holy moly. Picking up, this is his second ace in 2 days on Icebox, and it's like the rising tide lifting all boats, all of GED rallying to the call of SK Rossi. It's lightning fast picking up a kill, and look at Rossi. He will not stop. The W key has like tape on it. It will just not get off. SK Rossi just hunting VLT down.
Just hunting them down. Someone needs to find a kryptonite for this man.
30 seconds left.
He needs to be stopped. If this keeps on going, he's going to be solo carrying his team to victory. Up till now, it doesn't really seem like he needs anyone to back him up. He's doing things all by himself. Look at him. Already made so much room. The whole side control is in their hand. Already in the backlines. Nothing really much can be done from the side of VLT. Rather than call it for a save, and that's what they're going to be doing.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds.
Spike planted.
Spike planted already. Pretty much clear intentions from the side of VLT to get a save down in their hands, but Global Esports is still hunting them down. This is where the momentum of Velocity Gaming has finally been put to a full stop, and now we might just see a continuous domination from the lads of Global Esports because now they're feeling themselves, their hands are warmed up, and this is what they were looking for. They just wanted to read how Velocity Gaming was playing, and they finally figured it out.
Look at this, Ranger slowly clearing all the corners with the snakebite, gonna go for the jiggle now. Amit Rasu though saying discipline is always not gonna peek him. It's all about the timing here. Gun going down could be huge, but it's Amit Rasu, the discipline, the timing coming up huge. We'll take down Hell Ranger, and that's the op saved as well for Velocity Gaming. And while Velocity Gaming are gonna be feeling the pressure a little bit now, they still have a considerable lead. The cushion, because of their 5-round win streak, does mean that they have a lot of time to recover from this rally back from Global Esports. And you can see now Global Esports taking a timeout to make sure that doesn't happen. The discussion really for me has to be how Velocity is going to change their setups. And to talk about that, we've been generally seeing that Anchor on the Viper on the B side while the KJ plays A. I'm expecting Velocity to switch it up now. Put that Sage wall down in mid, or even put that KJ towards mid, and then maybe play with the Viper for late. Use your Jet on the op to try and contest B-Long as much as possible, because if you get that Jet in an aggressive position B-Long, then you have as much info as you need, and she has the dash to make sure she's safe always.
Look at Rossi in that little cam there. Just chilling, man. Just having a good time gaming. And just rolling them over. I mean, yeah, Mitarasu has 10 kills for himself, but still, I mean, I am absolutely impressed with the way he's playing up till now.
Yep.
Already got himself an ace as if he's smurfing in the lobby. I don't know. But still, another round on board. And overall, talking about the setups from this side, from VLT, only one Viper there. Viper's probably like, leave the B side to me. I can take care of it myself. Viper wall's inbound as well. Viper wall's just so good when it comes to defense. You can just rely on it so much. Especially that minus 30 damage instantly if you cross it. That's just a lot. You never want to risk it because that's just one less bullet to your death.
Look at this very aggressive push again from SK Rossi, but that KJ mid, as I was talking about, it's really important here because it's going to be able to spot out all of Global Esports, but the fact that they're together does mean they can now take down the turret, set up a wall, go for that wraparound on B, using SK Rossi's presence on yellow. Halls to B is the plan for the side of Global Esports. The Viper's Pit does come down from them, and I love this Viper's Pit because not only does it shut down the site itself, but it gives them an ability to play this vertical angle. SK Rossi just making sure he can buy enough time for his team to actually get onto the site, get the spike planted, and that's exactly what Lightning Fast will do right about now. Now this position.
Spike planted.
Yeah.
Look at this, look at this. They have a lockdown available. VLT is going to be using their lockdown anytime soon to get the retake happen.
The Hunter
Kill
Suri.
shot has the hold up. And look at this from the backline skills. Get the kill. VLT to the right place. They're not expecting to be there in the kitchen. Just so patient. VLT again. MWN has his ults out inside the Viper's Pit trying to find someone, but not really successfully able to do so. And look at this. Helifef is on a fragging spree. He is searching for blood. He's hunting for blood. He wants the revenge back. He wants to keep the momentum going in their favor. Two Viper's Pit going in at the same time. There's just an absolute clusterphobic situation. Matarasi still finds one, finds another one, but Lightning Fast is there to trade things out. LFF as well finding Lightning Fast, just back and forth, frags happening here and there.
Beautiful round from Global Esports. A really strong pushback from the side of Velocity Gaming. I love the fact that LFF popped his own Viper's Pit because he also used it, if you notice, to hide from Kappa's recon ball. He got into his opponent's Viper's Pit and he wasn't spotted because of that. But all Global Esports wanted to do was play for time, and they did exactly that. Now, I will still come back to Velocity. I keep saying this because they have that cushion. They still have a lead. The momentum in the favor of Global Esports, but the lead in the favor of Velocity. It is an eco though, so Global Esports getting a lot more room now to close down that lead. MW1 getting aggressive though, finding that close range battle with the Spectre, takes down SK Rossi on his aggressive maneuvers. And Lightning Fast did find the trade for himself, does have the resurrection, can try to bring back his teammate, but with Hellfighter taking Hellranger down, that was key for skills to get the trade. Now it's all about protect the bodies because Global Esports have a revive, and the side of VLT don't, but VLT backing off, which means Global Esports should get a free revive for themselves.
Duty is not over.
Exactly. Here comes the Lightning Fast ult back up. It's a 4-on-3 situation now. In the favor of Global Esports, they have a man advantage in their hands. But still, A side is completely open. Well, one thing I really like is that the KJ from the side of Velocity Gaming is still watching. Vabor is still watching the cross in the mid. So even if the lads from the B try to go back to A side, he would get notified before that. He would get the info for himself. Here comes the wall. Here comes the plant instantly. I want to get the plant in as fast as possible. Noah has the lineup ready as well. That did a decent amount of damage to him. Falls back instantly. And now all they have to do is play for the post plant. They can chill here. They can wait until they hear a tap. And then only they can decide to strike. Lightning Fast getting a little too eager. Getting spotted out by the recon. That beautiful dart there.
Look at this, Vapor with the Marshal trying to hold that yellow angle. Turns away at the wrong time, and Lightning Fast will take him out. The snake bite setup, it doesn't even have to be a lineup as long as it's on the spike Amaterasu. He takes out his counterpart, but Hellranger is there to avenge his teammate. He'll take out right to Ace. And Global Esports pulling off this round, expected though. This was the eco for Velocity Gaming, and Global Esports now with the 5-4. This is the true test. Will Velocity be able to stop the momentum of GE, or will GE bounce back just as strong as VLT started? I think it's really up to Amaterasu. If you look at the scorecards, he truly is that battle sage. He's been playing phenomenally. His shots are hitting heads left, right, and center. So if he can make that initial play, back up his jet on that aggressive approach, it could be huge. And the way they're set up right now, especially the KJ mid with the Viper setting up that retake wall on A, it's all about the aggression from these two, like 1.5 duelists, I would say, I guess, since they just half for duelists.
I like how slowly and steadily Global Esports is also catching up to Velocity. One more round in their pockets and the scoreline will be tied up for now. But look at this approach from these lads all the way through mid. Look at how much control they have in their hand. How is this possible? So much map control given away. Missing a lot of shots there, SK Rossi. That's not expected from you. Vabor getting the kill for himself, and this just gives away all the intentions that Global Esports have. Rossi overextending himself a little bit too much there, got a little bit too overconfident, and had to pay the price for it.
Bomb grenade
No,
out.
using that lockdown there is not really a good idea. Should be a little patient skills. I know he has a little itch. He wants to use that lockdown, but still a beautiful conversion from these lands. A beautiful overall distraction was there from the mid. And then on the side, they already have the side control though.
There they are.
Hunter's Fury
30
inbound.
seconds left.
Kappa is there to find some kills here and there. The tag comes in through. And here comes the plant in as well.
Last player
But
remaining.
wow, beautiful,
Does it
beautiful
though?
map
Down
awareness
A.
by MWN. Is there on side in time. MWN is already looking in the front
enemy
lines.
remaining.
Kappa all the way moving in the back lines, finding himself one kill. Right to ace taken down.
10 seconds left.
Kappa with basically no HP. His position revealed. MW1 knows all he needs to do is play for time. Spam coming through. Kappa had some shots, but they're not enough. MW1 opting for the smart approach will win the round for Velocity Gaming, and that's huge. It was a really close call, and I think a bit of a misclick from Skills there in that mid area when he set up the Nano Swarm to clear it right to ace from that angle, but then instead of swinging with the help of the Nano Swarm, he ended up misclicking his ultimate, and it possibly cost him an earlier kill, allowed Amaterasu and right to ace to rally back together, get back-to-back kills, and play for time with MW1. Velocity Gaming maintaining their lead. Amaterasu, 14 kills. I did mention Necro. If you don't stop this lad, I don't know. I just don't think there is any running away from how good he becomes when he's got that confidence, when he's got that momentum, and he sure is feeling it today.
Yes, for sure is feeling it today. Heavy presence outside B, A side. On B, as always, there's just a Viper lurking around, but this time we see MW1 getting a little impatient, aggressing in forward slowly and steadily, but still, the Viper's wall is making sure to keep him on his toes. It's not going to be overstepping his boundaries, at least for now. SK Rossi that already has pretty much a decent amount of side control, has a lot of visual information. Here comes Papa from the sidelines, finds two like it's nothing.
You should run.
Papa easily cleared out the whole side, but here comes the lockdown from their side as well. This is what I was waiting for. Global Esports are looking pretty cozy in this side.
Spike planted.
Nowhere to run for Velocity Gaming. You see Kappa taking down that lockdown. He actually wasn't able to do it. The defender Killjoy lockdown is going to go all the way through. Kappa with a small mistake, but that's okay. Global Esports able to get out of the way, but the flank is there from right to ace. You see, she skills, he knows it. He's trying to take him down. Amaterasu coming in from the other angle. Right to ace, who picks up a kill. MW1 with another, the pincer movement from Velocity on point, but Skills able to shut one down. MW1 now trying to buy time for his teammate. The defuse going down from before, and Skills has no choice. Cannot stop it. The round goes through for Velocity. Kappa needed to take out that Killjoy ultimate right there.
Last round
Missed,
in
I
the
think,
half.
two of his ultimates because he got a tag and then decided to go for the kill. A bit of spontaneous, just panic, but I'll give it to him. I'll give the benefit of the doubt. Those two kills were nuts. The spray the fact that he got that flick down on point, the fact that Asova is even carrying a Vandal, props to Kappa for Velocity Gaming again and again. They keep that lead. They're playing together as a unit, Necro.
Exactly, they're playing together as a unit, and I feel like playing together with their teammates or as a unit is the way to go, because especially when you know you're going up against these big teams, you know, I mean against a big team, you always gotta be rely on your teammates all the time, because this is of course a team game. In the end of the day, you cannot just make plays solo. And look at this, Hell Ranger almost getting caught off guard there out of mid. Was not really able to connect a lot of shots there. Actually, none of them. Still, kind of a stalemate situation. Just a stare-down competition between these two lads. Here comes the push in. MW1 gets a trade instantly, but look at this big brain play. Did not back off for a while there. Maybe, you know, sometimes, most of the time, Jets usually throw the smokes in and then try to like back off, but MWN tried to stay there, but in the end realized that, okay, being a little too greedy is not really the play right now. They need their momentum going in forward. Here comes Rossi, gets caught off guard easily by Materasu. As you beautifully mentioned, stopping this man, especially when he's having a good time, it's really tough.
Lightning Fast able to take him out. The
30
resurrection
seconds
is ready and will make it a 4v4 on the map. The shock darts do come in, and despite the resurrection, the player is low, but skills able to take out 2 players will allow the plant to go down. Now still,
Spike planted.
Global Esports have 2 members with really low health, so a chance for Velocity to pull it off. But again, the post plant is so strong on this composition. They've not got the Viper alive, but the KJ is there, and they've got yellow control. This is
Last
where the
player
round gets decided. SK Rossi will take out Hellfighter and Kappa with another,
Charges.
meaning the half and 7-5 closest ever. Both
Switching
teams
sides.
neck to neck, giving it their all. But Velocity able to use a really strong start, able to use the confidence of players like MW1 and Amaterasu to maintain a small lead.
Exactly.
Last player standing.
And, the momentum was looking good for them, but now, again, stopped by the lads of Global Esports. And here comes the first half inbound. I really want to see, I mean, if Global Esports do not want to let VLT to make a move on them or just get like a lot of rounds. And then because, especially if the enemy team just gets a lot of rounds early off, it gets really tough to, you know, overall redeem yourself back up and try to get a good scoreline going or try to break down the mental capacity up the enemy lines. SK Rossi getting a little tacked up, but he also connected his shots on the enemy lines. Gonna be backing off. Here comes the heal from the Sage. She should be good for now.
Yellow control gained for Velocity Gaming. Hellfighter on this angle, very key. On B side, yellow is everything for the site. If you get yellow control, the post plans become easy, the side pushes become easy, and now Hellfighter with that yellow control, I think he's gonna surprise the hell out of SK Rossi. It's gonna be about SK Rossi's reaction. Not good enough because Hellfighter just ready with his crosshair placement. Finds one, looking for his second. He had a 4K in against Samurai Esports. Can he find it again? Hellfighter, the 1v1 coming in. The wall actually comes down quite early from Amaterasu, from the side of Global Esports. They're trying to shut down this B side, and you can see Velocity. They've already got a control moving towards the sandwich area. Is really down to skills to hold it down. Knows where one player is, but the recon gonna reveal his position, and Amaterasu just don't miss.
Of course, he doesn't miss when he's feeling himself, and look at this right twist as well,
30
following it
seconds
up.
left. Last player
His aim
standing.
is just so immaculate. It's just so clean. Getting overall when he's tracking as well, it just feels so clean. Kappa, what? Are you kidding me? You're only on 10 HP and still you're dominating the floor. But finally, Amaterasu will stop him and say, "You're a boulder and I'm a mountain."
Absolutely, Necro. 8-5 in the favor of Velocity Gaming. The pistol was huge for them. They get that buy in the next round, and I want to see if Global Esports do go for a first buy here, since they did get a lot of kills in this particular round. But considering the fact that they still had 3 members of Velocity alive, it would not be the greatest of choice. So as you can see, only SK Rossi picking up that Marshall. It does mean that when his team goes for the buy in the next round, he should be able to afford a Vandal, but not full shields. So SK Rossi gonna have to make this Marshall count instantly shut down, though, by the smoke coming through. Has to back up. Lightning Fast, though. He's still moving up. Lightning Fast going very aggressive here, trying to find some damage. Does take out the alarm bot, but because of that, Velocity know that there's a flank, so he's gonna have to move back. Instead, now back to MW1, who's gotten very aggressively in. SK Rossi missing the shot, just do a little bit of damage, but not enough. Instead, takes a lot of damage himself. MW1 chunking him out. Velocity now looking towards B side.
Exactly. Right 2 ace and MWM caused a lot of ruckus there. But now I really want to see how are they going to be getting their entry inside the side. The Viper's wall is there. That should be providing them a little bit of visual cover from the deep side. SK Rossi getting tagged up, also getting a little spam down to 57 HP on lead. Could not really be good for him. MWN almost went down. He's down to 27 HP.
Oh!
Things are not looking good for both the sides. Hellranger, look at this man. LFFR takes down Hellranger. MWN takes down SK Rossi. Kappa still alive. I mean, this was an eco round from Global Esports, so I'm expecting a lot. Is not really going to be the way to go. And Velocity Gaming, for now, seems like pretty much have the highest chance of winning the round.
For a second there, with Hellranger taking down the spike planter, it was like all chaos on that B side, but Velocity recollect themselves, they regroup, and they make sure to win those fights with those better weapons. Now coming to this next round, just as I was talking about, it's gonna be SK Rossi with the Vandal, but he only has light shield since he brought that Marshall in the last round. So now SK Rossi, he's really gonna have to turn up, because if you look at his KDA, he got that ace. He started popping off a little bit, but since then Velocity have been really good and not giving him the aim battles he wants. Instead, they group as a unit, so whenever he does get one kill, he instantly gets traded off. So he's gonna have to call for more resources himself from his team, try to find more aggressive pushes, but as a duo or as a trio. Now you can see Velocity Gaming again using that B conditioning wall to take full B long control. They have presence in A site as well, so Global Esports, they're gonna have to shut down the presence somewhere, and their move is to do it in the mid side area. The alarm board covering a lot of space for the side of Global Esports. It's just about winning the fights now in this B side, especially with the retake wall set up.
Exactly. But look at that. What Velocity Gaming is doing. The spike is still outside mid. Spike is still outside mid. They still haven't really decided which side to easily hit or not.
No charges left.
Still making their mind up. Maybe they're just playing or trying to find some picks here and there. We finally see Right to is going for the spike. And I really feel like their intentions are probably to go B, because on B, there's not really a lot of players there on site. As you can see, SK Rossi is trying to
seconds
find
left.
mid. Did spot 2 players there. Slowly, steadily, the boar is moving pretty close to mid as well. That means this is going to be a sandwich. And overall, Global Esports should, of course, watch out from their backlines as well.
Spike planted.
Oh, Hellranger trying to use that smoke to get the kill on the planter, but he shoots at the wrong spot. He gets taken down, and another member of Velocity, it's MW1 finding a kill. Lightning Pass gets a trade, but at that point, it's almost all but over. SK Rossi in a 1v3 with just 19 HP. He's getting pushed from all angles. One from yellow, one from mid, and one Amaterasu coming in as well. It's Right to Ace picking up the kill. Velocity pick up double digits. Velocity win the buy round. And it looks like in the first few rounds, Velocity are dominant and unbeatable. And it really has to do with the fact that GE, I feel like they're playing a lot of their own defaults without reacting to what Velocity want to do. And what Velocity want to do is continue that B presence. We've seen this even from them in the matchup against Samurai Esports yesterday. They're very good at executing on this B side. They know how they need to play their post plans after. So Global Esports need to make sure they're able to deny those plans. If you deny those plans, you win the game. Hellranger, a good effort there, but not good enough, because now back to that 5-round cushion for Velocity Gaming. They're looking hella strong.
Exactly. MW1's a Right to Ace's job always has been to cause a lot of ruckus near the A side, and then maybe leave some players lurking behind B. Look at this. This time we're seeing kind of SK Rossi being a little aggressive. Seems like he wants to flank, but LFF is present there. Spotted SK Rossi. I'm pretty sure SK Rossi is not going to be backing off from this fight. He wants the blood. He tastes it. Kappa finds one, and Rossi as well finding another one. MWN trying to kind of equalize the situation. It's a 3-on-3 battle going on right now, but wow! Global Esports is doing so much damage with those sheriffs. And for now, it really seems like they have been doing pretty phenomenal inside this overall round. Stopping them is not really going to be that easy of a task. Here, Rossi is already inside the tube. He's not being spotted. Keep this in mind.
Enemy
This is
remaining.
going to be a pretty much anonymous spot, but no. The war was present there. Kind of a questionable decision to use that rope out and over.
Hellranger moving slowly, he just dropped down, and that audio cue does give all the information the Velocity need. Hellranger now trying to clear all the angles, knows that both the players are together, therefore likely in a crossfire, tries to isolate the Sova, but Right to Ace just takes him down. The crossfire doesn't even matter. The Sheriff shots were nice, but the round even better. Velocity Gaming on their pick of Icebox are dominant now with a 6-round lead. Now, this is where the tables turned with SK Rossi's ace in the first half. After about 4 or 5 rounds of dominance by Velocity Gaming, SK Rossi with that ace was able to turn it around. But an ace doesn't come out of nowhere every single time. You need to find consistency, and that consistency lacking a little bit for Global Esports. We're seeing a lot more individual plays, and because of that, Velocity able to take full advantage because they seem more as a unit than ever. This Velocity Gaming trying to move in. The shots are being fired from both sides. The boost coming through from Lightning Fast. He this very aggressive vertical spot, but he has to be exposed. Velocity have to know that he's there, and they're like, you know what? We want no dice. We don't want to mess with that Sage in that vertical spot. We're just gonna go for the rotate, use Amaterasu's presence. Look at that A side.
A lot of bullets were being exchanged there, but it doesn't really seem like any critical damage happened. Lightning fast movement and real close, getting real up close and personal. And I'm pretty sure expecting him at this kind of in corner, VLT would have a tough time countering him. But already they have made their mind. It seems like they have made their mind towards A side. Look how much Matarasi's moving himself inside the site. Unfortunate timing for HellFF there. Did not expect him to peek it, and at that time, as soon as he turned around, he got dinged through the wall. Unfortunate moment for him.
Spike down
Escarosi
A.
being tagged by the drone. Moves back instantly. I really like how Escarosi's positioning skills are. He's just so good at repositioning himself after like any bad situation.
30
You feel like
seconds
he's
left.
not going to be able to get a lot out of it. He moves back instantly. This is what I like to see. Like overall, good players. They just position themselves so good. They can
enemy
also
remaining.
get an exit. But wait, Global Esports, what? A flawless round.
We
What was
crushed
that?
them.
That retake did not even like. He did not even show any efforts in that retake.
A bit questionable from VLT in my opinion, because they delayed the push onto the side for too long, meant that the smoke ended up going down and they got caught off guard completely in that after position from Global Esports. So now 11-6, the momentum has been stopped. Velocity had that 4-round win streak, but Global Esports able to pull it back. They're still in a sticky situation though, because their economy doesn't warrant an operator just yet, and you need to get SK Rossi that operator, so they need to win this round to make that happen. Now SK Rossi playing this vertical yellow angle as a solo anchor, but MW1 on the Blaze Storm able to take out Lightning Fast really early. Lightning Fast getting a little too aggressive on that B side means Velocity, they're hunting for more, they're looking for that. They close off the CT area and they're looking to go directly into A. Amaterasu alone, the Viper Spit set up by Hellranger to not allow the push will make sure Amaterasu does push back, but in all of this chaos, in all of this pressure, Velocity have yellow control. The spike is there and the site is there.
What a fake right there. They already have the B side control for themselves. Spike should be planted in no time. Global Esports are
fine
completely fucked for now. The spike control is there, and there are some players in the backlines as well, but it doesn't matter. Global Esports find themselves 2 kills, but now it's a 2-on-3 situation. Velocity Gaming has an upper edge inside this round. There is a higher chance that they might just win this. Here comes the lockdown from the side of skill. Popping in the lockdown. I don't really know if that's a good idea because the Vipers right there as well. MW1 from the backline should just do the job of taking down the lockdown, but no. Doesn't really do it. HellFF still trying to play it as safe, and yup, there we go. One player has been detonated. HellFF position still not compromised. Hellranger is down to such low HP, decides to back off and save instead. But he's getting chased! He's getting chased, and yes, he will be taken down finally.
Velocity Gaming with that round get on to match point here. 12-6, 6 rounds for them to pull off just one, and they get the first map win right here, right now, and they prove the fans right, the fans to believe in them. Velocity really showing up today. I love the way they've been playing tactically, and looking at this particular round, the fact that they pulled off that aggressive fake all on the back of MW1's initial kill. The kill gets them that open presence, allows Amaterasu to wall off CT and force that Viper Spit early over by Hellranger onto A side. All of this chaos allows Vibor and HellFF to get in onto B side, get the spike planted, and pop their own Viper Spit to play for the post plan. Now you can see an aggressive updraft and dash from MW1. He's just forcing a lot of pressure onto the side of Global Esports, and they're just gonna back right off. The call from them to just stay back. They expect this to be a fake. They expect the play to come onto A, and this read could do wonders for GE.
It definitely can do wonders for GE without a doubt. Look at this.
Right here.
Drone out. Spotted out, taking down this. Scared Rossi moving in slowly and steadily. Amaterasu on the ropes. Amaterasu actually has been pretty phenomenal, but miscalculated SK Rossi's position there. Did not expect him to be on those rafter. Take him down. HellFF kind of wanting to be a little aggressive, and MWN almost overstepping his boundaries. Lightning Fast was waiting for him to commit any kind of a mistake, and he just got him down
30
instantly.
seconds left.
On the other hand, in the back lines, all
Last player
Global
standing.
Esports has made their presence and easily also get the side control back.
Beautiful read from Global Esports, allowing them to be at the right place, at the right time, to pull off the round, keep themselves alive in this matchup. But like I said, Velocity, they have 5 more tries to pull off the match point for themselves. So Global Esports are gonna have to be pinpoint pitch perfect. They cannot afford to miss a beat, because if you do, VLT will take the momentum and take map 1 as well. But hey, they've got a bit of breathing room now. It is the eco for Velocity Gaming. Just Hellfighter able to afford a Phantom. We'll see if he's able to do some damage. But look at this default again. From the side of Velocity Gaming, they always contest this B side. But since the Viper is over at A, since I see the fact that the KJ ultimate is ready, they could use that as a fake to then go over onto B side. But Lightning Fast doing really well to set up this aggressive wall. Since Velocity broke this, the fake can no longer work. GE know that there's someone over at B as well.
Exactly, they definitely do know. Lightning Fast's intentions has been revealed. Oh no, he's getting
Oh
backed by the drone, but still
down
still
B.
manages to find a kill in such a tricky spot. Right to Ace jump, nice and instantly. SK Rossi is there, did not expect him to be there. Just like how Global
Player
Esports is
standing.
playing and positioning themselves, they want to fight back. They do know VLT just needs one more round to close this map out, and they do not really want that to happen. Head Ranger using that snake bite on the right time, and yes, Global Esports will take another round, and it seems like Global Esports are finally getting their momentum back up.
Lightning Fast going like flash mode. He went like super speed. He's just jiggling left, right, around the wall. Doesn't care that he's tagged by the drone. Finds the instant headshot on Amaterasu, and that's gotta hurt. I felt if Lightning Fast went down right then and there, the round would be over, because then the spike was already ready on the B side. The other player for Global Esports was alone, and they could have just rushed it down or pushed it, taken yellow control and gone back for the rotate. The options would be clear for Velocity Gaming, but the fact that Lightning Fast gets the kill means that Global Esports get to hold on to their positions. They get to hold on to their lives in this map. It's 12-8 on the map right now. And Velocity Gaming trying to change their defaults up again. They've not set up the default 2 rounds in a row, and they keep trying to take the initial A area control. But this works for the side of GE because they're playing that Sage, the Lightning Fast on anchor on B, and if that Viper wall isn't coming up, he's not really feeling a lot of pressure.
Amaterasu got a little tagged up by Rossi there.
Watching here.
Decided to back off. I mean, should be backing off, but he also has his ult ready. That means the resurrection might be happening as soon as any of the players from VLT would go down. Spike is outside A. Still haven't really decided which side to come in. 2 guys near B, but I really feel like at this point in time, their intentions are pretty clear. They want to go to B, and then right to Ace maybe will be lurking around in the back lines. And yes, that is exactly what is happening. But on the other hand, there are 3 defenders on the B side. Here comes the Viper wall to deny any kind of vision from the backside. But look at this angle. SK Rossi has made for himself. What is going on? What is going on here? Oh my god, getting another one? SK Rossi, someone stop this man. Someone needs to find the kryptonite for him. I've been saying this over and over again, but a beautiful, beautiful shot from the board to deny his
10 seconds
vision
left.
there.
1 enemy remaining.
Spike planter is
Spike
down.
down,
There's not
B.
enough time. Global Esports pick up the round. And yeah, that position, you expect it when you get that operator, especially on a player like SK Rossi. It becomes a beautiful anchor position. You invest only a Sage wall, and then he gets that extra second. You can see it right here, just as the wall is going up, and there's a false sense of security on MW1 that the wall has gone up. It gives him a tiny peek. But what I find astonishing is the fact that he gets the immediate Blaze Storm kill on Amaterasu. As soon as that happens, answering back on the resurrection coming through to make sure that Velocity now have to go through on an eco. Now SK Rossi gonna change up his position as GE change up their defaults. The Nano Swarm to deny the plant is SK Rossi looking through mid. Found one, knows that there's one on top, but MW1 able to take him out. A 1-for-1 trade is in favor of Velocity because they've got the worst weapons.
MW1 is hitting his shots. He's feeling himself right now. Trading things out for himself. Should give a little bit of sigh of relief as things have been traded out finally. Skills, though, He's expecting someone to walk inside the open area. Yes, did walk inside. There's no shots there. But it's fine. This was an equal round for the lads of Velocity. War has Spectre.
One enemy
Can't really
remaining.
do much. Right to is taken down as well in mid. Skills still trying to find the last player. Vabor. It seems like he's just having a good time, trying to do as much as damage as possible. Now his main goal at this point in time is to damage the economy of global esports. Try and take off as much as guns from their hands. Lightning Fast is there, expecting him to be in the kitchen area, and this is where exactly Forrest beautifully plays low arm, and that should just confirm the kill, and that's going to be global getting another round in their hands.
These teams just keeping us on a knife's edge. It's so close between both of them. Look at this, like in general, the fact that the trades are happening, the fact that even with Sheriff's Velocity able to perform, but the fact is that Global Esports, from 12 to 6, they pushed it back to 12 to 10. And now if they win this next round, they're effectively guaranteed overtime, Necro, because this next round is going to be the bye for Velocity Gaming. This next round, really important, and Velocity know it. They've called that timeout, and they're discussing how they want to proceed. I want to see a fast execute. They've got that KJ ult. Even though the Sova ult is ready for the side of Global Esports, you don't really need the KJ ult to actually get detainees. You just need the KJ ult to force that Sova into an ult position while the rest of your team presses the W key and takes full control. If you can even get to the default plant position, get your Sage Wall down and get the spike down, it won't matter anymore that the ults have been traded. You would have traded those ults for actual site control. So I want to see Velocity use their ultimates right here in this round, because if they wait too late, it might just mean that they don't have the eco to do it.
Exactly. Another round starting. You did mention this is a pretty crucial round for them. 12 to 10 is the scoreline, and back-to-back Global Esports have been winning rounds for themselves. Now, this is a real important round for VLT. If they lose this, not only it's going to be affecting their economy, but at the same time, they will have to like do a force buy. They don't really have any other choice. If they give too much room to Global Esports, then things won't be really good. Because right now, Global Esports is feeling themselves. They are trying to do a comeback. And up till now, the way they're playing, it really feels like a comeback is definitely possible.
Absolutely, Necro. I think we've got a bit of a pause for the tech issue, so the game does slow down. My heart does slow down, and it gives us a second to really talk about the 4 rounds back-to-back that Global Esports have won and what they are doing differently to make it happen. Again, I think it comes down to that B side. In Valorant, in Icebox in general, you expect teams to play anchor on B because it is the site where you have a lot more room to wiggle around with your position as an anchor, and you get to stack up that A side with the crossfires where there are a lot more corners and verticality. The fact that SK Rossi and Lightning Fast, like in respective rounds, are able to continuously pull off that B anchor without Velocity breaking it, especially considering that when you look back in the match yesterday between Velocity Gaming and Samurai Esports, the B site was one of the best on Velocity's attack. They were continuously able to get that Sage narrow wall down near the default plant position, get the spike planted, and then just hold on to yellow for dear lives and win the round. Easy peasy. Global Esports answering back really well. Velocity need to figure out a way to break this. Maybe you go for that KJ ult on the A side, fake them out, make them early rotate, and then go for the slow walk in towards B.
Exactly. Beautifully explained by you there.
Let's fly.
In the previous, like, 3 weeks ago, same teams clashed against each other. And now on Icebox, things weren't really going this close. The scoreline was 13 to 7. 13, of course, Global Esports, and then 7 rounds for Velocity. But now, it clearly seems like these teams have done their homework, and this is what we expect. And this is what we expect from a Grand Finals, right? The competition to be neck and neck, toe to toe. But here we go. Spike is on the B side. I mean, outside the B side. Snake Bites inbound as well. And we have right to Ace's drone trying to find as much as info as possible.
I love this wall.
Through the Viper's pit. And look at Lightning Fast. Seems like he has pretty much sensed the presence of the lads of Velocity Gaming.
Here.
Yeah, he definitely knows that something is up. You can see the ping as well. He's like, there's someone here for sure. but the fact that the Viper's pit is down at B and the Hunter's Fury is ready for Kappa just means that it's really on lightning fast and MW1 here. The player that gets the kill could just pull away with the round, and the drone coming
30
out
seconds
will
left.
mean MW1 is revealed. He's gonna have to get out of here. Velocity now being forced onto A side, but all of the KJ utility is ready. They should be try to use that KJ ult, but actually not even going to bother doing that. They're instead using their utility to clear out angle by angle. The recon from Kappa, though, so brilliant, reveals all of them, and Velocity now running out of time. They gotta move in. Hellfighter, right to Ace, get one kill each, but the trades are there for GE. It's right to Ace, though, finding the triple, allowing for the
Spike
flank to go
planted.
down, making it 1v3 for Hellranger, and almost an impossible 1v3. The wall comes up, he gets revealed, and at this point, not nearly enough
out of
time
my
to
way.
clear out angle by angle. MW1 were like, get out of my way, I want this first round win. The Hunter's Fury for right to Ace. He will not let Hellranger get anywhere, just clearing out angle by angle and forcing Hellranger into a hold. Now fake on the rope, but it doesn't matter. Amaterasu is ready.
Attackers
Right to
win.
Ace with the triple, right to clutch we call him, and rightfully so. 13 to 10. Velocity will pick up map 1.
Wow. Map 1 taken by Velocity Gaming. Pretty much expected this, honestly. Like, I did my prediction. I had really said that Velocity might just take the map 1, and this is what this is what I like usually expected as well. But look, I've still went for Global Esports. My overall, I still think Global Esports can win because look, there's always hope. Okay, this was just the first map. There's still 4 more maps yet to come, and we never know what can happen, right? We never know what can exactly happen. But overall, how they try to do a comeback, how Global Esports try to do a comeback, and SK Rossi absolutely feeling himself. The shots that he was, hitting sometimes. I mean, did you see the kind of wall on the backside, and he just created a little bit of pixel angle for himself and connected that shot? That should be illegal. Someone needs to send this man to jail.
Absolutely, man. It's a really nice interaction we get to see from top class Jet players. The Sage investing that
Exactly.
little bit of utility to set her Jet up for success, but it's Velocity Gaming. Particularly for me, Amaterasu, the Battle Sage online. Like when he got that triple kill in the pistol round all the way back, it did look like he was going to start popping off, and pop off he did. Continuously pushing forward, the resurrections were always there, and he was continuously able to not just support his team, but also frag and create space for his team. So brilliantly played by Amaterasu and Velocity Gaming on the precipice of going to overtime. They pulled it back. They had about 10 seconds left in that last round, but they got the trades right to Ace. He got the kills, and they win the first map. I think because of how close this first map went, my prediction definitely gone. So now I'm hoping for 5 maps all the way through. I'm with you, Necro.
Your prediction is definitely gone.
Yeah.
I mean, you went for a pretty, went for a pretty bold kind of prediction there. But yo, look, as you did say, Right to Ace getting that 3K overall changed a lot of things in that round. No one expected Right to Ace just pop off out of nowhere, I mean, he was playing kind of a medium performance, overall. I mean, of course, he was playing so he's doing a great job overall supporting his team, gathering info. He's doing an absolute phenomenal job. But in the end, he also gathered information. At the same time, he did a pretty good job entering inside, clearing the side off, getting those 3 kills, and trading things out as well. I just want to talk about how good Right to Ace's aim is, but at the same time, how good his team play is as well. He just sticks to his team all the time, and overall, anything he does is pretty much revolves around his team.
Yeah.
And this is just, this is how you know a good team player.
100%. Like, he's always that support player. He's always even willing to give up his own gun to his teammates so that he can support them with his utility. And that's the mark of the truly experienced player. He's continuously understanding how he not just has to make himself better, but make his team better. And that's really what got Velocity this map itself. G are going to have to go back and think what went wrong. Because while they did have those flashy moments, while they did have those flashy rounds and great comebacks in general, they did not have the consistency to push back against Velocity Gaming, and that lack of consistency in general did hurt them a lot. Now, I did appreciate G's defaults. The reads were on point, but they were a little late, and Velocity, both halves were able to get off to a resounding start. And in a game like this, you cannot allow such a big lead because it's the tiniest of margins that make the difference. It's the tiniest of margins that push one top tier team over the other. And today, Velocity Gaming getting off to a start. I think the fans predicted it. They wanted this to happen. They want that unbeatable Velocity back in full force, and I think they might just get it.
They might just get it. They might just get it. The way they have been playing throughout the first map, just fireballing it through and just crashing the whole icebox, crashing the entire players of global esports, and now moving on to the second map as well. I mean, the pace, the momentum they have built for themselves. I feel like the second map. I mean, we might just see a VLT domination as well. But look, the way global esports was playing as well, I just feel like maybe in the second map we might just see global esports stepping up.
Definitely. It's going to be interesting to see because the second map is bind. And that does mean that Global Esports should have something up their sleeve. I'm expecting something off the double controller line. Maybe we get the double initiator instead. Hellranger on Sky is really, really good. But then again, like I've seen Velocity in the past pull off the Astral Viper on bind really successfully. Recently, they have changed their comp a little bit to accommodate Sky once again. But it does mean they have a wealth of options on their plate. They can go for that double initiator. They have experience playing the Astral Viper double controller, or they can just go back to the good old days of Breach plus W. Now that he's so good, you can pick him up on bind, use him to clear off the small angles. But hey, coming back to this particular map, I will say that for Velocity Gaming, it's going to be a big boost to their confidence because Icebox was always the notorious thorn for them when they faced off
Yep.
against GE. So the fact that they've got this off, especially after they picked it, after they threw down the gauntlet, it's got to feel good.
I mean, of course, it's got to feel good, but now I really feel like in the map of Bind, we might just expect a Sky coming up from the
Yeah,
side of
100%.
global esports, and this is what we want to see: a Sky finally back on the map. Because I feel like Sky's in the meta; she has been ignored throughout the tournament pretty much a lot, and bind as well, not really a map that has been played throughout as well. Not a lot of people have played bind throughout, so I feel like this is going to be really interesting what kind of strategies these guys have rolled up their sleeves, and I just want to see that secret card being pulled out.
Yeah, me as well. Like, and they're gonna need that ace up their sleeve because Velocity look so good that in a standard default map where both the teams are playing what we normally expect them to, not the meta, of course, but what they're normally comfortable with, it does give Velocity a slight edge because they've got that momentum from map one. They understand global esports are feeling a little bit of pressure, especially considering when you go into the map of Bind, Velocity
Yep.
have already lost one back in the quarterfinals. But with Icebox done and dusted, G definitely in a bind going on to bind. They're gonna have to find a way to make it work. And I'm excited to see what they've got. Like, I want to see if they pick up the Sova Sky or just the Sky. Because if it's just the Sky, I'm expecting a lot of aggression. Maybe even the Breed Sky, like we've seen from a couple of European teams, where the Sky becomes that solo info agent, and then the Breach is just there to enable players like SK Rossi to go pop heads.
Exactly. I mean, Breach Sky, of course, kind of is there, Then you just have like a lot of flashes in your team, that can help you overall entering the side and even retaking. That can just help you so much. So Sky Flash is also giving you info at the same time, giving you a little bit of backup, flashing the enemy lines as well. They will have to turn away from that bird. So they don't really have any other choice. And at the same time, when you have the bird going in, we have seen so many times, some fake flashes from the sky. You see the bird coming in, but it just never popped. The flashes never popped. And then the sky just peeks in with the bird and you're just completely screwed.
And definitely. But going back to this map itself, I do want to talk about those round win streaks that Velocity was able to accumulate. I felt like Global Esports forcing the issue one too many times and not really giving the respect that Velocity deserved after they won those rounds. Both the buy rounds for Global Esports were lost to Velocity. Of course, the first one was that forced buy, but they still lost the eventual buy in the fourth round. And then in the second half, after losing the pistol again in the buy, they ended up losing because not giving respect to those specters in those close range battles did mean that they just ended up getting caught off guard. These are not the sort of things you expect from a team like Global Esports, but the sort of thing that I do expect from them going on to map 2 is that they forget all about this. I 100% know they're not going to think about a thing here. Of course, it'll come up again in the demo review later, but for now, the focus has to be on this best of 5. It has to be on the next map, and thinking about this map, it has to be on trying to adapt. Like the reads were there in some situations, but they need to be there in all situations.
Exactly. The reads were there in some situations, but they need to be in all situations. Well said by you. That should be a saying at this point in time in the Valorant history. But yeah, overall, just a great performance. And how can you forget about the ace from Rossi?
Yeah.
he striked at the right time. When his team needed him the most, he striked in, got that ace, got that round, and he did such a massive part in overall stopping the domination from these lads. MW1 with 5 first bloods. SK Rossi not really far behind. 5 first bloods as well for himself, so he's an MVP as well. 20 kills, 19 deaths, and 3 assists. On the other hand, 19 kills, 17 deaths, and 3 assists. Pretty much the same scoreline between these two. This proves one point is that MW1 and SK Rossi have the same skill level.
Definitely, and I think it's funny that like the actual MVP is SK Rossi, but the team that ends up winning is Velocity Gaming. Like in terms of stats, of course, SK Rossi takes it away, and it just goes back to my point. Like you can see for Velocity Gaming, it's all a lot more spread out. Even Hellfighter has 5 first bloods to his name, all because they were continuously playing as a unit. I rarely saw a moment where Velocity Gaming did not have a backup for some sort of aggressive push they were making, and because of this, they were continuously able to make sure that despite SK Rossi pulling off heroics in some round, he did not really get to pop off on that SK Rossi level. Like 20 and 19, great scoreline and all, but when you consider the fact that he got an ace in a round, it suddenly makes you think, wait, what happened in the other rounds? If you get 5 of those 20 kills, you get 25% in just one round. Where did the rest go? And that's where Velocity Strat's absolutely amazing. But I think for now, that's the end of map 1, Necro. Going into map 2, I'm bubbling with excitement.
Exactly. I mean, going into map 2, of course, I'm pretty, excited for that. I just want to see how things are going to be looking into map 2. As you said, Bind, and as I even have been said, I haven't really seen Bind being played from both these teams, and even in the semifinals. So it's going to be, of course, interesting to see how things are going to be looking into Bind, because I mean, in the past, if you take a look at the past stats as well, pretty much almost mirror compositions, but instead we see skills using a Brimstone. And on the other hand, if you talk about VLT, we have been seeing Astra being played by HellFF. Now, of course, both of these are controllers, but Astra, I feel like from the past has been in the meta. So using an Astra is, of course, a better decision.
But for now, we will just end off map 1 right here, take a small break, and be right back with you with map 2 of the series between Velocity Gaming and Global Esports.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이. I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship, the road to VCT 2021 for the South Asia region. My name is Nikhil C. Bansali, and today I'm joined by Neeraj Necro Sangle. Now, we do have a bit of news to give to you guys. It's a heavy match, so of course, in general, a lot of stress on the Valorant servers. But hey, we're there for you guys to, stay with you guys, talk a little bit more about the strats we saw on display in the first map, Necro.
Exactly. I mean, the Valorant servers are definitely on heavy pressure,
Yeah.
but it's fine. This is a heavy matchup. We expect these kind of things
Yeah.
happening. Even the servers are pressuring out. The amount of hype that has been created, even the servers cannot handle the heat of the moment. But yeah, talking about the previous game, I really felt like the one player that has been pretty underrated. He hasn't really gotten so much limelight. I feel like it's Kappa. He was always there for the team, doing a great job supporting his team, and at the same time getting those kills in the crucial moment. Kappa was doing, I felt like he was pretty much an all-rounder player in that previous one because he was sticking with the team, playing with the team, at the same time doing his great job gathering info for his team, and then on the other hand, doing a great job overall getting kills as well.
But hey, for now, we'll take another small break. Just make sure that the servers are tip-top. We want our teams to play in those tip-top conditions. We'll be right back with you with NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship in a jiffy.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky freaky on. 신경보다 같이. I'm getting freaky. Yeah, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship, the road to VCT 2021 for the South Asia region. My name is Nikhil C.A. Bansali, and I'm joined by Neeraj Necro Sangve today. It was a bit of a wait, but I promise you the series is going to be worth the wait. Ain't it right, Necro?
Exactly. I mean, this is going to be worth the wait. Of course, I mean, I'm pretty sure all the viewers are stoked as well to see.
Yeah.
But the next fight is going to be on Bind, and we do know Bind is, of course, a map that requires heavily on your tactical, tactical uses, tactical play. And I feel like defender side is a little stronger on Bind. What do you think so?
Like theoretically, I 100% agree. Like the fact that there is no real mid to control for the defenders does mean that they can focus their presence on the chokeholds in the A short and B short angle. Have that solo player getting continuous jiggle info on the A long, A showers and B long angle does mean that theoretically, yes, but these are pro teams, which means they have defaults and they understand how to play, and therefore they're able to play those mind games and almost always flip each map around. We expect to see attacking proficiency as well, but having said that, we did see Velocity play phenomenally here on Icebox on defense, so I expect that will carry over.
Because of course, that will definitely carry over. But if we talk about Bind, even in the past, like how competitions were happening, in the past, so we might be seeing a Soa Sky combination over here on the Bind side from the side of Global Esports. I mean, if we talk about past, right, in the past, Kappa, of course, going with the Soa, and then we have skills with Brimstone, and then Lightning Fast with Viper, and then overall Hellranger going with Sky. I mean, this, if we talk about this composition over here, we do see like a lot of controllers in here. That this means this composition is ready to defend, and cracking this defense open is going to be so difficult for Velocity.
Absolutely, and the best part about that composition is that the prowess also carries over on attack. The Viper almost becomes like a passive lurker, the way you would expect a Cypher to play, with the wall continuously just denying info to the defenders. So it depends really on how each team is able to execute, but I absolutely agree with the amount of utility available on that composition. Defense should be a piece of cake for either of the teams running it, because if you talk about Velocity Gaming as well, they have run a similar style of composition, only except they do it with Astra, which is just way more utility. You got gravity wells, you got concussives, you got smokes all day around, and you can affect it on every piece of the map. So I want to see if Velocity continue with that same composition, or they go back to that Brimstone for the longer smokes.
Exactly, that's the biggest part of the thing, right? You said you can just overall activate it on any part of the map, and that's the biggest thing that we're talking about. When you have Astra, you can place those stars and then do whatever you want with them. Like you can just use whatever ability you want. But then Astra comes in from HelloFef from the side of Velocity Gaming, and now I just want to see what interesting other changes are there going to be. From what I'm looking at in the past, what happened was it was pretty much a mirror composition going on. Of course, Soa Sky combination with a Viper combined in. So of course, as I mentioned, cracking the defense open is going to be one of the most toughest job for these teams, and I just want to see how are they going to be cracking the codes, because the competition that I was talking about, it happened 3 weeks ago, so I'm pretty sure they had a decent amount of time to refresh their mindsets and do their homework.
100%. And the funny thing is that Velocity, they're regularly really strong on Bind, but if you look back at recent results, go back to the quarterfinals of VCC Qualifier 1, they lost to Force One Esports on that map of Bind. It was their pick, but they somehow weren't able to scratch it all the way through, and I think it's a lot to do with the fact that, as we see on the composition, they're running something new. Amaterasu on that stage, I was just about to say, I wish we could potentially see that Phoenix from him instead, because he's known for that pick, but instead, they're going to go back to what they've tried, what they've tested, and they're going to run it back. Which brings me to a big question, Necro, here. This hasn't worked out for them once before. Do you think this could be the map Global Esports pull it back? Or do you think Velocity have learned from their past mistakes and they will be able to get a 2-0 lead?
Well, I mean, of course, I mean, it's a past mistake, right? And they have had so much time to, improve on it. So without a doubt, they might have improved on it. But yeah, we are seeing kind of a curveball being thrown from Amaterasu. He's using Sage, and I feel like he's having a great time using Sage as well. In the past map, he did quite incredible. But if we talk about 3 weeks ago, he was actually using Sky instead of Sage.
Yep.
So I just want to see how he's going to be playing the Sage on Bind. Of course, some default wall setup will be there. But I want to see if are there any unique, some battle stage strats going on.
I mean, we saw it on Icebox, Necro. The battle stage did indeed come online, so I expect the same will happen on Bind. But the fact remains that when you have that big of a fragger, you want to ideally set him up. So without that setup, a lot of pressure on MW1, who's on that Raze. Now, historically, Raze one of the best picks on Bind, but recently she got almost nerfed out of existence. The Boombot is double the cost. The fact that the satchels as well don't necessarily allow her to go solo in because she's that solo duelist. And then the ultimate being 8 points now, you have to be extra careful with the utility use, and you have to make sure to get extra value. But as we were talking about, the amount of utility for velocity on the defense, look at the way they shut down the sites. It's Hellfighter once again picking up that first blood on the pistol.
Exactly, picking up that first blood on the pistol. Taking a look at the past stats, Global Esports has been doing a pretty phenomenal job on Bind. It feels like this is probably one of their homes that they own. But it really looks like Velocity Gaming this time is pretty much ready for them.
Showers Control taking that split A execute coming in from Global Esports, but the utility usage that I asked for, Necro, MW1 getting a satchel kill, Hellfighter with another, Velocity starting off where they left off.
This pistol round is just causing an absolute ruckus. Wow, that was a beautiful destroy there. Hellraiser, he just took out his Hawk and got destroyed in seconds.
30 seconds left.
This is what I was talking about. So useful. Sky can heal her teammates. This just provides so much edge over the enemy lines. Lots of Gaming trying to fight back. That's a beautiful dink right onto him. And that's going to be closing out the round. Spike dropped as well.
Now, with that pistol round, once again, like I feel like Velocity Gaming, and it does show a lot of pure mechanical prowess. You need that aim to pull off the pistols, and my eye keeps going to Hellfighter because even yesterday on Icebox he pulled off a 4K on the pistol. Today on Icebox, on both the pistols, he was able to get a lot of impact frags, and here he gets the first blood again on the Viper, especially now. Like, getting those kills means you get your Viper Spit online earlier, and that means that utility just adds on to the defense with the Viper Spit able to shut down one angle. But look at this, an aggressive hookah approach. The flash is on point though. Vibor will spray them down.
Oh my god, what is that? His aim is on point today and he's feeling himself. Velocity Gaming. Wow. The first shot though just got him out from the air. I mean, that was pretty interesting, wasn't it? Take a look at the replay. This shot right here, absolutely disgusting. I'm pretty sure SK Rossi did not expect that shot to go off that way. He just got absolutely destroyed.
Vibor with the 4K, MW1 with force for himself, meaning these explosive ultimates. You've got the orbital strike, you've got the showstopper, all of these coming online earlier makes defense life so much easier. But we're now on the buy round, Necro, for Global Esports. On Icebox, both of those buy rounds were lost, so they've got to make sure that does not happen right here, because if you lose a buy round to those defenders, the op could even come online for the Raze. They get so much space to maneuver as the defenders, it becomes very difficult. But look at these defaults. The Showers Control being taken by the attackers. Amaterasu ready for them though.
Ready for them. Here we go. Slow approach coming in from the side of Global Esports. Cap must have a decent amount of info on Amaterasu. Here comes a slow ARB too. Just waste a little bit of time at Global Esports. I like the patience on Global Esports as well. They're not really being impatient in these kind of moments. Here comes the ball in. Without any efforts. But the off angle that Amaterasu has created, I'm pretty sure no one's going to be expecting that. This is what I was talking about. Battle stage being played, and that Tiger almost caught Vibor. Miscalculation coming in from the side of Sky. Here comes the first flash. Another smoke is there to deny that vision. It seems like this time they're pushing it through together. Lightning fast. That's a beautiful shot right there. But look at his HP. He's down to only 46 HP. But here comes the heal. Sky. It's just so good.
Standing ahead.
And the recon coming in from Showers. They're going to push in. They need to take out Amaterasu immediately. He gets one. The trade is there though. And Skills will slowly move in. Now Hellfighter takes down the spike carrier.
A.
The time is running out for Global Esports. They need to get it down.
remaining.
With Skills taking out one, they can get the spike carrier down. But
spike
before coming
down
in from
A.
A short, make sure that the spike is not planted. And once again, the clutch for
Way to put me in
Vibor.
charge.
Velocity. They've won every single buy round so far in this series.
Exactly. Wow, I mean, Velocity Gaming, they are turning the tides in their favor. The map that Global Esports is really comfortable on, Velocity Gaming is making it look like that's their home. And wow, what a beautiful play from Amaterasu. I just really love these replays. They just remind you of what exactly happened. Even some small nooks and crannies that we left or we didn't really put our eyes on. Let's just keep our glance on it back. But here we have Spike seems pretty much outside the close to there. SK Rossi down to 5 HP. Pretty sure he's calling his Sky at this point in time. He needs some heals desperately.
A Vandal against a Spectre. SK Rossi missing a lot of shots, but Lightning Fast will not. The A-shot aggression shot down by Lightning Fast will mean that the Viper utility no longer available. That opens up Showers right there. And as you can see, they've pushed Skills into that Showers angle. They're going to leave him there. Now go pick up the spike and look for the present. But my eyes are on Kappa on the other side of the map. He's pushed in all the way to B long, looking for the lurk for himself. Going to be able to maybe take out a kill while the rest of his team uses his presence to go all the way through. The orbital strike now coming out, pushing Kappa out of that angle. Does mean that GE, they might be committing here to disaster. But with only one player of VLT on B side, this is going to work out in GE's favor.
So Drone gathering a bit of info. First position compromised. Here comes the Hawk. At least they got the entry on the night. Wow. Kappa walks
30
straight
seconds
right
left.
into the crossfire there. Doesn't even care about it. It takes the board down instantly. The confidence level right now on Kappa is of course on another level. He was doing a pretty phenomenal job even in the previous map Icebox, and now as well it seems like he's doing a pretty great job. Rossi down to 5 HP. Where's the Sky? You need to heal this man up. This man needs some heals desperately.
I really like this from Velocity Gaming. They opt to go for the save. They know that a 3v5 retake with only a Raze who doesn't have as much utility left, especially against the post plans of a Viper and a Brimstone, is really, really difficult. So with this save, they effectively ensure that there's not, while they have lost a round, there's not much damage done to the economy whatsoever because of the 3-round win streak that they have built up. Now GE, they're going to group up. They themselves are going to be really happy with the situation considering they are able to get themselves on the scoreboard despite losing the buy round. This was the key factor that we didn't see from them in the first half, where they lost 5 rounds in a row in the first half of the first map and then 4 rounds in a row in the second half of the first map. Here we see GE already adapting, and it's all on the back of that player that we were talking about earlier. Kappa doing really well. The lurk over down at B long, creating so much space for his team, establishing a presence to allow them to go from the rotate from A side, get into B.
Till now, setups are happening here and there. Again, we see a heavy presence of defenders on the A side. ARP taken by this guy there. That's a good way. And look at this. 2 players. Oh, here. In the Showers area. I like how MW1 is not really giving his position away. Even if Amaterasu's position is compromised, he's falling back now. That means Hellranger probably thinks that Showers should be clear. But MW1 is stuck right up in the corner.
I love that trailblazer from right to ace. Gave information of these Showers, but he's alone here. And the guiding light coming in from GE, the dash from SK Rossi. He'll take him down for SK Rossi. The smoke was a second too late, and Vibor, able to punish him, is able to maintain hookup control, but he still needs to take out Kappa right here. Vibor spots him out, but Kappa with just the Bulldog hunts him down and takes him out. Does mean that hookah clear as well as long and easy plan should go down for Global Esports, and they can now get that Viper into the B long position, play on the post plans for Amaterasu. It's through the elbow, looking for something. If he can find a kill,
One
maybe
enemy
those force plants
remaining.
get denied for velocity. Never mind.
Exactly. Well, there you go. Pretty easy swipe from Global Esports there. One casualty was on their name, but it doesn't matter. It's pretty. They're looking pretty good and healthy till now. Seems like they're being pretty successful as long as they're stopping the momentum from velocity. That's good.
Enemy remaining.
I really like the aggression sometimes from Rossi. It just puts on like a 5-star on the show.
I love the way you said that. I want to see the aggression a lot more refined though, because even something as tiny as the cloudburst coming a second too late does mean that Vibor was able to take out a kill. Did not end up being punished in this particular round, but here, once again, we see the showers default from every single team. The guiding light to start it off from the side of Global Esports gets them the initial info. The wall set up by Amaterasu denies them that early aggression, and then once teams have traded that initial bit of utility, like, you know what, we no longer need to take a bat. We're just gonna go over to the other side of the map, and that's exactly what G are trying to do. Rossi feeling his presence over at B-Long with that cloud burst, waiting for his team to establish themselves in hookah, and then that's when he's gonna go in for the aggression. Vibor has this really key job here. He's got to hold on for as long as he can.
Look at that Molotov. Lightning Fast took a lot of damage from it. Well placed. As Rossi knows he's been stunned, needs to back off. Doesn't really have any other choice.
Blinded.
Just saw fake flashes happening here and there from both sides. But here we have the entry on the B side from Global Esports. Beautiful way to enter inside the site. Lightning Fast spamming it through. That's a good snake bite. That's just going to be buying them so much time. Velocity Gaming has to back off. And to make a save, it's going to be called because they did the same thing when it was a 3v5 situation. Velocity Gaming did call for a save even in the past.
They definitely did so, Necro. And it's not just about the weapons, right? It also becomes about the ult points, because these comps, while they're not direct mirrors of each other, they're effectively mirrors. It's only the Jet Race difference in the comps. Other than that, the agents, the Sage, of course, the anomaly, but it does mean that teams in general have to rely a lot more on those explosive ultimates to pull it off, but back into the action. SK also able to get one. Amiterasu and MW1 though getting a kill each. It's Hellranger to take one out, meaning only one gun saved in the hands of MW1. Global Esports with a strong pushback. Having lost the first 3 rounds, with these next 3, they are able to equalize the scoreline, and my eyes go back to the Showers default. Like, if you're able to take out the Sage wall out of commission so early, it does remove one key piece of utility from the hands of the defenders, because the Sage over here for Velocity is in replacement of the Sova, Necro. The Sova's cooldowns, they come back.
Yeah.
The Sages, they do not.
Well said by you there. Here we have, he might just connect this crispy headshot. Yes, he does! Expected! Rossi, goodbye, come back tomorrow. This is what LFF said. Not today. Today's not your day. Still smoking it off. Here comes the blind. LFF needs to back off. Doesn't really have any other choice. Matarasu's waiting right behind that swipe wall, and he will be peeked by 3 players. Nothing much can be done.
Oh my God,
but LFF, he needs to be stopped. He's hitting some illegal shots. He needs to be put in the jail.
I couldn't say it better, but look at this. The orbital strike coming again, once again to target LFF. The Viper Spit has come down. A lot of key ultimates being invested by GE. Still, the agent advantage with the side of VLT, and look at the flank from MW1 over here. Able to get in towards A short. He just needs to buy time for his team. The Seekers coming out from VLT. They're hunting for a Thrifty. VLT now really relying on MW1 to come in. He's not going to be able to get the kill. The Lightning Fast with the Lightning Fast reaction takes him out, shuts down the flank, and it skills. Coming back with one more now. Vibor gets the trade, makes it a 2v2 on the map, and it's really down to right to Ace here to try and make something happen. But Hellranger ready with his guiding light. Gonna flash it into the Viper Spit, and in they go. Lightning Fast gets one blind kill, and the second with the information, his IGL able to get him. The reactions from this man are nuts.
Absolutely incredible way to overall close out that round. I just like how he did the suicide, and he just trusts him so much. It was like lightning fast. I'm gonna go try to get info for you, as soon as I do. You just try to spray there, and this is what he exactly did. Look, overall, I feel like in the end, he was still moving, and he got that kill there.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty interesting way to close out that round. But hey, as long as you're getting the rounds in the pocket, it doesn't matter how you got it.
Exactly, Necro. But look at this. Hellfighter rewarded for his Gunplay in the last round with the ultimate getting online here is able to shut off A short completely, and it's Amaterasu going towards showers, but this time walking in, GE catches aggression out and Amaterasu gets shot down. This is a lot of pressure now on Hellfighter because he's getting the Hunter Series on him. He's tagged, able to jiggle it out though. Hellfighter puts on the tap dancing shoes and he will not get taken down. Instead now aggressively positioning himself in A short. Shock darts coming in. He's got to be really careful. But look at MW1! MW1 on the flank! Only gets one though. Again, this flank shut down by GE. I have to applaud them for how aware they are of this possible flank coming in from MW1 again and again.
Here.
This is what I've been saying since time and time, like how good SK Rossi's map awareness is in general. How good he is at positioning himself for frags. And even his team does a pretty fantastic job at setting him up.
Revealing area.
Viper's ult was there on the short area to deny any kind of entry. But look, Viper overstepping her boundaries. She might get caught off guard by Hellranger. But no, he misses the shot. This is not what we expect.
Now, the save likely to come in for Velocity Gaming. Still, as you said, not expecting that at all. In that situation, Hellfighter did get the kill, but Global Esports will be happy they got the round. And the round swings, Necro, I want to talk to you about that. Like in both of the maps so far, like with this for Global Esports, it's a 5-round win streak now, and it feels like the team that grabs the momentum becomes almost unstoppable. They have this driving force that continuously is able to mind boggle their opponents, and it really does come down to where you're able to make the right read. For example, in this round, the read from Global Esports that we can expect some Showers re-aggression. Once they had taken control, they held up there. They held their positions, they held their sight lines, and then Amaterasu, trying to just get some info, walked into their crosshairs, and that cost them a really key component of their defense, especially since the Viper had shut down A short. You needed presence in that Showers angle. Global Esports, brilliant reads, enabling them to get a 5-round lead now. Have forced VLT into a mixed buy situation, basically saving up for full buys in the next round. Again, the default for that Showers presence. SK Rossi towards that long. Global Esports playing standard, but they now are getting a rocket in their face for their troubles.
Oh, a suicide rocket right on his face, but hey, as long as he got the kill, Sky is there to heal him back up. Lightning fast caught off guard, sent directly to the portal. The impact was so good that he just flew inside the portal there. It's a 3v5 situation. As we were taking a look at this, Velocity Gaming did a quite fantastic job at reading what Global Esports is doing pretty much every single round.
Now the wall should dissipate in about 10 seconds here, I believe. And SK Rossi just waiting for that. Instead, he's gonna get a recon bolt. Gonna try to look to kill Amaterasu here. The shorty was there, but the shots did not all connect. SK Rossi gets one, but does get instantly shut down by Vibor. Now Vibor has the smokes ready. Is gonna position them, and Skills getting one kill. 2v3 on the map, but GE, they do have side control here.
Walk straight in his crosshair. Skills, how is he gonna let such kill go away? Before, Velocity Gaming has such a massive advantage, and now as we're taking a look at this, Global Esports just stole it away just like a thief in the night. Kappa moving in slowly and steadily before.
Enemy remaining.
Yep, just like a casual stroll on a summer's day. Kappa getting that kill easily onto Vibor, but MW1 is down to such low HP, I don't really expect much from him.
MW1, he's cornered on both angles. Kappa will take him down. That's a 6-round win streak for Global Esports. They are bouncing back strong. And again, I keep coming back to the defaults played by Global Esports and Velocity's inability to answer them. I do have to ask you, like when we do regularly see the Showers default, Velocity tried to answer it with a showstopper, but the fact is that they didn't actually get a presence there. Without a presence, Skills able to get in unchecked while all of this chaos going on in Hookah. You can see on the minimap, he's just waltzing in, as you said, a casual stroll. Just gets in onto A side alone, and despite the fact that Velocity had a man advantage in that round, it was 2v3, because of Skills' presence in A, Global Esports get that round.
Smoke's down.
Smoke to block any kind of vision on the lads of Global Esports. Here we go.
Taken down.
Yup, MW1 overstepping his boundary. Skills there to punish him. Skills is there to teach him some manners because Skills knows. Skills, I feel like he has to be one of the best like controller player and a support player in general. Because the way he used to play Omen as well in the past, if you know, during the starting days of Valorant, I feel like he used to be one of the best Omens in India.
100% agree. Like Skills, one of the most versatile players, able to frag as well on all of those picks. But hey, look at this. The spike will go down. Some damage taken over there, but the trades coming through. It's Kappa and Ace getting a kill each. The Sova is down for Global Esports. The Orbital Strike is ready, and they're playing on the lineups. Lightning Fast ready. The Molly as well going in. This is almost impossible for VLT to actually defuse. The Molly will land now, and that itself buys about 12 seconds or so, considering the fact that there's only about 25 seconds-ish left on the spike plant. It does mean that now when they start defusing, the Orbital Strike is not going to come down, but before he's just going for it, he's able to find a tiny corner. Does get half of it down, but half is not enough. GE moving in now. It's Lightning Fast with the triple kill.
Lightning Fast with a triple there. Beautiful way to, you know, end the round. Stylish way, as I would like to call it. Lightning is doing a fantastic job. He's doing a fantastic job. Lightning as well, even yesterday, if you remember some of his iconic moments, he was always getting the limelight. And look at this right now as well, leading the charge for Global Esports. I mean, they are pretty much dominating up till now. And this is what we expected. This is what I said as well. In Bind, Global has been really good since the past, and this is what I expect Global to completely dominate the stage.
Yeah, I feel like Kappa, especially the way he's playing on the Sova,
Smoke's down.
continuously causing a nuisance for the side of Velocity Gaming, whereas Amantrasu on the stage, because of the more confined nature of the map, not able to get as much impact as he was getting on Icebox itself. I mean, Sata is not over just yet, but hey, you mentioned the man Skills, able to pick up one, finds the double on right to Ace. Skills got the kills, man.
Kills after kills, as you did mention there. MW's position compromised here. Side question, we see Escarossi finding himself on kill. Lightning Fast is just too fast for getting those kills. What is happening? He's just dominating the entire squad of VLT just by himself. I just feel like at this point in time, he's single-handedly clearing out sites and at the same time trying to take the control of sites. I mean, because he's playing Viper, of course, a controller. But wow. Look at that.
Exactly, right? Like, we automatically assume Viper as she is a controller, but she's more of a Sentinel controller. But with Lightning Fast, she becomes a Sentinel controller duelist almost. Entry fragger Viper, or what? The shots he's able to land. Global Esports now Necro on an 8-round win streak. They are unstoppable and they are maintaining similar defaults. Dosova getting early info off that Shovers, just holding the defensive angle. Lightning Fast holding the aggression on A short. They use that Sky, the Trailblazer, to clear out Hookah, and with that they can push in. The counter Trailblazer does come in from right to Ace though, but with that they know there's one player in Shovers. The Trailblazer came in from B, so from Ace, so the only player that could possibly be on B is Vibor, but Amantrasu coming in on the flank with MW1, drops the spike carrier. Global Esports in a tight spot.
They're in a tight spot, but here comes the Viper's Pit and says, welcome to my world.
I'm out of stuff.
Head Ranger is there in the back lines trying to make sure no one's flanking him. That's a beautiful shot from him. Did know the wall is kind of favoring him at that point, and he did know there is a little gap there. And look at how much side control Lightning Fast has just with that ultimate. Viper's Pit is so good now.
Player standing.
But no, right to A says no, not this time. Sent back home. And Velocity Gaming finally managing to stop the momentum build from the lads of Global Esports.
And what I personally loved about that round was the fact that multiple times we saw MW1 going for the solo flank, and every single time he would get shut down because Global Esports player is very aware. This time, he was accompanied by his co-semi-duelist, again, the Sage, the Battle Sage for Amaterasu, both of them going for the flank. When that, even if Global Esports were aware, the trades would come out and the flank would be maintained, the pressure would be on. I like that little bit of adaptation by Velocity Gaming in the last round of the first half to pull one back for themselves. Set yourself, reset the momentum, go into the second half as you look to come back. Now the wall set up for Velocity Gaming on the A, but they're all stacked up towards the B. That fake wall is going to be a really interesting approach, but it all just sussed out by that one single guiding light. Blinded is the call, and Global Esports knows as VLTR.
Of course, the first half happening here. This pistol round is going to be deciding the fate of VLT. Rather, they're going to make a comeback or not. MW1 is ready. With the nade in his hand, throws. Backside. The blind is absolutely incredible. Hellranger managing to tap one out. But VLT, they have gotten the side control for themselves. 2 kills. And the side control is in their hands. Skills moving as slowly and steadily. I really feel like he should wait for his teammate as the end. Try to coordinate as much as possible. Because Lightning Fast is on the flank and he might just rack up a lot of kills for himself. Up till now, it doesn't really seem like VLT is expecting this flank from Lightning Fast. And this might just be a big and massive play from his side. Hopefully he checks his bomb. But no, LFF is just way too aware of Lightning Fast's position. And that's going to be it. VLT getting that crucial round in their hands. And now it seems like things will be looking a little good on VLT's side.
Exactly, and the word you said, Necro, crucial, that describes that round aptly, because on an 8-4 scoreline, if you lose the pistol, you effectively guarantee double digits for your opponent. The fact that Velocity are able to win the pistol, it instead means that they can now reduce that scoreline to just 2 rounds with the buys coming in for themselves here. I can see all of Global Esports at the very edge of their defensive barriers. They want to go in aggressive on this eco, try to find some trades, maybe pick up some guns for themselves. Stopped on their aggression to B short, but not on A. Doesn't matter. Hellfighter, he's holding it down. He'll find a double.
Finds a double. That's really good to open things up. Global Esports should be a little stressed out after that one. Hellranger walking straight into MW's crosshair. Did not expect him to be there.
1 enemy remaining.
Vibhor with the spray control, though. A long-range Spectre is so difficult to control, right, Necro? You don't expect teams to just be able to pull off that kind of aim.
Of course, I just like how he bursted at that range. He didn't really panic and come in for a full spray. And this is what separates, you know, overall professional players and normal players. Just look at that. First headshot connected, and then he resets back up, and then he bursts.
Oh, you do notice the buys are going to come through for Global Esports. SK Rossi on that judge. Again, not as much impact as you would expect from him, but with this judge, the opposing team, if they die to it, you usually get a little annoyed, a little frustrated, because it is that kind of weapon. Now MW1 revealing himself just a little bit, but it wasn't enough. SK Rossi still managed to take down Vibhor, the main controller, down for the side of Velocity, which makes side pushes so much harder. It's really down to Hellfighter now. He's got a very aggressive position towards A short. His team using that position to slowly push in. The Brimstone smoke about to die out, but Skills knows that, sets up the molly so that he can reposition himself towards the UL area, the lamps area, and wait for his team. Now the guiding light coming out for the side of Velocity. Nobody revealed in sight. Should give them that false sense of security, but they're not going to fall for the bait. Instead, going to use MW1's position to go for the rotate and from hook out try to find and execute.
Tasmanian Tigers out to scout the area. Oh, Kappa's position has been revealed. He tried to shoot the Tiger out. But look at this. A lot of info has been gathered already. And this is going to be helping Hellranger so much to try and retaliate back. Y2A is just denying that.
Enemy remaining.
And we already see a 1-on-2 situation happening. Skills is doing a good job keeping VLT on their toes, making sure that they're not over-aggressing. Matarasu taking a little bit of damage, but still has the guts to peek back out and take down Skills.
With that round, Velocity able to reduce the lead again to 8-7, and I'm not sure why this keeps happening to Global Esports, but the buy rounds just do not go in their favor. They've lost all 4 of the 4 buy rounds that we've seen. The third round, I mean, in the start of either half, on both on Icebox, both on now this map of Bind, Velocity able to control the pace of their approach on the attacking side, not allowing Global Esports to actually play the game on their own terms, which is what got them that initial lead. Now Global, they're trying to take the matters into their own hands, but the B-Long aggression just shut down by Amaterasu. Hellfighter getting another 2 as a shovers. It's a massacre in that bat area, leaving Hellranger last agent standing. He's gonna get spotted by Amaterasu and now get chased down by the rest of VLT. A quick round likely going in favor of Velocity Game.
There we go. Final kill in his hands. Hellranger connecting that beautiful headshot, but not really able to continue that domination. That's going to be it. 8-8 is the score. VLT doing a great job tying things up and making a comeback. And here we go. A tactical timeout from Global Esports. They do know, I mean, things haven't really been looking good. So tactical timeout was pretty much needed.
Here.
Definitely. Global
Here.
Esports need to try, again, they're in a similar situation as they were in the first half, where Velocity's opening defaults, just as we saw in the first map, are just considerably stronger. Velocity's standard defaults able to continuously baffle Global Esports, but we did see the adaptability in the first half, and they do have the utility to once again make that adaptability count now in the second half. It's just a matter of how you're able to contest it. I want to see some aggression. The key difference between Jet and Raze in this composition is that MW1, the Raze, could rely on his utility. He's got the boom bot, he's got the grenades, even got a satchel kill in the first half, but SK Rossi, he can't do that. He's on the Jets. Instead, he's going to have to rely on his Sky to set him up for success, to be that playmaker. I want to see that Hellranger, right? Hellranger and SK Rossi combo finding that aggression, finding the early control, maybe in showers, maybe in V-Long. You can go anywhere as long as SK Rossi is comfortable. But I do notice, I did clutch, and I do see it now, Necro. SK Rossi's got the operator online.
He's got the operator in his hands. We already can't guess what's going to be happening here. Either he would like absolutely pop off and do wonders, or sometimes, you know, his operator just doesn't really work how you expect it to. It has happened multiple times in the past, and we can't expect the same thing.
Wow. Hellfighter trying to get some early information, gets taken down by SK Rossi, but Vibor there. Vibor backing him up, brilliantly played by him to find the trade because the operator is down and that anchor taken out. Now the early seekers by the side of Global Esports just to get some information will not actually suss out much towards the B side area where MW1 is just lurking in the smoke. Skills now able to get to the left side of the hookah. The smoke, I think, just about to die out in a matter of mere seconds. So he will set up the second one, make sure that MW1 does not get a free entry. MW1, he's feeling daring. He's got a little bit of risk in his veins, but nah. He's gonna back up. The satchel will reveal his presence, and it will cause a lot of attention towards the hookah area. I was gonna say that they should rotate, but they actually maybe double faking it. Now, despite MW1's presence being revealed, they're going back to the B side.
30
G are
seconds
ready
left.
for this.
Look at the Sage though. She's there on the A side, just to fake things out a little bit, but finally, here comes the execution from their side. Orbital strike and down on the market. That's just going to be wasting so much time of the lads of Velocity. Beautifully timed and beautifully played by Skills. This is what I talk about a good controller player, and this is what Skills brings onto the table. Beautiful ult to deny the plant will happen. The plant wasn't really denied. Spike has been planted. When Porridge down to such a low HP, Amaterasu is the only hope that VLT has.
Now from elbow, Global Esports coming in. They have one guiding light for themselves, and they'll use that for the site itself. It flashes out the Cubby players, so they know that Vibor is in that angle, but he's still able to get a double kill. Vibor on barely any HP, swinging and pulling back the round in the favor of Velocity Gaming. Looking for more. Hellranger gets taken out by Amaterasu from an impossible situation, with Amaterasu coming in from the lurk and Vibor stuck on site. 3v2 for Global Esports. They drop the ball, Necro. They are not able to pull off the retake. Vibor playing that round spectacularly.
I'm gonna say completely choking that round there. I did not expect that thing to happen. Global Esports, I expected you guys to win that round because you guys had all the advantage in the world. And you guys still choked it up. That's kind of a sad story on their behalf. But it's fine. 98 scoreline. They still have 8 rounds in the hand. Only 1 round lead in the hand of Velocity. Should be pretty easy to do a comeback, but here we go. Fire in the hole. The Raze ultimate is their showstopper inbound.
MW1 be like, let me give you a taste of your own medicine. The orbital strike by Skills last time. This time the rocket in Skills' face takes him down. And I really like the fact that MW1, despite how costly his ultimate is, not afraid to use it at all. He's always proactive. We saw it in the first half too. Whenever he gets his ultimate online, he's willing to just push in aggressively with it, find one pick for themselves. Now, having said all of that, Global Esports did get a trade for themselves, so they do have the advantageous positions. No real control gained by Velocity Gaming, so they're just waiting it out in this mid-round area. They're looking to actually get some information. Now, slowly walking in towards Hookah. Global don't really have any player in there, but SK Rossi is jiggling back and forth between Long and Hookah. Now, the flash doesn't actually reveal anything. SK Rossi getting very aggressive with the Blaze Bomb. There was no need for that. Could have done that after the resurrection came in through. MW1 does get taken out, but look at this, Kappa holding on. Velocity taking them down, and SK Rossi's aggression unwarranted, potentially causing Global Esports that round, Necro, don't you think?
That was just a really quick end there.
Yeah.
Wow. Did not expect that round to close off so early. I mean, VLT just completely stomped them over.
A lot of unnecessary moves from Global Esports. I feel like maybe the weight of the finals potentially getting to them. They need to reset themselves. They need to stop this, and they're relying SK Rossi on a glass cannon operator. Has 3 cloud bursts, so does have a little bit of utility, but with just 1 updraft, he's gonna have to be real careful about how he actually maneuvers around. MW1, again, the satchel doesn't actually do much damage to Skills, but does force him to be aware of that potential push. Velocity's defaults are simple. They wait for that shower's aggression. They're actually clearing out a lot of info. On the other side as well, SK Rossi being spotted out, meaning they know the operator is on the B side. They're gonna go for the execute on the A. They've got the U-Haul control for themselves, but this Viper Spit by Lightning Flash should hold on to sight. Now, while it does hold on to sight, since Lamp's into the control of Velocity, they're actually getting into the Viper Spit, waiting for GE to come into their own Viper Spit and die at their hands. MW1 with the double. It's Amitr chiming in with 1 more, leaving just Kappa and SK Rossi. GE on a slippery slope, going down minute by minute.
Going down minute by minute, 2-on-4 situation. VLT doing quite a good job holding the situation off in their hands. They have been doing pretty phenomenal on the attacker side. Of course, 2-on-4 situation, saving is the best bet you can always take, and this is what they're doing. But it seems like VLT this time is on a hunt.
Now, yeah, VLT looking for the players. SK Rossi trying to save his operator. Not gonna land the shot. They're just gonna keep trying to hunt him down. The guiding light from right to ace. The time should run out. And Kappa is there to make sure his Jets operator does not get taken out. A bit of a silver lining for Global Esports, but at this point, given the fact that this second half, it started at 8-4 Necro. 7 rounds in a row, 1 for Velocity Gaming. When you look at their composition, you don't expect them to be better at attack than defense because they have that Sage instead of a Sova. Not much info, instead a lot of utility to get into sites itself, but the defaults are so good. Every single time, as you can see on the map, Amitarasu either waits out aggression from Shovers or he himself looks to take that aim duel, whereas on the other side of the map, right to ace, with that Sky able to continuously get info on the B-long angle, they leave MW1 and Hookah to just use his utility, get info, or do some damage, and it allows for these players to set up that crossfire on the A-side area. Velocity waiting for GE to make mistakes, and GE keep giving it to them, so I want to see them change that here. SK Rossi, though, he's so aggressive, and right to ace, catching out skills. This is going down for GE.
Exactly. They're getting a little impatient, a little too easy. Skills just wanted to do some aim fights, some aim duels without any like flashes or anything, just some raw peek onto the long side. I mean, what do you expect, especially when you're going to be doing a raw peek like that? Things, of course, won't really be looking good. And wow, brilliant shot from Kappa there, immaculate. MWN didn't really know what exactly hit him. And here we have SK Rossi connecting that crucial shot. He should also watch his bathrooms, and yes, he does, but in the nick of time, Amaterasu is going to be shutting Rossi down. His domination for now will be stopped. He will be strike down.
30 seconds
2-on-3
left.
situation. Velocity Gaming down to 2 players. Amaterasu flicks onto other one, gets one down. Lightning Fast knows exactly where the spike is being planted. Right to us, we'll get the spike plant down. Here we have slowly and steadily the lads of VLT moving in near the lamps area. One is watching the U-Haul, and yes, Amaterasu missed a little bit of shots there. Whiff. He has to pay the price for whiffing such an easy shot. Here comes the defuse
Bros
in
don't
from the side
fake.
of Kappa.
One enemy
Yep,
remaining.
no, Kappa faked it this time though. He faked it this time. Right to us with an incredible clutch.
Oh my god.
Match
Kappa
point.
got the half defuse through, but with Lightning Fast getting taken down, he had to stop the defuse. Went for the pick and got taken down by Right to Ace. Like this round, so back and forth. SK Rossi getting the first 2 kills, playing it really well, but the cloud burst a millisecond too late, meaning, or rather, Amaterasu's position a millisecond earlier, getting there on time to take SK Rossi out, allowed himself to get into sight. Later, Kappa's crouch over there. Like, rarely you see pro players crouching, but Kappa in the Alam's position in the 1v1 duel, crouched, caught Amaterasu off guard, but still, right to Ace, right to clutch, actually, gets the map point online for Velocity Gaming, trying to go 2-0 up in this series right now. Velocity Gaming on GE's map pick are being dominant on their attacking half. Not a single round lost so far. They picked up as many rounds on attack as GE have total in this map itself. Now again, the defaults are similar, but the long approach changing. It's Amaterasu taking down Kappa. Skills does burn down. MW1 gets rewarded with the gun. Has the orbital strike on him, but gonna set up his own orbital strike to buy some space for himself. Now the double TP coming in from Global Esports. It's chaos raining all around. The flash coming in. They know that there's a player here. They need to clear out Hellfighter immediately, but he's able to get a kill. Hold on to his position. Cause a nuisance, putting up the Viper Spit, drawing all the attention to himself. Hellfighter will get taken down, but the trade is both the sides. The TP came through for Velocity Gaming. They're now onto the A side. They should comfortably get the plant.
Should comfortably get the plant. Exactly. Here we have VLT just looking around and on the
30
side. They
seconds
want to
left.
make an entry, but they're still not sure where exactly the lads of Global Esports have positioned themselves, just trying to bait as much as out. Rossi, though, I know this man. He's going to be peeking out the smoke. And yes, he will strike, but he will be taken down instantly by Right to
down
Ace,
A.
who is waiting there right for him. A 1-on-2 situation. This
10
is
seconds
really
left.
needed. This is an important map for Global Esports if they want to stay alive. They will have to
One
clutch
enemy
this one out.
remaining.
Skills finds one easily. Amaterasu didn't really check his back there from the CT side. Skills came in, got an easy kill for himself, and another one! And that's gonna be it! Skills just walks in through like nothing happened.
I mean, damn Skills. I have to wonder though. I think they did get some info of him being on the lurk, so Amaterasu expecting him to come from showers. He was looking at that angle, gets caught off guard, and then the flick from Skills to take down Right to Ace, just pristine. Keeps GE alive in this map, keeps the hopes of a comeback alive, but this is starting to feel like a bit of deja vu, Necro. We had a similar situation in the first map, and at the precipice of a comeback, Global Esports faltered. They missed the step, they missed the beat, and Velocity pounced like a cheetah. That's exactly what Velocity will try to do again. A single mistake made by Global Esports will cost them the map and cost them a lot of momentum. So let's see. Global Esports now just playing standard positions once again. I want to see this position by SK Rossi though, if it pans out, because he's playing a very defensive angle. Normally you expect that Jet to be on the aggression, but Global Esports changing up their positions, willing to give a lot of control over to the side of Velocity Gaming without much utility invested. Amaterasu able to capture showers for free, meaning now they can go for the execute, but this is exactly what GE planned for. This is exactly what SK Rossi wants. He wants them to try and execute onto the A side.
He has situated up himself on up those boxes. He's waiting for them to walk inside. Here comes the Seekers. Really catching Vapor off guard. Seekers definitely revealed a lot of intentions there. They must have gotten a lot of info. And here we go. GE. Rotations inbound. All the rotations are coming in through. SK Rossi does hear a little bit of sound from the showers area. Still not overstepping his boundary. Seems like finally he has learned his lesson. The showstopper not really able to do that much of damage as expected. Global Esports still on the side. And here we have Lightning Fast doing a good job
30
as anchor,
seconds
but on
left.
the other hand, Hellraiser and Skills trying to shut down the entire push of VLT, and up till now, they have been doing a pretty successful job. But look at this, Amaterasu has his Resurrection ready. Any kind of free space, any kind of breathing space to VLT, that means the Resurrection will be on board.
10 seconds left.
5-2 on the map. VLT just likely to go for the
Last
save here. They
player
don't have the
standing.
time. And Lightning Fast on the flank takes them down. 12-10. Again, a flawless round 2. Like, very similar to what happened in map 1. It ended up going to this position where VLT closed it out. So I want to see going into this next round if that happens. I expect, actually, though, an eco for Velocity Gaming. So, should be a bit of a report. Actually, scratch that. Velocity Gaming going in for the buys. MW1 actually going to have to stick it through on just the Spectre. So, they're forcing the issue here. If they lose this, their eco will get hurt and might just guarantee overtime for the side of Global Esports. But I remember saying those exact lines in Icebox. So, let's see if this gets turned around. Very aggressive moves here from Hookah. The guiding light set up to push for the long aggression. The drone now coming out. It's going to be SK Rossi with the first peek, but Vivor is ready for it. He takes them down. The trade comes out for
Spike
Skills.
down, B.
They need to clear out this B long area so they can go for the revive, but Amaterasu reloading in open space. Kappa takes full advantage, takes him out, and resets it to 3v3 now. MW1 very aggressively pushing in. He gets the kill, and deja vu it is again. Velocity Gaming, 3-1 advantage, leaving Lightning Fast all by himself in a 1v3 situation. Does have time on his side, because it's Velocity that needs to plant Necro, but 1v3, this might just be GG.
I have the spike.
This might just be GG, yeah, for sure. It's a 1-on-3 situation, as you did mention. Things are not really looking good for him. Lightning Fast need to make something happen in lightning fast speed, just like his name. Two players are peeking at the same time. If Lightning Fast decides to peek the long angle, things won't really be looking good. Satchel's out, MWN's on the plant. He does hear it though, but he needs to hold his horses. Any kind of desperate mistakes will cost him his life, and that's going to be it. VLT closing out the round, and that's second round in the favor of VLT. Wow. Global Esports are getting stomped on.
I couldn't put it better, Necro. Absolutely beautiful display from Velocity Gaming. Flawless execution. The attacking side, so damn pristine. They won so many rounds back to back. The fact that they were able to just completely demolish any hope of Global Esports actually holding on to their defaults, make Global Esports impatient, and give them rounds back to back. I wonder if this is the end of GE, Kyuki, because this map, this was the pick for Global Esports, and going into map 3, Velocity will be back on comfort, and the way they've won both of the maps out, stopping the comebacks, GE have got to be down on morale.
I mean, exactly, yeah, morale if you talk about that, but you know, mental strength coming in. G's mental strength, I feel like, is slowly and steadily is breaking down. And you all know, when the pressure is building up, your hands start shaking, you start getting sweaty all of a sudden. You know, the anxiety also builds up and everything. You know, it's the mental factor is such a massive part in the esports. And if you're having a good mental strength before going, or you're just feeling really good, then of course you will do good in games as well. So this is what matters the most. But right now, what Velocity Gaming is doing is that they're slowly and steadily crippling down Global Esports.
Yep. Exactly. They're able to just shut down certain portions of Global Esports playstyle that sort of renders them null. They can't really force the issue on one side of the map. SK Rossi was barely seen on the defensive side because that Jet relies on aggressive gameplay on bind. Like, you can't, unless you get an operator you can hold, but if you don't have an operator, she doesn't have any utilities shut down particular angles, so you need to get her in. But they were not able to do that. Rather, Velocity was able to predict it. They were continuously holding defensive angles. They're like, you know what? Your win condition is to get SK Rossi forward. You can try it. He might get a kill, but we will shut him down immediately.
Exactly. Trading is a main factor in these kind of games. Of course, 5v5 competitive shooter. Trading is always the more kind of like the main motive. Even if one player goes down, it's fine. It's fine. Sometimes, you know, a lot of times pro teams also do baits, you know, they just bait out their, you know, entry fragger, and then the backlines players is actually to, you know, get the entry for them. And then, you know, entry fragger's main role is to actually get the info. When he gets the info exactly where each and every single player is situated, this is when the second fragger who's behind the entry it's his job to follow him up and try and get his back. I mean, in that process, the entry fragger does go down, but it's fine. It's pretty much understandable when you're going to be entering the site. You never know. You're entering it completely blind, but the info that you're giving is what matters.
Exactly. And the space as well that you're able to create to allow your team to get in, it weighs in a lot. And you saw that from GE on their first half in the attacking side. They played it really well. They had an 8-round win streak. But since then, when they got onto the defense, it just felt like they were a fish out of water, not really in the right place, not really able to make the right moves. Whenever they did try the aggression, like as we saw in the last round, the guiding light coming in from Hookah set up by Hellranger to allow for a 3-man push. They even invested the drone. They knew exactly what they were doing, but Velocity did as well. DeBoer was playing the anti-flash angle all the way back in the entry to that B courtyard area near the attacker side spawn. And as soon as his teammates got flash, he was able to swing out, trade it, and make sure that the B long push didn't actually get them any area. Without the area, the SK Rossi on that jet just kept getting traded out. As you said, a key factor in tactical FPS games overall, but a key factor of Velocity's wins 2 maps in a row. And it just blows my mind how similar they've been. Like, I honestly remember saying the exact same lines at 12-10. Like, these are mixed buys for Velocity Gaming, Global Esports on a resounding comeback, but Velocity win it again. This team does not bow down.
Exactly. This team does not bow down. And as we were talking about, in the past, Global Esport has always been winning bind against Velocity. But now it seems like the homework has been done. They have learned their lessons from the past and they came in prepared. And, as people say, may the best one win. This is what exactly happened here. Velocity Gaming countered each and every single tactics that Global Esport was putting on board. You can see on the map, you can see on the radar, almost a lot of times, things were being switched up here and there from Global Esports. Some player was actually going on B. The other time, the same player will be going on A. So things were, kind of switching up. Then next time we saw Lightning Fast anchoring the side, but still it didn't work out. He was getting easily countered.
I couldn't put it better, Necro. And for me, at this point, Global Esports, they really need to reconsider what their game plan is because they're being read like a book. As you said, the preparation has come in for Velocity Gaming. They know exactly what to expect from Global Esports. Even when Global Esports were changing up their strats on the defensive side, they were still trying the similar win condition. Like, I always talk about how objectives and win conditions are the essence of macro gameplay as a whole. You need to have the right objectives in mind and then execute them according to what your win conditions are. And usually with Global Esports, you expect that to be SK Rossi. They tried to set him up for success on multiple areas of the map. We saw Shover's aggression, we saw long aggression, we saw even once a short aggression, but it never yielded any fruit. Instead, Velocity able to continuously shut him down, make him null and void. Let's have a look back the stats. MW1 being the MVP for the side of Velocity Gaming. Again, more kills for GE, but the win, the team as a unit for VLT.
Exactly. He has been doing a pretty great job. I mean, MW1, look, we have been talking about this, right? How MW1 is keeping up with SK Rossi. And I feel like the debate between these two players have been going on since the past. But now, in this map, MW1 did a quite phenomenal job. He played way better than SK Rossi. At the same time, I really like how sometimes I feel like SK Rossi just steps his boundaries a little bit too much. On the other hand, MW1 is also a jet who likes his controlled aggression. He only aggresses in if his teammates want him to, get a lot of info. On the other hand, Skills did a great job in the whole game, and then we have Lightning Fast coming up as well. Lightning Fast had one of the best moments in the game, and he deserves that second spot in the leaderboards.
Absolutely. And I really like that point you mentioned about MW1 because it reminds me of his position in the defaults that VLT was adopting on the attacking side, continuously in the hookah, just being a nuisance for the side of Global Esports, throwing out satchel by satchel, utility by utility, just making sure that a lot of attention is on him. That's controlled aggression at its very best. And the fact is, we actually got a chance to catch up with MW1 before the semifinals even begin. And he mentioned this. He mentioned that for them to win against Global Esports or any other good team in general, it's not about just him, it's about the entire team. He wanted the entire team to work as a unit, and to see that in action after he mentioned it, it shows all of the hard work Velocity Gaming have put into this matchup. 2-0 in the lead is Velocity Gaming. We'll take a short break and be right back with you with the Valorant Conquerors Championship Map 3.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. Get the water out here. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship, the road to VCT 2021 for the South Asia region. My name is Nikhil C.A. Bansali, and with me, I have Neeraj Necro Sangle here to cast the grand finals of VCC Qualifier 1. And we're here for map 3. But talking about the first two maps, first Necro, VLT with a 2-0 lead. They've looked flawless.
Exactly. And as we were talking about this matchup, even in the break, I mentioned that, at first, in the first half, overall, Global really looked so dominating. They looked so
Yeah.
promising. But then later on in the second half, just the way they started dominating, I mean, VLT, they just got so many rounds back to back. The momentum shift completely shifted in their favor. So this is what I was talking about, right? In the first half, VLT only got 4 rounds, and the rest
Yep.
were taken by Global Esports. But then later on in the second half, they only got 2 rounds. Global only got 2 rounds, and the rest, all of the rounds were taken by VLT. I mean, just a complete one-side domination.
Yeah, and it's so perplexing because when you think of the Sage Raze combination that Velocity Gaming have, you assume it's going to be better on defense given the number of utility they carry, but it was the opposite. Velocity Gaming so strong on their coordination, so good. Props to the IGL really for calling out every single time the way Global Esports is going to play, expecting the aggression and playing the defaults very defensively, and then using that information they get through in their defaults for the mid-round rotation. They continuously baffle the heck out of Global Esports. And talking about baffling the heck out of Global Esports, coming into map 3, Ascent, Necro, we talked about this in the break too, but I have to mention, Global Esports have recently been playing the Sova Breach combination on Ascent. It's a lot of aggression. The Breach Jet combo, we've seen this historically, even all the way from the beta days where the Breach helps that Jet get in. But without SK Rossi in prime form, can you really pull that off? Will Global Esports double down on SK Rossi, or do they just change it up? Do we see potentially that Sky for Hellranger, or maybe even his signature old Phoenix?
I mean, look, we were talking about this in the break, right? And you said that you have seen same kind of domination in the past as well. VLT
Yep.
was dominating in one side, but then later on, out of nowhere, Global Esports just stepped up, and
Yep.
Rossi was just absolutely popping out. But here's a player comparison between these two lads. I mean, of course, Right to Ace, the big man coming in against Hellranger, and we have the player comparison between these two. Hellranger with 8 kills and Right to Ace with 14. So in the previous game, both of these lads did an absolutely good job. Hellraiser, we do know this man does IGLing, and he just has a real good game sense of the game. But up till now, in these two maps, his IGLing, it doesn't really seem like it's showing any colors.
Yeah, and I have to say that the style of IGLing on both sides is quite different. Hellranger is more of the calculated personality. He understands when a team is likely to make an efficient play, and he's able to shut that down and inherently help his own team make those efficient plays, get the control of areas, and then that's why we see Global Esports play so much for rotations. But like that calculated style of gameplay simply did not work out against Velocity because they're like, wait, if you play GTO, if you play Game Theory Optimal, we know what you're gonna do. If we know what you're gonna do, well, you got no dice. You ain't gonna get away from that. Velocity Gaming going on to Ascent. I want to see what composition they pick up because for me, I look at this now. They have 2 options. Personally, I'm convinced of the Sage of Amaterasu, especially after Bind. The defensive half, not so great, but on the attacking half, the fact that he was able to continuously use his utility to just sort of delay them. Like make sure that Global Esports' signature aggression, especially SK Rossi, like the confidence we see from him when he pushes up, continuously denied. I want to see if they go back to the Sage on Ascent or if we see Amaterasu's signature Phoenix, because historically that's what Velocity have always played on Ascent. The comp we saw on Haven yesterday would be the perfect example. The Phoenix, Jet, Astra, KJ, and Sova combination. And if comfort is what they need to rely on to pull off a 3-0, I think comfort will go a long way.
Exactly. I mean, comfort, of course. Comfort should be there in a pro game, right? If the players
Yeah.
are not feeling comfortable, of course, the performance will be kind of lacky and wibbly wobbly.
Yeah.
But also, some people like to say, push, you should always leave your comfort zone and try to overextend yourself.
True.
So, of course, like leaving your comfort zone can show you new heights, but it depends on what situation you're leaving your comfort zone as well. You shouldn't leave your comfort zone, especially when you know that you're playing such a massive tournament. You want to stay in your
Yeah.
comfort zone. You want to stay in your comfort zone. You want to stay in your limits. And somewhere down the line, I was talking about this, right? SK Rossi, I feel like he's overstepping his boundaries a little bit too much. He was getting those picks, of course. He was getting that first kill, but then he was getting instantly traded off. I don't really feel like that's a good trade right there, because SK Rossi has to be one of the best players inside global esports, and especially if he's getting traded out that easily, then that's a massive loss.
Exactly. Velocity always happy to trade one for one, because without that jet, there really is no way, especially even if for some reason after that one for one, everything resets, like Velocity takes a side. If you're trying to retake without a duelist, life becomes so hard. There's no one to actually create space for you. And SK Rossi plays that solo role. And the thing is, he's always overstepped his boundaries, to be honest. He's always continuously played one step ahead of what you would expect someone to do. I've seen times when he's entry flagging on an operator for the sake of God. Like at that point, SK Rossi's confidence reaches another level, but that's the point. It's a double-edged sword. The day you're not firing off, the day you're missing your shots, it just means you end up giving trivial kills to your opponent, and your opponent's confidence builds up. You can see that in Velocity Gaming. We talked about this during the stat screen of both the maps. The fact that Global had more kills, but Velocity were working together as a unit, and their kills were much closer to each other.
Exactly. I mean, the stats, of course, yeah, they are pretty much close to each other, but we have to give props when it comes to like comparison between these two jets, MW1 and SK Rossi. We have to give props to how good MW1 is playing. He's playing absolutely phenomenal since the past, and I mean, now as well, I just feel like MW1 is kind of a player who knows how his team wants him to play, and he really likes to adapt to his team. If his team wants him to go aggressive, he does that. If his team wants him to, like, go get some info and try and play lurker roles, he can do that as well. I mean, haven't we seen so many times, a jet lurk?
Yeah, and the funny thing is, like, MW1 only recently getting into the esports scene. This is so inspiring to see from him. The fact that he's hit the road running, he's getting, like, for him coming into Velocity during the beginning of VCC is such a big deal, because Velocity, such a big name. They were unbeatable in 2020, but they had a recent dip in form. With the addition of MW1, though, coming into the grand finals of Qualifier 1, they've got a 2-0 lead, and it's exactly as you put it. He is able to fulfill any role his team wants, and that works so well with players like Amit Rasu on your team, because despite the fact that he's on the stage, you can see that his aim still shows. You can see that he wants the freedom to make his plays depending on his reads, and that freedom comes when your duelist is flexible. That freedom comes when your teammates are willing to listen to how exactly you want the style of your play structured. I love the way MW1 just sort of fits himself into the team. It feels like it's the last piece of a puzzle for Velocity Gaming.
Exactly, last piece of puzzle for them. But now, upcoming map Ascent, what do you think of that? I mean, of course, a good map, interesting map. I love that map myself, and I really feel like it's going to be an interesting one, but I just want to know your thoughts on Ascent. Like, what do you think so exactly is going to be happening? Because both these teams are doing a great job up till now. Matches have been pretty close, but still, VLT has been dominating overall. They have won. It's the scoreline right now is 2-0. And, I mean, if you talk about the upcoming map, things are really looking jittery for global esports. It's going to be so important for them. Any small mistakes, and they're done. A 3-0 vibe in the finals is a massive, like, black spot on their reputation, isn't it?
100%. Like, it's not just a black spot. It's going to down their morale so much that it would become, at this point, global esports wondering, wait, we have to wait to Qualifier 2. Like, the expectation, of course, from global esports that they would at least be able to contest heavily and take it to 5 maps, but without bind, it puts them in such a sticky situation. Because if you look back on the history of this El Clasico on Ascent, Velocity actually have quite a favorable count. When the meta was just that standard composition with the Phoenix, Amit Rasu's Phoenix was continuously able to outshine any plays made from Global Esports. And now going into the agent selection screen, I wanted to know if Global Esports would double down, and they certainly have. From Velocity, we see what we want, that standard comp we saw in Haven yesterday, but Global Esports doubling down. Hellranger on the breach, Necro. If SK Rossi isn't able to pop off, this might just be 3-0.
The old Amaterasu is back with the Phoenix. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the hype that we need. We might see some OG gameplays back up, and this is what we were waiting for. But also, Astro is on board. Now, this is going to be really interesting to see. I mean, Man, I can't wait for this one because Global Esports knows this is really important, do or die situation for them. On the other hand, you saw Ed Ranger, kind of having a good time. He's having a laugh as well. He does know, being the IGL, it's always his job to make sure his teammates' mental before going into a game is looking good.
Absolutely. Like, as an IGL, you're not just the in-game leader, you're also effectively the out-of-game leader. You need to make
Yeah.
sure the mentality of your team is on the same page. You need to make sure nobody has any random thoughts of, oh my god, negativity, The idea of, are we going to lose? Like, maybe they are, but it doesn't matter. In the game, you cannot be thinking of that. Now, Global Esports on the defense with this breach. The defaults are always going to be to try and get SK Rossi into an aggressive position. You can see already positioned to set up their fault line to allow SK Rossi to take this aggressive angle on A main, but the utility is there from Astra. The smoke, the dissipate actually, to make sure he's not able to hold that A main angle, allows MW1 to get in real close and personal. MW1 does get flashed out, has to dash back, and the gravity well as well, making sure that he's not going anywhere. Now, a lot of utility invested by Global Esports over there. A flashpoint, the aftershock as well, and the fault line, meaning only a couple of flashes left on that breach. Velocity be like, you know what, we'll take that trade, we'll go over to another part of the map.
But look at this. All the lads of Velocity Gaming have stacked out mid, and it seems like mid to B is the initial strat that they're going for. MW1 destroying the door, trying to fake things out a little bit here, but shouldn't really divert the attention that much of the last Global Esports. Walks straight into the line of sight of Lightning Fast, and of course this man is not going to be missing shots like those. He is born for those moments. You should not give him such easy picks, and MW1, look at this man. Aggressed all the way till CT spawn, and Rossi missed so many
30
shots!
seconds left.
Rossi is completely potatoing up till now.
Hey, definitely. But hey, look at this. 1v3, MW1. One player is low. Lightning Fast really low, so maybe if you find a kill, you can take them down. But Skills able to find MW1. Applauding the discipline of Global Esports. The way that round ended up working out was that all of the utility invested by Global forced Velocity to end up going to another place. I thought they would take mid control and actually try to wrap back into A, because then you go back to a place you have info of. You know that on A side that the breach and the jet exist, so if you wrap back from mid into A, then you can easily push in because you have an account of how many flashes the breach has used. But they tried to go into B, and Lightning Fast shut them down 3-0 on the Astra. He's gonna get rewarded by a Phantom in the second round.
Exactly. He will be rewarded by Phantom in the second round. Here we go. Another round starting. It's already in the favor of looking pretty good. Skills already even 2, opening things up. Should be looking pretty good. Rossi, though, yep, not really having his day today. Rossi is not really having his day. Icebox did quite decent, but then later on, he's not really able to step that much up. Skills, though, well, it seems like today he's on fire instead of Rossi.
A teeny thing, but I really like that they gave the ult point over to Skills and not Kappa, because that's the 8 ult Sova. You surely shouldn't be stacking it on him. The lockdown much better. But hey, back to the round. Hellranger takes out MW1. Hellranger looking for whoa, wait, what? Managed to cat right to ace in the air, take him out. A flawless round for GE, meaning they get a bonus here in the third round. And this is where they need to break that streak where they always lost that third round. Velocity do have the full buy. If Global Esports can turn the tables around and find a 3-0 for themselves, that would be huge. But what I really want to see is some now extreme aggression, because this round isn't necessarily about winning anymore. You've got SK Rossi on the op. You can move him away and play him as an anchor and allow Hellranger to play a sort of pseudo duelist role, because with the buffs on Breach, on the equip and unequip time on his flashes, he can actually flash for himself and go for the peaks immediately. So Hellranger on that Breach can adopt a role which he's used to on the Phoenix itself, playing that A main and delaying pushes for as long as possible. But look at Velocity Gaming, Necro. Moving through mid, they've got full mid control, now setting up the drone to get some info. They should spot out the alarm bot right there, and they should be able to take it out. It's MW1 now able to maneuver into Pizza, trying to get a delivery on board for Velocity Gaming. Will not be able to. Instead, the door gets shut down on him. That's some late delivery. I don't think he's going to get the 30 minutes free do.
VLT not really able to make their mind up. Did cause quite a bit of sound, quite a bit of ruckus on the mid there. Now deciding to back off. Look at what they're doing, all the way rotating in from the attacker spawn, and now they're going into B main. Killjoy is there to collect any kind of info. But here, Vapor is backed up with right to ace. Interesting plays here. Are they going to be expecting skills to be in this corner, in this cubby next to the logs? Probably
30
they will,
seconds
right?
left.
This is an angle people are supposed to check pretty much early off there. But that swamp grenade is there to deny a little bit of time. Just to waste a little bit of time. They're backing out from that situation, and now it seems like they're going to be going from mid to A. Oh my god, he's already in the short area, and of course Hellfighter got himself that kill.
One down.
Hellfighter and MW1 using all of the chaos in B main to get themselves into advanced positions, pick up a double
Spike
kill
planted.
on the side of GE, and it's Vibor taking out his counterpart and skills,
player
leaving it down
standing.
to SK Rossi. I really would have liked to see a save there. Instead, he looked for the exit frags, and he got shut down. As you said before, Necro, SK Rossi just not having a great day today whatsoever. Gonna drop his operator, and because of that operator, it's not even a bonus anymore. It's a flawless buy round for Velocity Gaming. No damage done to them whatsoever, meaning now going into the next round, they actually have the eco advantage.
Exactly. I mean, the way, as you did mention, you know, beautifully, that the way they got that B-main sound to lurk and get themselves in advanced position, all the rotations was on B, and A side was left completely open. MW sneaked in through the jungle area, got himself some kills in the CT spawn, and VLT showing some 200 IQ plays. I was predicting that Global Esports will actually do a pretty good job against VLT. Like, I predicted that Global Esports probably going to be winning this finals, but VLT now is proving me wrong.
I have to say though, it's really inspiring for me the way they're doing it. It clearly shows a lot of hard work put in by the players, and they're getting rewarded for that hard work. Now, SK Rossi in binary, Hellranger just jump peeking so that he can set up his teammate, but SK Rossi peeks a little too early, ends up getting flashed himself. If he peeked a second too late, maybe that wouldn't happen. Instead, he's gonna get burnt down, has to invest a dash enough draft to just get out of there. It's a lot of money gone for a free hot hands. Phoenix using the super high level tactics right there, but look at their skills. Moving into B main aggressively. Does have the drone for help. Will push back with Warfare. Velocity have their eyes set on A. SK Rossi with a nice one tap, but the instant trade is there. Hellranger there to back up his teammate in the tree area. Able to get another kill for his team. The 4v3 advantage for GE should help them pull off an easy retake in VLT plant on A side.
Side control's already there. Onto the lads of VLT, they shouldn't really be having that much of trouble to get the spike plan as well. Of course, G is trying their best to create as much as problems as possible. And yes, Hellranger, one solo man gets 2 kills for himself, and that's going to be it for VLT. Right, so he's taken down by Kappa. The defuse should be there. And as I mentioned, right, Rossi overstepping his boundary, getting that kill on the tiles, but getting instantly traded out. That's not really a good trade. Rossi, you need to understand that you're a real good player when it comes to overall, you know, values. Your value is worthless. You're really good in games, and if you're just getting traded out like that, and if you're trying to overstep your boundaries, it's really not favoring your team, because Rossi is kind of a player. He needs to stay alive till the late rounds, and then he will just shine in so good.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think while the aggression is important, it's all about the controlled aggression like we were talking about earlier, right? Rossi, I would say even in the mid round, if he's able to stay alive till that point, we saw the impact he was able to create just in the last round, able to get that sheriff kill. Even though he died immediately after, it allowed Hellranger to step up and find the positive trade for the side of Global Esports, and with that is what helped them secure the round at the end of the day. Going into this round, the buys for both the teams, MW1 actually initially opted for the Phantom and the Light Shields, but now switching up to a Spectre and the Heavy Shields. That tells me that we're looking at a potential heavy execute from the side of Velocity Gaming. They have that Cosmic Divide ready on Hellfighter, so you can set up that Cosmic Divide to cut off both the defender side spawn angle as well as the market angle, and then go directly for the B stairs area, try to wrap around on anyone playing on the side. But Skills playing a very aggressive angle here, will get any notice of any such approach. Now 2 players going towards the main, 3 towards mid. Amitarasu, the flash came in, the peak was there, he was able to find the kill, but MW1 trying to take down the recon, ends up getting caught out by Kappa. The aggressive push by Kappa again, but he misses his shots, and Hellfighter takes him out. And just like that, an advanced position for Right to Raise. Amaterasu is shut down, so it's still the advantage for Global Esports.
Global Esports finally seems like they will be able to stop the momentum that VLT has built for themselves. I'm really praying for Global Esports here. I really hope Global Esports win this round if they want to stay in. Because I'm a fan of Global Esports myself. And of course, Rossi, I'm a fan of him as well. I don't really want to see this clean swipe from VLT to Global Esports. Because, okay, here we go. Final man taken down. LFF falls down as well. Global Esports finally gets second round. Finally gets another round on board.
Let's look at this mid approach again. The Cosmic Divide came in to cut off. Rather than the market angle, since they were going for the mid approach, they cut off the mid entry from the defender's side spawn. That allowed them to contest pizza first, take market control, and then go for that split B approach where they're able to wrap around on any player actually playing aggressively onto side with that turret, the way Skills has been doing continuously for the past few rounds. Now we do see a timeout taken for Velocity Gaming. You can see Amaterasu detailing out instructions. Amaterasu and Right to Ace, the two most experienced players on that team, talking it out, making sure that they understand what is going wrong. And the issue here, I think, has continuously been that they're not able to force the issue against the KJ on B because of the defensive utility set up by Skills. And then when you go on to A, you just got flashes in your face, left, right, center.
Tactical timeout coming out from these lands. Pretty much needed this. Now, VLT does realize that slowly and steadily, GE is gaining momentum. And of course, being in their shoes, they don't really want this. VLT only has one round in their hands, and GE has 4. GE's looking really good, at least up till now. But look, the pressure is still on them. Because one more round, I mean, it's pretty much easy for VLT to make a comeback. We've seen in the past. It's just in the second half, it depends if VLT gets the round in their hands, then the momentum shift might just go in their way. But for now, G is looking pretty strong, and hopefully they keep the momentum going.
Careful now.
Materasu, hot hands on the backside. Oh, he decides to back off with the spike here. And Right to Ace is left all by his lonesome.
Now the slow rotate coming in from Velocity Gaming. They're going to let MW1 try to get in from Catwalk and use the late utility likely to come in from Right to Ace to cause some chaos. While the rest of them try to check if any B aggression has happened. They notice that nothing has, and with MW1's forward position, they're going to set their sights back on A. But look at this, Skills has his turret set up in a really interesting angle, because this is effectively a contact turret for him to swing out of these boxes on and then look for the peak.
Going up.
See, the wall being set up now will cut off the entry in from their side and able to cut off multiple angles, especially on the door area. Amaterasu getting himself into forward position. Took a lot of damage from the nanoswarms though, and the contact swing is exactly as we talked about. Skills and Lightning Fast mow them down in A main.
Exactly. Here we go, another round in favor of Global Esports. Pretty much well deserved, and finally seems like, as I did say, they're doing a pretty good job. The tide shift is on their side, looking pretty good. And yep, exactly. I mean, just completely, we're just mowing them down. And I just like how now they're playing really good. And as I did mention in the past as well, you know, Rossi, of course, is really good when it comes to repositioning himself, and he does realize he just has so much map awareness.
Look at this, the default from Velocity Gaming to try and contest mid once again, leaving Amaterasu to cause some chaos over at the A main area. The recon coming out, gets some information with Lightning Fast instantly taking down, but not much. Once again, the aggressive turret from the side of Global Esports. Now the Rolling Thunder coming in, they're pushing in aggressively into A main. They get flashed though. Amaterasu with the double flash, just trying to hold on as much as possible. The swings come in, and Amaterasu and Right to Ace shut them down. The Rolling Thunder will give no yield. Velocity Gaming, they answer the aggression of Global Esports so well.
Exactly. Velocity Gaming does such a good job, you know, overall reading. Just a little bit more rounds, and Velocity Gaming just tries to read what Global Esports is doing. They're just really good when it comes to countering the enemy tactics. They're just really good at reading what they're trying to do. MW1 walked right past him. But has a real good position hold for himself.
Kappa. Now slowly going towards Defender's side spawn. Not actually, likely just gonna try to save his weapon towards that Defender's side spawn area. Does have the Odin on him. Is a little costlier than your average Phantom or Vandal, so it does make sense to try and make sure that you don't end up losing that weapon. But with that round, Velocity Gaming are gonna be able to just take a breath, release some pressure off of themselves, and know that the idea now to play against Global is make sure that you play standard defaults, you try to take control, but not aggress too much, because that's what we saw in Bind as well, right, Necro? Like the Global Esports aggression that kept getting shut down is what we get to see in action here. So GE, they need to make sure they don't get a little too overexcited. They need to make sure that they're playing the way that got them the initial rounds, which was the idea of making sure you're setting up SK Rossi rather than a multiple three-handed push the way we saw with that Rolling Thunder. Now again, that Killjoy down at A, SK Rossi with the operator is gonna get the fault line as well to set him up to get a very aggressive angle down at B main. Will be spotted by the turret right here, so he should just take that down and back up, but this is SK Rossi. Ain't no backup in that dictionary.
Yup, exactly. You did set that quite right. That was an actually good shot. He's like a thief in the night, steals that kill away and backs off instantly. And now, again, the man advantage is in the hand of Global Esports. Ult denied from Materasu, did not expect him to be there. In the catwalk, SK Rossi has his ult popped out. He's looking for some kills here and there. Oh no. Uses both of his updrafts, hoping that someone might be on the site. No one really was completely stuck on the right side there. And now, deciding to kind of back off. Look, the spike still hasn't been planted, so Genie thought maybe they're rotating all the way towards B, but now finally the spike has been planted, the info has been given away, the rotation should be back on A.
Materasu does have the firewall ready, it can be really good on the post plant. But with the alarm bar being triggered for skills, they should get a lot of info, and Rossi using that info very, very well, able to take out Materasu. Now they know exactly where Hellfighter is, they will be able to take him out, but look at this, right to Ace, has the Hunter's Fury, but has no idea, the Diffuse is going down, the Cosmic Divide, taking away all the sound from right to Ace. The Diffuse goes down under his nose, and he just has to end up saving the weapon. The Hunter's Fury couldn't have done much because he didn't know exactly when the Diffuse would have been started. So if he had popped that Hunter's Fury too late, could have lost that ultimate as well. Global Esports picking up that round, and for me, Skills played that brilliantly, getting a lot of info from his utility. I have to applaud it because especially now with the Killjoy nerfs where utility is not as easy to pull back as it was before. It's 20 seconds for both the turret and the alarm bar. The placement initially as well as later has to be pristine, and essentially when you pull back has to be perfect. The fact that he had his turret after pulling it back at the end of the round allowed them to get Amaterasu and start off the retake.
Exactly. Till now, Spike is near the A main area. Right to us is the one who has that. Nothing really much going on here. Mid is completely left open.
Spike
The
drop.
lads of Global Esports. We don't really see anyone holding the mid off there. They should be a little cautious because there are two enemies lurking around in mid, and they're trying to find themselves at least an opening. Because mid, of course, is more kind of like an important part when it comes to Ascent. Especially when the enemy has the mid control. They just have so much map control.
And it's that map control that Velocity are gonna look to use as they push in onto A side. Now, do note that both teams have the Sova KJ ultimate ready, so you can't really use them unless getting traded. But SK Rossi holding this
30 seconds
wood
left.
long position, able to get multiple kills on shot. That's back to a lightning plus. Velocity, though, they're forcing the issue. They're able to get a couple of trades, but it's still a 1v3 for right to Ace. He's gonna have Hellranger just stunning him out, making sure that he can't get to a post plan. He's stuck on site, and now all three members of Global Esports coming in, putting him in a sticky spot. Now Kappa has a couple of shock dart ready for himself. And the right to Ace just stuck on this box. He needs to first take out Skills right here. The turret gonna come out, that reveals the position of right to Ace, and in goes Skills, takes him out, establishes a 5-round lead for Global Esports. And again, like SK Rossi, able to stay alive. We talked about this, Necro. We just want him to not die at the start and get these kills the way he's able to make the impact count for the team.
Exactly. Global Esports now is putting on an absolute show, and this is what we like to see. This is what we like to see. Both teams playing absolute their level best, and the audience, the viewers enjoying the games. And now is what we were talking about. Both the teams are doing absolutely phenomenal, and as long as they're doing pretty good, the competition is going to be real close and good as well. And it's, of course, going to be so interesting to watch.
I mean, at this point, for Global Esports, it's all about just pushing as hard as they can. Remember, they lost their home map in Bind, so they need as much morale, as much confidence that they can take from this map. Really interesting setup here. They gambled expecting a B-side aggression. I think because the Cosmic Divide was ready for Velocity Esports, Velocity Gaming, the idea was that maybe they would force the issue on B, because that's where you usually expect the Cosmic Divide to go down. On A, the walls are much more narrow and much more harder to execute, but SK Rossi rotating all the way to A, the aggressive A peek, he gets the timing right, takes out Amaterasu, leaves Velocity Gaming with one man down, and with the health bars of both the Killjoy and Jet down low, it's effectively two man down.
Global Esports certainly have set up their standards out of nowhere, and they have been doing so good reading Velocity now. Look at this. Skills position still not compromised. He's pretty anonymous. Manages to connect that straight transfer. And up till now, Right to Ace will get 2 kills back to back. This is pretty massive. This was needed for Velocity to get the momentum shift going in their favor. But it's a 1-on-3 situation for Right to Ace to clutch this round out. He has to make some kind of miracle happen.
30
Anyways,
seconds
finding
left.
the triple. Gonna look for the 4th here right on Lightning Fast. Knows that Kappa is somewhere on site, so instead gonna leave Lightning Fast alone, trying to isolate this 1v1, the Hunter versus the Hunter, the Odin versus the Phantom. Right away, not looking at the right angle, and Kappa will take him out. He is the true Hunter, and Global Esports are the true leaders on this map. 8-2. The thing is though, Necro, and that's the thing that's keeping me from getting overexcited. They had a similar long win streak on Bind, and then they got shut down in the second half. So I think the true answer for us of whether or not this double down that Global Esports has done by picking up Breach, really believing in SK Rossi to step up, will come through on the second half if they can pull it back. But for now, they need to at least try and utilize the 6-round advantage they have to push to a 9-3 or a 10-2 scoreline. 8-4, I feel like would be a good comeback for Velocity Gaming.
Of course, 8-4 will, of course, be a massive comeback for them. But look at this. I mean, look at the momentum shift. Look at the tide shifting in the favor of Global Esports. And I also like how each and every single fight now Global Esports is taking so cautiously. I like how little mind games have been played from Global Esports. It finally seems like they have learned their lesson. They're doing a pretty good job holding their horses. They're not overstepping at all. But this lockdown might be so damaging. But here we have, here comes the Hunter's Fury to deny that lockdown, and it will be easily destroyed as well. Kappa is trying his best to hold on the backside, but he's getting pushed on by each and every single player from all the angles. He can't really do much.
Global did expect and execute just a round back, but this round is where Velocity actually went ahead with a MW1 creating the space, his teammates setting him up with the utility. He finds the 4K, now looking for the 5th, and the 5th is Hellranger. Likely gonna get denied. Actually scratch that. Hellranger able to take out LFF, so the ace is still on the cards. And you can see MW1, he's hunting. He's running all along, searching the map. Now Hellranger taking out another kill on the board. There's still no possibility of a retake because he just has 3 HP. But it does mean he should be able to save his weapon. MW1 though, the Hunter coming out off now. Ace short, looking for Hellranger. I think he should find his ace right there.
You should have seen your faces.
Exactly.
Last round in the half.
Pretty much last round of the half. This is going to be, okay, look, even if Global Esports win this one round, the next one, the half, the second half is going to be so important for Velocity Gaming. If they want if they want to stop the momentum that Global Esports has built over them, then they will have to win that second half pistol round. That's the most important thing, because if you win the pistol round, that means one thing is for sure, that the enemy team will have to eco if they want to buy good guns on the second half's third round.
You are divided.
Cosmic Divide coming down allows them to take easy mid control. Market has been acquired by Velocity Gaming, and the pace has been turned up. They're going in aggressively, but look at this. SK Rosti caught in a tight corner, dashes into B main, takes out Hellfighter, now looking for the second kill. The aftershock coming in. MW1 has to get out of there. Market is where the massacre is happening, and leading the charge is SK Rosti. Skills will find one, and SK Rosti with another. Global Esports looking for this last round for themselves, and with Amaterasu and MW1 really low, it's all but guaranteed. Now SK Rossi with the alarm board revealing the drone as well coming in. Should have been able to take him out, but Amaterasu still finds the kill, keeps the hope alive. So nice for MW1. The jiggle is there for Lightning Fast though. He will take him out, and at this point, with Hellranger getting the kill of MW1, Amaterasu is an impossible situation.
Exactly. 1-on-4 situation, VLT. At least for now, VLT is getting completely stomped on. Wow, that spam was really good, and again, behind the wall, Lightning Fast. I really like the style in the end, how he was just spamming the wall. He knew 101% he's there. Kept spamming, did kind of a shoulder peek to get some more info on his exact position, and then kept spamming the wall.
Absolutely, Necro. 9-3. We did talk about how we want at least 9-3 or 10-2 for Global Esports, and while they did not get 10-2, 9-3, a very strong first half, because now the pistol becomes so important for Velocity Gaming. You lose this pistol, and you are in a position where if you don't force buy, you're looking at the 11-round score mark with a lot of emphasis on your buy round, where even if you win your buy round, you could be in a position of damaging your economy, where the other team then gets a free match point for themselves. So this pistol, extremely important for Velocity Gaming. They need to start off this second half right if they want to try and pull back the scoreline to go for a 3-0. Now, very aggressive push down B main by both of the duelists. Look at this though, Kappa and Lightning Fast are just waiting for it. MW1 takes one out, but Lightning Fast answering real quick with 2 more, gives Global Esports the lead.
Oh my god, Lightning Fast is just doing such a good job right now. He's feeling himself today, that's for sure. That's for sure. He has been having such a great day today. VLT. They are on a man disadvantage. Here comes the push. Right to is there in the backside. Does really good job holding it. I did not expect Right to Ace just completely destroy those two.
Got concealment.
Global Esports trying to move in. The spike is dropped all the way back in boathouse. The flashes are there though, helps them get into the first lane, trying to push in. They have flashed out Right to Ace, but he's buying so much time for his team. Recon now coming out, giving so much information. Rossi Hellranger get 1 kill leads. The trade comes out for Vibor. It's 1v1 Hellranger versus Vibor. The aftershock comes out, forces Vibor to step back, and now Hellranger spots him out right there. Gonna change up onto the Ghost so he can get more of that long range action going. Spots out the turret, is gonna know that Vibor likely to come in from the other side, gonna take out the turret. Only has 10 bullets left on the clip, has to reload for himself. Vibor just gonna place the alarm and back right up, knows that time is on his side. Spike now getting planted, a really good plan from Hellranger because it blocks the view of Vibor. Hellranger though misses the shots, and the calm, composed nature of Vibor, cool as a cucumber when his team needed it the most, wins that pistol for Velocity Gaming.
They needed this round pretty desperately, and Velocity Gaming will even get that in their backpack. They needed this so desperately, and they did get it. But these 2 shots by Lightning Fast were just too good. And how can we forget about this one? I mean, because of Right to Ace, honestly, they are able to get so close to that round, or else it would have been just, you know, Global Esports winning it again.
Yeah, definitely. Like, we talked about how important the pistol round was as well. So Vibor finding that round for the side of Velocity Gaming. He doesn't have too many kills, but the fact that he's able to clutch that out itself is a lot of impact for his team, because now they've got the Spectres and they've got some room to pull back, and Amaterasu is exploiting that weapon advantage to the max. An aggressive push into B main, shuts down SK Rossi, gets that first blood for his team, and denies any space for Global Esports at the same time. The fault line comes out, stuns Hellf in that tree area. The garden player being forced to play in that garden alone, not actually play on the aggressive angle on tree the way he might have liked. The shock dart coming out does a lot of damage. Gravity bell though from Hellfighter finds the double kill. Will not find the triple Hellranger instead of the trade, but at this point, effectively over for Global Esports in this round.
Exactly. Materos as well, firing some shots here and there, finally connecting those last 8 bullets. Only had 8 bullets in the mag, skills falling down. VLT finally seems like things are looking a little bit more good on their side here.
Absolutely. And if you look at this particular round, I think what's really important for Velocity is either A main control or B main control. We've continuously seen them take that B main control. In the pistol, it was both of the duelists moving in. In the next round with the Spectre, it was Amit Rasu doing exactly that. And in this round, we can see again the KJ being played at A with Amit Rasu playing for that B main control. But MW1, he's looking towards the mid angle, looking to just shut down any sort of mid approach. Knows that with the breach especially, that's where Global Esports might set their eyes on. Now Global Esports, B-main in their favor. They do get spotted out by the turret, setting up the rolling thunder. Now with that, it's especially in that direct block size shape. It clears out all of the side, stuns all the players. But with Hellfighter playing an extremely defensive angle down, under Hell, could have got a kill, but SK Rossi shut him down. Really nice kill by him to secure the side for GE.
That was an absolute cracking shot. SK Rossi got himself an entry, so much side control as well at the same time. Now it's just all G has to do is get that post-plant positioning going on Prime. Any mistakes over here can cost him the round. And G knows, still now, only one more round needed to for VLT to close this entire finals out. So G knows this is a do or die situation. You cannot make any kind of rookie mistakes at this point in time. But it seems like, yep, VLT's completely retake tries will not be happening today. Kappa getting the final kill, and that's going to be it.
10-5 for Global Esports. Winning the buy round especially key because it ensures that especially without many guns being dropped, they have a comfortable cushion to keep pushing their advantage on and try to secure map 3 for themselves. Now, that was the bonus for Velocity Gaming, so they do have the buys for themselves in this round. So this is the true test for both of the teams, where they need to try and find an equal lead for themselves. Look at this setup from Velocity though. Heavy mid contest coming in. Both the duelists moving in, probably on the back of that recon dart coming in from the Sova. They spot out lightning fast, and the duelists taking full control of mid, not getting contested at all. Amit Rasu and MW1 in such brilliant positions.
Here comes Rossi again. I'm pretty sure he's just going to be dashing on the side, but no. Gets instantly traded out by before. Beautifully played that angle as well, but next time whipping a little bit shots, and he will be traded out instantly by Kappa there. Global Esports getting that whole side control in their hands and peeking like that out in the open. MW1 without any info. Kind of a questionable move, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Especially considering that without any info, you started playing into Global Esports' hands, giving them the duels early so they don't have to worry as much about the retake in the post plants, especially on A side where it does become a little difficult. Now with the drone spotting out a player of Velocity Gaming, they realize that there is effectively no hope of a retake. They step back, they save their weapons, and they live to fight another day. For Global Esports now fighting back and answering one of my biggest questions. Like for me, the idea always coming into Ascent was, with SK Rossi not firing on all cylinders in the first 2 maps, do you pick up that breach and still go for it? And the answer was yes for the side of Global Esports, especially accentuated by the fact that the breach got so many buffs to his kit in the way where it allows him to still be that support player the way he was before the buffs, but now with a lot more self-sufficiency. So even when Hellranger isn't pairing up with SK Rossi, like you can see in this round, he can set his own team up for success. Despite SK Rossi going down early, Hellranger able to entry with his team and secure the site for himself. Now it will be Velocity going on to the eco, just the 2 weapons saved will be carried over.
11-5 is the scoreline. First 2 map, VLT won them. Third map, it seems like Global Esports is showing their dominance. And this is what was needed, right? If they would have lost this, it was pretty much done. This was so needed for Global Esports, and they're finally, this might be a little bit of sigh of relief for them. If they win this round, it would be really good. And I'm pretty sure as close the competition gets, the more entertaining it gets.
Velocity playing very defensive here on one side of the map while they aggressively push in on B-main. Vibor has got aggressively forward, and Kappa was waiting for him. He will take him out, but the flash is there from Mitarasu. Does get the trade. One of the players who saved the weapon in the last round, the fact that he gets a kill is really important, but because he was the player surviving doesn't mean that a gun is acquired. The Global Esports trying to respond on the other side of the map. The dash in from SK Rossi, he takes out MW1 and takes the site for his team. They should easily get the plant down, and in this 3v4 situation, The retake is difficult, but since Velocity is already here, they do have the option for just playing on
enemy remaining.
aggressive positions. Right to Ace. Another of the players who saves the weapon finds the double kill, but skills taking on the right
enemy
time.
remaining.
Takes
Oh
two
my God.
out. Leaves
So
it down
close.
to a 1v1. Amaterasu looking for skills,
No!
and he will find him. The thrifty for
Ugh.
Velocity Gaming with just 2 full weapons. They pull back around, Necro.
Exactly. That was absolutely well played by Velocity Gaming there. And Global Esports, I did not really expect them to, lose that round, honestly, because things were looking really good in their favor. Over here as well, Amaterasu blinded him, but still he almost lost that fight. And SK Rossi, this was some brilliant level aggression, but VLT just did such a good job countering that entire push.
And the issue becomes that when you have such an advantage, the 4v3 advantage in the favor of Global Esports, you don't want to peek at all because, as you saw, VLT was already on site before the spike was even planted. So there was no option of going to post plant. So all Global Esports really could have done was play contact and swing with 2 players jiggling on boat houses. And if those players get the contact, then another swings with them and plays for the trades. Because in the 4v3, if you get the trades, you win. But back to this round, Global Esports, they have a lot of key ultimates and they're investing them to try and push in. The attacker killjoy ultimate, Velocity actually allowing it to go all the way through. They're not trading it with the Hunter's Fury because Hellfighter has this position on the Heaven area. This could be a really good call from Velocity.
Exactly, look at this. Already entry has been found, but VLT Vibor is still back in lines. He's in the hell holding his ground. He's like an anchor and is never going to be leaving the side anytime soon. 3v4 situation, it seems like VLT is doing a pretty good job putting a full stop to the momentum shift of GE. Is this going to be a 3-0 swipe, though? I mean, overall, GE just needs 2 more rounds in their hand, and that's just it! But no! Kappa gets 1, Skills gets 1, and finally seems like the hopes of GE are back up.
Stay down.
Right, Twist. We'll
30
take our
seconds
skills here,
left.
make it a 2v2 on the map, and both the players of GE in this mid area.
Enemy
Right away,
remaining.
slowly approaching them,
Nice.
but Kappa peeks on time. Gets a nice kill, able to make it 1v2 on the map. They should be able to get into B-side comfortably and get the spike planted. Now, for me, it was a good start for Velocity Gaming, but Global Esports responding
10
really well
seconds
on
left.
the mid part of the map. Despite losing multiple kills, they held strong, got the kills back in their favor, and now they should be able to secure a match.
Oh, Vibor does not check the cubby in the B main, and he will be taken down by Kappa. Beautiful positioning again. Global Esports
Match
getting
point.
another round in their hands. 1 more round, and this map will be in the hands of Global Esports. This matchup is going so intense, CA, and I really want this to go even more close. I want to see a closer competition because, of course, the closer it is, the entertaining it gets.
One enemy remaining.
I couldn't agree more, Necro. And the fact that we might just be going on to a map 4 just perfectly encapsulate that. Because look at the economy of Velocity Gaming. 3 Spectres, a Phantom. Of course, the Blade Storm compensates for the lack of weapon on MW1, but it's still 3 Spectres carried over. So very difficult hold from Velocity Gaming. Now Lightning Fast able to take out Amaterasu, the only player with the Phantom, I believe, does mean it makes the situation just a little bit worse. Rubbing salt in Velocity's wounds there, Global Esports. Now with the man advantage, they'll go for the full rotate. They have that Sova ultimate to play on the post plant, so if they can just get the spike planted, it's that round effectively guaranteed. But look at this, the 2 Spectre players, they moved in so aggressively. Flash comes in, but Spray is there.
Spike
Oh my
down
God.
A.
1. SK Rossi able to take them out. That could have been so good, but that flash was so key from Hellranger.
Exactly, that flash was, of course, a really good flash, and this is what we talk about Breach, right? Those direct
Yeah.
flashes sometimes can just help you out so much. They had to turn away to avoid that
Spike
flash,
planted.
but couldn't really do it in time because SK Rossi is, of course, just way too fast. NODWIN down to only 38 HP. What else can he do? The turret's also targeting him to a decent amount of damage, but look at this crispy shot onto Rossi, just deleting him out the game. Right to Edge does know. The rest of everyone else should be outside A main, and that recon should give a decent amount of info, but it doesn't. Got taken down before he can even start revealing the positions.
Last
Shock
player
dart
standing.
inbound and overstepping his boundaries just a little bit too much.
Out
MW1,
of charges.
I feel like he should have held and tried to
Back to
support
work.
right to Ace. 9 bullets only in his mag. He should reload at this point in time, but lightning fast, taking the
Attackers
final
win.
kill, closing out the round, and that's it. GE gets the well-deserved map in their hands, and this was so needed.
Definitely Necro. GE able to pick up on map. You can see the relief, the smiles on the players' faces because they understand how important that was for their chances in this series. Keeps them alive, keeps the
Exactly.
score to a 2-1, and takes us to map 4. And for me personally, having casted a similar series before where Velocity took a dominant lead and GE made the comeback, I just keep thinking, are we going to see a reverse sweep or will Velocity be able to bounce back? Because this was Velocity's map pick. Now going into map 4, we get to see Global Esports' map pick. And damn, the way Global Esports doubled down on SK Rossi and the way he delivered, I think SK Rossi back on form.
I mean, next map is going to be Breeze, and we all know Viper is
Oh
so
my god.
essential on Breeze. And Rossi's aim, especially yesterday on Breeze, we saw him absolutely pop off. I mean, yeah, in the end I felt like Rossi is finally coming back in the game. You know, he's showing his
Yeah.
presence, and I feel like he's feeling himself slowly and steadily in the map of Breeze. I feel like Rossi is absolutely going to dominate the stage.
I would love to see that, but like when I think of Breeze, I just start thinking of the various compositions we can play. I'll save that conversation for a little bit later because I do want to talk about Ascent itself. Like the composition played by Global Esports. In the start, it looked a little shaky with them getting caught out a couple times, but even though they got caught out, what I love about them is how they're able to rally back in the mid round. They're able to
Exactly.
reset themselves and they're able to pull back kills, which gets them that even favor. And then during those trading, they're able to actually capture area for themselves. And that's the biggest advantage of that breach because when you're able to trade with that breach, you're almost always effectively guaranteed an area because you have those flashes, you have a shock to follow up. We saw it in action in the last round. Those 3 charges can be devastating, man.
Exactly. Those 3 charges can of course be devastating. And now before, I mean, you know, if you're kind of looking good on HP before, at least you can absorb the blow of that
Yeah.
breach's blast cannon. But now you just cannot. Now you need to move out the way, or else the 3 blasts are just gonna take you down. So this is what I was talking about, right? Breach's buffs are of course looking really good, and seeing Breach being played on Ascent, it really felt kind of refreshing, didn't it?
100%. We got to see a difference in playstyle. In the first 2 maps,
Yeah.
the playstyles were quite similar. The comps were quite similar. But now coming into map 3, where the playstyle for both of the teams were quite different, Global Esports able to pull away. And that makes you think, wait a minute. When it comes to Breeze, their playstyles and their comps are again quite different. Is this a story spelling itself out? We'll have to see. But back on the topic, I think for me, Amaterasu especially wasn't able to get as much traction as he usually does on the defensive side. The B main and A main control that I've seen him personally take on that Phoenix was not there because of that breach. Continuously, Global Esports was able to force the other side of the map. They were able to dictate the pace, and that was the issue when it came to Bind. Continuously on Bind on the second half, it was Velocity dictating the pace. It was Velocity forcing Global Esports into a state of impatience where they thought they had to make the plays, and they ended up playing into Velocity's hands. Now with the breach and the Jet back on form, it felt like Global Esports looked like they were back in a comfortable position and they put the pedal on the metal and they pushed it all the way through. 2-1, Global Esports fighting back, GE fighting indeed.
Exactly. I mean, 2-1. The competition's getting really intense. And as I said,
Yeah.
Breeze, the chances of winning the Breeze map is of course a lot. And I really want to see,
Yeah.
a tough competition even on Breeze. I want to see an OT going on because we haven't really seen
Yeah.
an OT in a long time. I just want to see that OT going on. You know, things just get so heated up, even between the players, even between the casters, and even between the people who are, spectating the game and having a good time observing. So the pressure is what I'm talking about. The mental pressure will be increasing so much on these lads. But yeah, I was talking about how things were changing in the favor of Global Esports in that previous game.
Yep.
I really felt like those little mind games were being played by GE, how they were repositioning themselves, and this is a really strong suit of GE. They are just so good at repositioning themselves. On the other hand, Velocity Gaming is just so good at reading the other teams like a book. A little bit like they just try to experiment with a little 4 to 5 rounds, and then once they are done experimenting, they just start utilizing their strategy and try to tackle the team down.
Definitely. And I think that's what ended up not working for Velocity is the fact that they did not experiment early enough. Because you saw at the end of the first half, they started upping the pace of the game. They went for those fast split executes. They were trying to get into the face of Global Esports and make sure that the breach, even though he's got buffed with his equip time and the time it takes for him to set up the fault line or the flash, he still needs some time. So if you get into his
Exactly.
face, if you're able to punish him, that's where it comes up huge. They did that too late into the first half though, and it meant that it was 9-3, and they it was just too much to rally back on the second half. So I want to see that extra bit of decisiveness from the side of Velocity Gaming, because they still have the lead. They're still the team here with the 2-1 advantage in the series. They just need one map to go in their favor, and they walk away as the first representatives of the Indian region in the VCC main event. So looking into this next map, I do want to ask you, like, I know these both the teams are going to be playing different compositions. We'll get to that later, but I want to talk to you about mentality and like the idea of how these teams approach the game in general. The mentality for GE, always calculated, efficient, play for the less riskier play for the more calculated play. Whereas VLT, as you rightfully said, they're more open to experimentation. So I want to see how MW1 is able to come out as a new player on a new map. I feel like you can make it your home.
Exactly. I mean, you can definitely make it your home. But didn't you feel like in the third map, VLT, it just seemed like their confidence was a little bit
Yeah,
boosted up and they just got a little overconfident in each and
yeah.
every single fight they were taking. It completely felt like they were taking fights out of confidence. Like they just had so much confidence. They were like, okay, we've already gotten two maps in our hands. We just need one more. Let's try to close this out as fast as we can. But then that just didn't pay out. It just didn't work out in their favor. Global Esports just completely shut them down. And that was also not just a normal shutdown, not a close shutdown. That was a dominating shutdown by Global Esports.
Exactly. And it just sort of speaks very well of how this entire series has gone, where we've had spells of each team dominating parts of the entire map. Like, it's never actually been 1-1, 2-2, 3-3 like that. It's usually just been 5-0. Oh, wait, come back 5-5. And the fact that Global Esports did not allow that the latter part of my statement to come through, the fact that they push their lead continuously further has got to help their own confidence and gives a bit of a reality check to the side of Velocity Gaming. Because as you said, a couple of those peaks were not necessary. Could have been done the way they did it in the first two maps with the buddy
Yep.
system, but without that, it did feel like Global Esports continuously able to cast him off guard. But hey, going back to the strat screen, this is exactly what I wanted to see, Necro. You have that breach in your team. You won those first bloods on your Jet, and 7 for SK Rossi. I love that.
Exactly. I mean, this is what we like to see, a cracking performance from SK Rossi. 7 first bloods on his name with the 17 frags. I feel like SK Rossi did quite a good job. I mentioned this before as well. SK Rossi started, picking up his pace in those later game phases, and he did quite a good job, maintaining it as well in the later game phases. But skills, how can we forget about this man? He's just doing such a good job overall playing the Killjoy and still, dominating the enemy team lines. Vapor, on the other hand, right to ace and MW1. How can we forget about MW1? Of course, one of the best Jets out there. I mean, of course, he's kind of in head-to-head competition against SK Rossi.
Yeah, and if I look on the other side, I notice Amaterasu all the way down at the bottom of the leaderboard. And I go back to what I was talking about before we started Ascend, is that with that Sage pick working so well, especially since you're going to be likely playing into a Breach, I wonder if the Sage could have worked better for Velocity Gaming, because the Sage is a very good answer to the Breach, given how fast the Breach usually wants to play, given how much control he wants to take away. The Sage directly answers him by denying that. You have the wall, even the slows to just deny that aggressive Jet push just works really well for their team. So going back to the Phoenix, where you ended up matching Phoenix aggression with that Breach plus Jet aggression, it felt like even though Amaterasu had the right ideas, he did not have the tools to pull off the executions on that particular agent. Don't get me wrong, I personally love Phoenix. I just feel like when the other team is going to play that Breach Jet aggressive combo, maybe the Sage could have worked better. Maybe even a Sky, because we both love that Sky on his Ascent.
Yep, of course. I mean, Sky on Ascent always has been kind of like a really strong suit. Not just Sky, any kind of a flash agent on the map Ascent is just so good. Because if you want the mid control, you of course need the flash to get, overall control. And Reyna, Phoenix are always one of the best duelists out there. Jet, of course, can be, the main duelist. But I feel like Ascent, usually people use 2 duelists from their backpack. But over here, we did see some kind of a heavy presence of controllers and sentinels. And of course, we do know in a competitive game, you do need that extra bit of info if you want it.
Absolutely. I'm just excited to see what comes out on Breeze from both of these teams now, because looking back at their stats across the VCC Qualifiers 1, they have 2 quite varying styles. We've seen Global Esports on stream yesterday against Enigma playing the Breeze map itself. they were a little bit shaky, but I'm sure it was actually just a litmus check for them. A litmus test where they're like, you know what, we played Enigma and they revealed a lot of our flaws. We got the time to check up those flaws, fix them up, refine their strategy, and coming into this fourth map here, looking to make this series even, they will lean on that experience from that map yesterday to just push it all the way through against Velocity Gaming, take us to the fifth map that I think every single one of us wants to see.
Exactly, fifth map, of course, and especially if the competition is going up to fifth map, imagine the hype that would be created.
Oh my
Imagine the
god.
pressure. Imagine the tension on the players and the viewers,
Whew.
because all the fanboys want their want their preferable team to win. But you will always have that pressure going on. Especially imagine an OT on the fifth map. That would be icing on the cake.
I mean, I can already feel the goosebumps coming for me. I can feel
Yep.
the excitement building up. And honestly, all I will say is I hope you're right. I want to see that OT, maybe even in the fourth map. I really do want to see an overtime because it builds up the tension in the players and us. But for now, we'll give you a chance to just grab a drink, grab some snacks, because we're in for the long haul. We'll be back with a short break of the Valorant Conquerors Championship. We'll be back in a jiffy.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이. I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tia, joined by Necro here for the NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship, the road to VCT 2021 for the South Asia region. So much on the line here, and when GE needed to bounce back, they sure did, Necro.
Exactly, they sure did. But still, you can't really say anything now. This
Yep.
map is also really important. This situation is also a do-or-die situation for GE. They haven't really gotten themselves out the pit, but yeah, they're halfway there. One more map, that means they're completely out the pit, and then things will be, there will be equal pressure on both the teams. But for now, of course, mental. If you talk about mental capacity, I mean, VLT should be really looking good because they, of course, have an upper edge.
Yeah, absolutely. But VLT still have that advantage. Like, they've only lost one map, and for them, this is all about retribution from the Ascend map, where it felt like they did not get to play their own game at all. It felt like GE was continuously, even on the rounds that VLT won, it felt like it was more GE's mistake rather than VLT's. So at this point, you can see that my rate is mixed up with both of the teams because of how good and how close they are. But look at this. This is what we were expecting from Velocity Gaming, the double controller composition, the Brimstone from Amaterasu with the Viper. On the other hand, we know exactly what GE is going to do, the Sova Sky. But I personally prefer double controller on Breeze with the Sky that is likely to come in for right to ace. What do you think about these compositions?
I mean, exactly, look, I really like G's composition right now. We see a Sky inbound. But now, if Kappa actually takes Sova, I really feel like, especially when you have a Sky in the team, you don't really need a Sova. But look, every team has their preferable play style, and maybe G has something planned in the backpack. But yeah, as you were talking about, I mean, sometimes, actually, like sometimes the games are just getting so intense that you're just getting into the game, and you just forget what you're saying because the games are just so entertaining. So it's fine, mistakes do happen here and there even from our sides. So just to ignore that sometimes, because the game is just so entertaining and we're just so locked in. We're locked in and loaded for these games. Breeze map, this is going to be an action-packed. As we are taking a look at these, you said dual controller, from the side of VLT. This is going to be an interesting one. This is definitely going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, and to talk more about the compositions, the reason I prefer the double control... Brim is a little sus, don't get me wrong. Brim definitely a little sus, but still, the double controller better than a single controller because I feel like the Cypher more than compensates for the lack of the Sova for the guaranteed info, right? The way the Cypher is usually played on Breeze is the anchor setup on defense, and then the active lurker, the aggressive lurker on the side of attack. So he gets you a lot of info by nature, and you don't really need the darts to get that guaranteed info, especially combined with the fact that the Sova shock darts, the lineups are quite far away, so they usually never are good enough to reach on time to actually stop diffuses, and the ult being 8 points, I don't think he carries much value on this map, but we'll see if GE is able to prove us wrong. For the side of VLT though, the Brimstone, while obviously not the best of all controllers, what he does bring you is those long smokes, the ability to play anchor, and we've seen how good Amaterasu is at doing that. That combined with how good the orbital strike can be on this particular map for post plans or even executes to clear out particular angles. We'll see how it goes for VLT. Right out the gate, all three guns running. They're stacked up on B side. The Trailblazers are coming out to clear backside, and they're going for the execute.
Exactly, going for the execute here. Beautiful shock dart there. Should deal decent amount of damage on the edge of the rim. Yes, it did. Lightning back going inside the VLT. Finding themselves 3 kills back-to-back. They're trying to deny. Trying his best to deny that. Held Ranger there in the back lines trying to even things out, but he's going to do a really difficult job. He's the only man left. One tap coming in on the right to ace because he was down to such low HP. Poison Orb there. That's just going to be helping Hellraiser to kind of reposition himself. Now, I really like how intense the situation is getting. Hellraiser, he's going to be creating himself a little bit of flank here. He's going to be dropping out from mid and then surprising the Cypher, surprising HellFF completely off guard.
1v1 on the map. It's Hellfighter versus Hellranger. It's going to be Hellfighter. Getting the spike
30
planted
seconds
now.
left. Spike planted.
Is going to be able to rotate onto the backside area to play the post plants.
Camera taken out.
Spy cam revealing Hellranger's position. The spam coming through from Hellfighter does a decent bit of damage, and Hellfighter capitalizing on that is able to take out Hellranger, secure the round from himself, and with this Cypher starting us off, like, at this point, this map feels like such a beautiful Cypher playground. It's huge, makes it perfect for the Cypher to lurk. It has beautiful positions for the Trapfire, for exceptional areas on B, for example, like the backside area that continuously denies control to the attackers, and the cameras, you could see how much value he was able to get out of it. You have those spammable spots, and Hellfighter, combined with Vivor, of course, picking up the round for Velocity Gaming. They're rewarded with Spectres for themselves, a chance to
Camera
push their
taken
lead.
out.
The setup, it seems like out mid here. Again, intentions look pretty clear. Viper's walled out. Kappa taking a decent amount of damage there. Smoke's going to deny any kind of hidden, so Kappa is not really able to get any kind of info there. His vision is completely blocked. Intentions are pretty clear. They want to go B. NWN slowly and steadily walking in through. And yes, they will pretty much get the side control for themselves. But Hellranger and Lightning Fast are on the flank.
Spike planted.
Hellranger moving in now, does get spotted out, and that does mean Amaterasu will make sure not to allow him to come in. Window control is for VLT, but look at this Lightning Fast. Going down to hunt his fellow Cypher. The Trapfire was there though, and the cage will make sure that he doesn't get pushed on. Hellfighter attracting all the attention to himself, but given the fact that he's the only player with just Ghost, he's gonna get taken down pretty easily. But now 5v4 on the map. Even though the advantage is to Global Esports, the guns for Velocity should make this retake impossible. But look at this, the kills are going through. It's Amaterasu now, 1v3. He has to play for time, has to hold on as long as possible. Lightning Fast takes him down though, and I think there will be barely enough time. Just over a second on that diffuse. Global Esports pulling out a Thrifty. This is humongous.
Exactly, absolutely humongous. I mean, even though they did a force buy, still, what a way. I did not expect, honestly, to win, Global Esports to win that round, and look, instantly a timeout coming in from the side of Global Esports. They did realize, now, look, they do know this is a really crucial map. And this is the only timeout like they should be using, you know, using 2 timeouts in one single map. I don't really feel like that's a good idea.
Definitely. VLT, I think they just took the time out to talk about what happened in that round. You should pretty much never be losing a Thrifty after winning the pistol, especially after you've got the spike planted. Very early aggression by some of the players from Velocity Gaming. I think for Hellfighter, of course, he had no choice. He was getting pushed aggressively. He bought a lot of time, but his teammates did not need to actually help him out. The time he was buying was more than enough. They just needed to hold their post plants the way Amaterasu was doing, but they did not. Instead, they took the fights, and GE responded beautifully. After taking down Hellfighter, they were able to find kill after kill. SK Rossi, I think, chiming in with the Marshall as well, made it so that Amaterasu was just, wait, out of nowhere, where are my teammates? 1v3, he tried his best, but was not able to pull it off. The classic shots were there, and Global Esports out of nowhere. Hellranger especially playing phenomenally on just the classic, to now get rewarded with a Vandal. A Thrifty is such a big momentum changer, Necro. We have to see how VLT is able to bounce back.
Wow, this is a nice spot. This goes here.
Hawk out.
Look at that now.
Blinded.
Hawk goes out, got some info. Skills has a decent amount of info now. At least there is someone's presence outside A. Spike is still out mid. But look at how aggressive MW1 is getting. He has already found so much map control for himself. This is absolutely insane. MW1 might just get a free walk-in into B side, but he's not going to do so. Instead, he's going to go all the way back to CT spawn. And this is so big. MW1, he has a massive advantage in this whole scenario, but he did get kind of spotted and tacked up there by SK Rossi.
Tripwire destroyed.
You do notice that Skills is still over on A side. The spike, sorry, right to Ace is still over on that A side, and the spike is still on the back side, right in front of the attacker side spawn. The guiding light actually doesn't give info of right to Ace's position, and this could be the false sense of security. Right to Ace needs to move in. He does exactly that. Sound skills looking for another, but the
30
Vandal is there.
seconds left.
Hellranger finds the tap and shuts him down. Now, you can see Velocity rapidly progressing towards this A side. They have Pyramid's control with Hellfighter taking all of it for himself. The board will go down for the flank, but
Spike
MW1
planted.
finding the kill, shutting down that mid lurk, gives the information. The lightning flash is coming over from there as well. Viper's pit being set up by Velocity Gaming. They're looking to hold on 2v3 on the retake. It's both of the controllers. Now the camera going in, trying to get some info inside the Viper's pit, but they're playing on the edge. They're not checking their backs. SK Rossi coming in, could shut them down. Instead, Amaterasu gets the first kill. SK Rossi able to find one, will find the second. The flank not checked meant that Global Esports, despite some initial stutters, they will close out the round.
Pretty good way to close out that initial round there. SK Rossi striked when he was needed the most, and Global Esports for now are doing pretty good. I feel like they're doing a great job countering VLT strategies, and now I really feel like in the Bruise map, Global Esports have definitely done their homework. Look at Rossi, looking so good.
Absolutely, man. And at this point, what I really want to see from Velocity Gaming, now that they have the full buys, is try to prioritize that Ace Shop Altorb. Like, you have the Sky Seekers ready. You can use that to aggressively position yourself into that Ace Shop angle. Get that ult off on maybe the Cypher for yourself, then go for an aggressive execute. You have the Cypher once you get a kill to pull out the Neural Theft. But instead, Pulse Control is the name of the game. The door already opened by GE. Gives MW1 a free peek. He takes on skills. The door will get shut down by Lightning Fast, but MW1, he's like, no, I want that open. Looking for more kills. The Seeker's coming out now. It's Amaterasu able to take one more player of Global Esports down. And just like that, Global Esports, like dominoes, they fall to pieces, unable to answer the push from Velocity Gaming that came from every single angle possible.
Look at how much advantage VLT has in this whole round. VLT, I felt like they just completely countered the lads of Global Esports. SK Rossi's position, I really like how he's tucked inside this little cubby. I don't feel like anyone's going to be expecting him to be here. Might be able to find some free kills, but I feel like saving is the main opportunity for SK Rossi. He thought someone's dropping down from above, that's why he looked there.
Will end up saving that weapon though. You can see VLT trying to hunt them down, but given the size of the map is difficult, and it's actually Hellranger who picks up an exit frag. The score equalized once again, and we haven't seen this on most maps, but I think it makes most sense on this map that it would be much more back and forth, because these are truly untested waters, literally near the Caribbean islands, where I'm sure it's shark-infested waters. Both of these teams continuously trying to adapt themselves and change their playstyle depending on what the other team is trying to do. And right now, I think the main point of contention for either of them is going to be that Hall's approach near the A side. If you're able to take Halls, you then have that door to open or close depending on what you want, and especially with this Viper's Pit going down to shut down the A main entity itself. This Hall's control is especially important. You see SK Rossi holding it down, finds the first shot but misses the second. MW1 will punish him, will get rewarded with the Halls for himself. Now the Trailblazers going out for the side of Global Esports from mid doors, gets some information but doesn't actually spot out the Cypher. So Hellfighter just holding on to his position. Global Esports getting stretched a little too thin here, Necro.
They're getting stretched a little too thin here. Global Esports, they want to hold on to this as much as possible. That's why Hellranger popped his ult. He had a little bit of hinge that they might just push on to A side. So with that ult, A side plan has pretty much been cancelled, and we already see that Sky making that rotation towards the B side with the spike. She has the spike in her hands, and everyone is pretty much ready to go here. MW1 already pushed in so deep on the metal doors. If he breaks these if he breaks this trap wire, pretty much his position will be
30
revealed.
seconds
That's why
left.
he just wants to wait here. He doesn't really want to be impatient and just get away without any advantage. And right to him, only inside the side, and finally MW1 stepping it up as well. Beautiful timing, as I would like to call it. Nice flash coming in from Skills, and will take down MW1 pretty easily. Skills trying his best to, retake the side. But it's a 2-on-3 situation. Here comes the route from the side of Sky here. Beautiful flash as well. But look at this. 3-on-2 situation coming down line. GE is struggling, but as I say that, Head Ranger kind of minimizing the risk there. It's a 2-on-2 situation now. Beautiful walls kind of get themselves so much side
Last
control
player
here.
standing.
Vapor trying to minimize things out. It's a 1-on-2 situation now, and a beautiful shot from right to ace to take down skills.
The Seekers were almost enough for the side of Global Esports to pull back that round, but just not all the way through. It gave them a lot of information. It allowed Hellranger to pick up the kill on Hellfighter, but initially over here, MW1 winning this duel against SK Rossi caused so much chaos because of his position in that Hall's area. As you said, he was just waiting along the trapfire for his team to make a sort of presence on the other side of the map, and as soon as that presence was established on the B side, he went in running, knowing that they have to answer him. You have to answer that flank, and as soon as Global Esports tried to, it was a 1-for-1 trade, but despite that, all of the focus on him meant that VLT got more than enough time to set up on the post plants. I can see Global Esports on the eco. They 4-stacked this B side, leaving Kappa on his lonesome to try and get some info on mid, and then Halls. Now he's gonna go off towards a Velocity. They haven't moved in just yet. They do have a shop control, so you can pick up that ult orb, get that Sky ultimate online once again as soon as possible. You want to feed that Sky ult as much as you can. Now, the Viper smoke set up to deny that Cubby as well as the right pyramid area. The wall going up for that Viper. It's an easy plan for Velocity game.
It's a pretty much easy plant. There goes the spike down. It's still pretty nice to the
Spike
top.
planted.
And look at this double up drat from SK Rossi. Missed 3 of his knife. Only has 1 left. He's not really able to do much, but here Scarif back. We should help him out a little bit to redeem himself back there. The eco from him is really not looking good. It's a 3-on-4 situation. Like that, 1 kill.
One
Trying their
enemy
best to
remaining.
put things out. They're trying their best to trade things out, but right to ace. With that incredible spray transfer onto both of them, and that's going to be closing out another round in the favor of VLT. Now, things are really not looking good for GE. They need to do something because, as I said, this is do or die situation for them.
Yeah, definitely. I will say though, in general, we do expect Breeze to slightly favor the attackers, especially with that double controller, I would say, where you can just shut down all the sightlines GE wants to hold. The Brimstone really coming up huge, but right to ace on that Sky, 8 and 3. He's already used 1 round of their Seekers in 6 rounds, has his 2nd round ready, and you can see that's why the 4-stack coming through, likely to establish a forward presence for themselves and then pop the Seekers once they've got that initial engagement to get that extra bit of information. Now for now, the Trailblazers coming out from elbow. I don't think it's spotted out. Kappa does have limited vision. Actually smashed that, probably did, because now the orbital strike coming out. Kappa does get pushed out. If that was purely a read from Amitarasu, very well done. Followed up by the Seekers. They know exactly where all of Velocity Gaming are. But still, it's Lightning Fast getting the first blood. Amitarasu takes one down, but Lightning Fast holding strong around the pillars. Velocity took B side, but they did not clear the pillar angle. And Lightning Fast just swinging them round and round. Getting kill after kill.
One
What's
enemy
happening
remaining.
here? Oh my god, what was that?
What?
Blinding himself up skills. It's going to be a little embarrassed after that one, that's for sure. Kappa attacked him up quite a lot, but he's only down to 15 HP. This round should be pretty much VLTs because Kappa is only down to 15 HP. And I feel like saving is the better option
30
you can
seconds
always
left.
go for at this point in time because the hopes of you actually clutching the round.
Spike planted.
Is he going to be saving though? That's the main question. It seems like no, not this time. He's going to be going for a retake, but nope, changes his mind again.
Yeah, Kappa thinking he would go make the hero play. The IG will be like, nope. You go back. You save that weapon. There is no dice for a retake here, especially 1v2. You can't even assume that the Cypher is low. Kappa did land some shots on Hellfighter, but you can't assume the Cypher is low since the Sky is already alive. She hasn't healed him, but the idea for GE will always be, well, the Sky is alive, so she could have healed him. So in general, not a good idea. That combined with the fact that the operator does get saved just makes it the best decision for GE, but now Velocity pushing their lead continuously. I loved the orbital strike because it pushed that nest angle away from Kappa. It allowed the B tunnels to be captured by Velocity, and with the B tunnels captured and the Seekers popped from B main, it meant that they knew that one player was in backside, one player was in the defender side spawn sightline, and they were able to clear both out. Lightning Fast almost pulled off a ripper of a round, getting multiple kills around that pillar area, but he did end up getting shut down, and Velocity now establishing a 3-round lead. Already, the Sky ultimate is back to 2 out of 6 points, so if you keep going back to that A shop area, feeding her the ult points as much as possible for just the expense of one guiding light, those Seekers can be a true menace.
Definitely can be a true menace. Eventually pretty clear. Rossi finding himself that one peak he was looking for. Wants to find the second ball as well, but no, misses those shots, unfortunately.
Where is
Got traded out by one
everyone
instantly. Here comes the neural theft from Hellafeth. That's going to be giving him so much info. VLT right now has read the exact rotation that GE is trying to do here. Look at MW1. This man just has so much map control. The solar drone's going to be spotting MW1 out, but no. MW1 just knows exactly where Kappa is. Unfortunate stuff for Kappa there. Thought maybe we'll get an easy intro out there. But yo, beautiful shot from Lightning Fast. Just like his name, proving my point. Lightning Fast hitting some Lightning Fast shots. Getting another one! Someone stop this man with the scout. He's just doing an incredible job. The Marshall is popping off in this man's hand.
The two snipers working in cohesion to pull off the round for Global Esports, a round that looked like was slowly slipping out of their grasp. The double Marshall kills from Lightning Fast and the double op kills from Hellranger will mean SK Rossi gets his op back. And to think back, the entire round was on just snipers, Necro. SK Rossi got the first blood here with the op. He gets taken out, and then the op gets traded to Hellranger, who gets 2, and Marshall double for the side of Lightning Fast. I will applaud MW1 though. The decisiveness on this player is so beautiful to watch. Knows exactly where to expect the other player irrespective of the situation, and is constantly creating space for his team. But this is what I wanted to see. The A shop angle for right to ace just to feed him that also get that Sky ult online ASAP, so that op held by SK Rossi never has to be an issue. Now before he's playing on the precipice of destruction here, almost jiggled into the crosshair, but instead waited for the guiding light. That does mean he gets away with his life, and SK Rossi has to back up. Had to use 2 cloud bursts as well as the dash, so a lot of utility gone. Gonna go back to an aggressive angle, but SK Rossi gonna have to be careful because look at MW1. Such an aggressive push to mid doors gets a lot of value for that kill.
Definitely gets a lot of value there. VLT. All 5 players alive. Gee, somewhere down line, they do have a disadvantage in this round. For the preview. Now, look at this. Metal doors already slowly and steadily moving in. If we take a look at the presence on the though, there is some heavy presence. Even Spike is there. MWN opening things up on mid. That's just going to be helping so much for VLT to get the side control. Rossi is still on the side with the operator. Is not going to let VLT just cross in that easy. Look at MWN from the back lines. Yes. Going to be finally putting a stop, putting a good stop onto Rossi. Not really able to do much with that operator in this round. And Lightning Fast taking that last man down.
Absolutely. 6-3 now for Velocity Gaming. The timeout will start for the defenders. Global Esports realize that with just 3 rounds left in this half, this timeout can be clutch to whether they end it even or they end up at 9-3, where Velocity have an advantage similar to what Global Esports did in the map of Ascent. Now, I want to talk to you, Necro, about the difference in the fact that what this Sova is able to bring to the table versus what this Brimstone is able to bring to the table. For example, I haven't seen any recon darts actually displace players or force them to because of their position being revealed, relocate to another spot. The recon darts have been a little lackluster, and that's not really Kappa's fault. It's the map, really. There's so many corners where you can hide, as compared to the Brimstone, where Amaterasu is continuously able to use his utility. We saw the orbital strike, for example, clear out nest. We see the smokes continuously denying specific angles that Global Esports want to hold. And given the fact that even though Breeze is a very big map, if you notice on the sides, there's not many specific boxes or construction equipment or anything in general to hide behind, so those smokes can be clutch. I want to ask you, where do you think Kappa could change something up to bring that impact on the Sova that we saw him do on the other maps?
I mean, overall, look, the presence of attackers right now, it seems like Spike is definitely outside A here. A little bit. MW1, yes, expected that push from Rossi. and catching him off guard instantly. Skills flashing himself again. This is the second time he's done that. Unfortunate stuff for him as well. Head Ranger instantly popping his ultimate. He did know Viper's
Here.
Pit can deny their push onto A. That means he should be at least chilling for now onto A side, because pushing through Viper's Pit is the most
I've
riskiest
got
thing
your
you can ever do
trail.
in your whole life. MWN getting another frag onto Skills. He's
Found
already
one.
found 2 openings. This is huge. This is huge for them. This is huge for
Tripwire
VLT, and this is
destroyed.
what they needed.
Outsider.
But G, on the other hand, look at this man. Slowly and steadily crawling up right to Ace. Missed a little bit of shots there. But G finally seems like they're retaliating back in style.
That kill from Lightning Fast was huge. Hellranger getting another on Hellfighter, meaning the lurk was also shut down. Just trying to hold on in his Viper's Pit. Look at Velocity though. They're coming at him from both sides of the map. Hellranger takes down MW1 and will get some relief with the backup coming in from his teammates. Kappa and Lightning Fast find 1 kill each. And the thing I loved about G's approach to that round was, look at A side. There are 2 main entries to the particular side. There's mid doors and there's A main itself. Of course, if you take Hall's control, you can open the door and get in, but
Here.
that gives a lot of audio cues. So the natural entries are mid doors and A main. You shut off A main with the Viper's Pit, and then you take aggressive control from mid doors. SK Rossi got taken down early, but that didn't matter because of the fact that Skills got in there nice and deep, allowed his teammates to come through. And with that mid control and A shut down, B was anchored by the particular player, and that allowed them to just play and dictate the pace at which they wanted to play. And at that point, with that double controller, that's where the issue becomes, because then you don't have the guaranteed information the Sova brings you. And because of the fact that this guy wants to play aggressive, if she doesn't have proactive control, she sort of starts floundering like fish out of water.
Yep, exactly. Still, I mean, if you take a look at this, look at their economy, right? VLT is looking really good. I mean, pretty much when you talk about economy, VLT and G are pretty much the same. They're on the same page for now. Lightning Fast economy is a little too broke. He only has 50 credits left in his
That goes there.
pocket. That means any of the team, if they lose this round, their pretty much economy will be kind of destroyed. They will have to at least go for semi-buys or complete ecos. Global Esports still trying to gain as much as info as possible. VLT Hellfire, yep. Skills is flash this time, works pretty much accurately as he wanted, and he will take down the opening. This is what they needed. The opening has been found. That means
Deploying
the
drone.
pressure is on VLT now.
MW1 getting tagged by the drone does have to back up. Does force all of Velocity Gaming into a tiny area around the B elbow and the entry to B from the
Here.
defender side spawn. Now again, the mid control taken by Global Esports in the early part of the round is forcing Velocity, even though they're in attack, to play reactively. And with that Sky, it's much harder to play reactively with another Sky in your face
Camera
now.
is destroyed.
Camera taken down for Lightning Fast, knows the push is coming in, pops the one way, but nobody's going towards backside because they know how devastating Lightning Fast can be. They instead look towards the defender side spawn, and they get punished. Kappa with the double kill, now coming on to Lightning Fast, he'll drop the spike carrier, take
my
down
God.
Amit Rasu, pull off a flawless for Global Esports, and we talked about this Necro. That timeout at 3 to
Last
6 to
round in
discuss
the half.
Global Esports' approach to the next few rounds, paying dividends now for GE.
Exactly. I just like how patiently Lightning Fast played that overall position. He did know there were a lot of attackers in front of him, but he still held his horses. And as soon as he started shooting the tripwires, that's when he peaked, because he knew his crosshair placement is on the tripwires, not him. So he peeked around the corner, got the easy kill, got the second kill as well, because he wasn't really aware of his initial position. But here we go, another round starting. And this one is
Get out of
definitely
my
going to
way.
be so much important for Global Esports. And same goes with VLT, right? As I did mention, that previous round was really important for their economy. And if the previous round they didn't really manage to do good, economy will of course be destroyed. MW1 with his ult, so that should be helping him out decently.
I will point out that the last time around Global Esports played Enigma on Breeze, it was Lightning Fast who is their top fragger. 24, 15, and 7 was his KDA in that matchup. And you can see why he loves this map. He is that patient player. He knows exactly when to turn around. And we've seen this in display on other maps as well. But I feel like when he's on Cypher, the agent he first switched to, when he switched from the duelist to the sentinel role, he's at his very best because he gets to lean into a bit of his duelist tendencies. He gets to read the game a lot better and play much more self-sufficiently. Now lightning fast. Does tag out one player, but not able to take him out right there. Instead, he's getting faced down by multiple players here. Still finds a kill on MW1. The double on Vibor. Lightning fast is unstoppable. He's gonna find.
30 seconds
No, he's
left.
not gonna find the triple on Hellfire. Instead, Hellfighter with one
One
kill.
enemy
Now
remaining.
looking for more. But Hellranger and SK Rossi just shut them down. That timeout again, making it 6-6. So key for
Switching
GE because the
sides.
attacking side is what we prefer.
Exactly, the attacking side is what we prefer, and there comes the second half, as we like to call it. And this is really going to be important for both the teams, because any team that wins the second half's pistol round, it would decide their momentum inside the game in later phases, and that's just going to be so important for either GE or VLT. Both these teams want to win the game, of course, that's for sure. But VLT, I mean, the pressure is more onto the side of Global Esports.
SK Rossi just casually making some smileys to describe his team's
That's actually a
mood
neutral
right now.
place.
I mean, how else would you make smileys in 3 shots? Okay, fair enough. the scoreline is neutral, so I'll take that. You know what? 6-6, yeah, neutral. But let's look at this on the map. GE's approach is gonna be leaving SK Rossi alone. The Cypher and Lightning Fast on the mid lurk, just making sure aggression doesn't come through. I really like this Viper wall from Velocity Gaming. It's meant to allow elbow aggression, but it's effectively a fake because there is no players towards that side. The cubby is not cleared. MW1 not spotted out at all. This could be huge. Moving in now, MW1 takes out Skills. That angle needed to be checked by Skills, Trailblazer, and without that angle checked, he paid the price.
Exactly, he paid the price for the mistake he made. And I really like the team coordination between VLT that's going on right now. The communication is on point, and this is what you expect from a team
One
like
enemy
that.
remaining.
A beautiful burst right onto his head
Spike
before getting
down,
2
B.
for himself. And GE only down to just that one man left, 1-on-5 situation. Nothing much can be done. Kappa has to commit, and he will be taken down easily.
Absolutely, and at this point, the fact that they won the pistol gives them a lot more room to maneuver, because especially with MW1 getting a kill here, he can now save the next round. Like normally you would expect the team who wins the pistol to buy, but I want MW1 to save, get that operator online ASAP so you can hold those vertical angles, you can play much more for that anchor role, but he's actually going to buy. And hold on, am I seeing this right, Necro? And Ares coming out from Hellfighter. I want to see how this pans out. This is spam, this is spray and pray. Hellfighter now using exactly that, using the wall bank to make sure A-Shop not taken easily. I love this approach from Hellfighter because A-Shop is one of the easier angles for the attackers to take. Did stop them in their tracks. Wasn't able to do much damage, but is still able to delay them. See MW1 getting multiple kills, while the flank from Lightning Fast comes down, but the flank will not matter. The velocity
down,
slowed them down. That was so quick.
Ranger missed quite a lot of bullets from the back lines there. He had to pay the price for his mistake. But I mean, Ares, it pretty much worked
Here.
out. The way he was playing, MW1 as well was there in the back lines, providing him that decent amount of cover. And as I did say, right, the
this should
second
go.
half pistol round is going to be deciding the momentum of a team. If the pistol round went in the hands of GE, they would have gotten, 2 free rounds for themselves. But now it's in the hands of VLT, so they got 2 free rounds for themselves. They won the pistol round, and the next one was pretty much eco. So, yeah, getting that round in your hand isn't really that much of a tough of a task. But I really like, as you did say, Ares' approach in the game. I mean, something unique happening, We always love new ideas being shown. Hellranger is there. It's way too aware. The map awareness is really good on the side of GE.
Yeah, I've seen that with an Odin because A-Shop, again, is so hard for the defenders to usually defend. You can spam that ult-up spot with an Odin. I do wish Hellfighter would wait till someone actually popped the ult-up to do that so he could try and do some damage, because while he is able to delay, he's not actually able to get much damage. Now, you look, the ult-up picked up for this guy. G now going to go for the full rotate onto the B side. It's really down to Amaterasu to hold on, and look at this sneaky push from Amaterasu. Gonna get into the smokes. He has a Spectre, so this actually works out beautifully because he wants those close to mid-range battles. All of Global Esports, they smell something fishy in the air. They're just like, nah, we don't want to go to this side. We're gonna let our Viper fake it and rotate to the other one.
These finals are such nail-biting finals. Look at this man. Ranger trying to make some
30
way for
seconds
himself
left.
and his team.
Hawk out.
But he's job
Blinded.
pretty much for now is to at least fake things out. Skills already made it.
Finish.
Finding himself an opening as well. That was a crisp, clean shot. The competition right now is going neck. Skills seems like he's trying to fill up the wide that the
Spike
Twilus isn't
planted.
really able to do much. Skills right
enemy
now is
remaining.
finding entries for his team, and he's doing a pretty good job, pretty phenomenal and consistent job in itself. Before, it's also being pretty aggressive and impatient there, and Air Ranger will easily take him out. His crosshair placement's on point.
100%. Buy round going in favor of Global Esports does mean that they are able to make sure that Velocity Gaming don't run away with the lead. Unlike the other maps where we saw continuous win streaks from either team, in this map we see how back and forth it is, continuously both teams adapting to each other's strategies. But I have to compliment Hellranger. 18-8. The IGL really stepping up when GE needed him the most, knows that they have their backs against the wall, knows that Velocity just need one map, so himself stepping up as he's able to push his team forward, lead the charge as they try to get to that 5th map. Now, the early drone coming out to get that Hall's info is taken out by the operator held by MW1, the Hall's angle hold. SK Rossi should expect this. The timing. You see MW1 reposition himself, which guarantees Hall's control to SK Rossi. The mid lurk for the side of the Cypher on GE. And at this point, Necro, the split A execute is guaranteed. And MW1, an impossible spot, has to get a kill with the operator.
They have to get a kill with the operator, that's for sure, certainly. Look at this, still holding outside A. Pretty patiently. I like how much patience G is showing right now. No move is being made out of
I've got your
desperation.
trail.
And of course, here comes the speakers, and MW1 has patience as well. Proves my point, takes down Skills. Skills thought he's going to be able to make an entry as well. Instead of popping Seekers, he should have used his flashes. That would have been a better option. Of course, popping the flashes and using the Seeker at the same time, of course, way much more better than
30
that.
seconds left.
Lightning fast forward, trying to get
Spike
themselves an
down
entry.
A.
It's a 3-on-2 situation. VLT is feeling the
Enemy
pressure
down.
right now. Rossi did not really check his angles, and he has to pay the price for it.
Spike
Spike
planted.
is going down. 2-on-2 situation. Go on Cypher versus Viper and Cypher. Both of the players are on top of their HPs. Both of the players are doing good, looking good, feeling themselves as well. And this is going to be an insane clutch if any of the teams manages to pull it off. One will have to make something happen. Look at what Lightning Fast has done. He's wrapped all the way behind in the A main, and his position is pretty much
player
uncompromised and anonymous.
Hellfighter does take out Kappa though, and they can go for the defuse with Hellfighter holding down that angle. The Phantom versus Phantom battle in the long range really comes down to which player has the better burst. And it was Hellfighter able to pick up the kill, maintain that 2-round lead for Velocity Gaming that they got because of their pistol win. And in this round, you saw how important that control can be. This, as you said, the Seekers coming out early. I agree, it should have been followed up with the flash, but because of that Hall's control that GE got at the start of the round, they were able to push in. Hellfighter, though, holding his position strong, came through, and MW1 getting that initial kill made sure that the advantage was for Velocity Gaming. The last kill on Kappa especially important as well because he was stuck on pyramids, and at that point, Global Esports just not able to pull off that round. Now, this early recon, it reveals a lot of the nest angles, but you could easily hide if you were an elbow under those boxes, so not a lot of info gained, but since there was no one there, it doesn't matter anyways. Instead, GE, they're looking towards this A side. They have the Viper's Pit, so if they can get into the site, that's the instant site lockdown with the Viper's Pit.
I like how they're playing right now. Usually, Skills is monitoring his side to side, right? Using the flash. At the start, he used some of his flashes on the B side, maybe thinking that they will enter inside B, but now he's finally making back towards his teammate. And here comes the Viper's Pit. Welcome to her world, she says. And MWN seems like he's pretty curious to see her world. If he walks inside, looking good. Hellranger spots him out, takes him down. Hellranger wanting to play things out, but no time. Hellranger seems like he's on a killing spree. He needs to be stopped anyhow. The Spike's going down, 40 seconds in the clock, and right now, Global Esports are looking really good. Because of that Viper Pit, they pretty much managed to win this round.
Exactly, like we were talking about, once you just get into that entry of the site, the Viper's Pit buys you so much space to get the site on lockdown, get the spike planted, and Global Esports doing that, Velocity Gaming realizing that 2v4 into the Viper's Pit is not
Last
the
player
thing you want to
standing.
do. retreating slowly. They get caught up by SK Rossi. They might not end up saving any weapons at all. A lot of bullets missing from Vibor. He finally lands one, but too late as Hellranger is there to trade him out. Global Esports pulling back the round lead once again, making it 8-9. And that Viper's ultimate invested really, really well to get that round.
Last player standing.
Now you do notice for Velocity Gaming, Macro, this is the eco. So a chance for Global Esports to even things up. And again, Velocity Gaming gonna look to change up their defaults, sending their Viper towards this B side, trying to play anchor. You see, they've changed up the wall. Instead, setting up the wall for that B side area. I expect that the smoke is saved up for them. On this eco, it really has to be these eco headshots. And Amaterasu pushing aggressively on holds. Will spot out lightning fast and will be taken out. That's first blood for
Oh, what was that shot? This time, Skills is the one showing some lightning fast reactions. Rossi holding the back lines pretty carefully. MW1 as well. He's doing a quite good job. Not overstepping for himself. Beautiful, beautiful overstep versus Paul. The smokes. He's trying to retrieve the gun for himself. Rossi does so. There's one in the backside and at the same time one on the flank line.
Last player standing.
MW1 is there. Rossi will take him down easily. Now it's a 1-on-3 situation. Hellef's the last man alive from VLT. Spike will be planted. 44 seconds in the clock. Hellef still there on the backside. Yes, he will finally be taken down by SK Rossi. I just, sometimes, when Rossi is actually doing good and showing a lot of confidence, it just feels really good to watch. But when he's not doing good and he's showing confidence, it just feels like sometimes it's not really needed. But right now, what Rossi is doing, it's an absolute show to witness.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about. Like, this is the Rossi playstyle. He's usually overstepping his boundaries, but he needs his confidence to be able to pull it off. And I think map 3 did give him that confidence. Isn't able to find as many kills here, but is still, as you said, able to be that impactful player, getting those right kills that allows his team to instead go for the aggressive plays. Now you see Velocity Gaming, once again, switching up their Viper wall. Now this more deeper Viper wall, which can be used to retake as well as deny that mid control. But Global Esports don't care whatsoever. Halls is the name of the game for them. Lightning Fast is already pushed in aggressively, set up a trap fire in that Halls. So there's no way that Velocity will be actually, even if they take the early control towards that door, they can't actually push back without Global Esports knowing. Now with the A-Shop control on Skills, I do expect the rotate to come through and then Skills to cause that chaos in A while this team goes to B.
Exactly, and again, I really like that we're able to catch each and every single fight, each and every single precious moment of the game. Thanks to the observers for that. They're doing a phenomenal job here. We have,
100%.
I feel like we haven't missed a single fight in these kind of moments, and observers are doing an absolutely incredible job. Props should be given to them. But look at what's exactly happening from the side of GE. Viper's still lurking
30
around
seconds left.
near the
Foolish.
Now the spike will pretty much be retrieved and lightning fast. Pretty much a calm, cool, collected wait, but now hell has broken loose and he has lost his calm, cool, collected nature. Take down 2, easy entrance on the site. Shouldn't really be that big of a problem. 3v5 situation. Will VLT
10
call for a
seconds
save?
left.
I think
Yes,
that would be the
Spike
right
planted.
call.
Yep.
I mean, at this point, for the side of Velocity Gaming, they really need to start changing up their approach with this wall, because while I love this wall personally, if you notice on the map, it cuts off the elbow area too. So the point of the wall is that while you can use it for the retake, you can also use it to aggress on elbow, take active B control. But hey, back to this round. MW1 does get an exit frag, might just get another with Skills likely to peek him, but the discipline is there, he's not going to. So back to the conversation, like, so for me, I want them to either aggress elbow or go down from nest and aggress mid itself, because you can notice on the wall that a portion of it cuts off that mid angle too. and it allows you to come in from mid doors. If you have that flash coming in from the sky, from mid doors, you aggress in from mid, take full mid control for yourself. It's not really an anchor wall. If you want an anchor setup on B, the smoke for the Viper itself would be much better at the entry of B, and then you can watch B tunnels with your teammates. So they need to play around the Viper wall much better, because we saw that from Global Esports. If you remember, they were using the wall on A side, cutting off that mid peak, allowing the Sky and the Jet to then move in from mid doors, take mid control for themselves. I want to see that sort of playstyle a little bit more from Velocity Gaming, because it's important to take proactive control on this map.
Exactly. Beautifully placed there by you. Beautifully said. Finally, G has a lead in the game. 1-round lead. Well deserved. This competition is just getting too intense. I can already feel the heat. I'm sweating myself, so imagine what would be happening to the players. Frosty's stretching out. He does know. Stretching out is an important part. Freeing his hands for a while. Have been gaming and sitting at the same place for a long time. So yeah, stretching out in between is, of course, important.
I might get in a few squats myself. But seriously though, back to the conversation, Necro. I do want to ask you,
Yeah.
how do you think, like, at this point, the pressure on both of the teams, right? This is 2-1
Yep.
in the best of 5 series. This is
Yep.
10-9. So close. I think we might be rewarded with our first overtime here. What do you think? What predictions? Do you think it's going to overtime?
Honestly think so. This is not going to overtime.
All right.
Look,
I like this.
I think so. This is not going to overtime, but look, I don't know. My conscious mind as well at the same time says maybe it's going to overtime. I
feel
can't
it.
make my mind. This is just too good. I want to just watch this game right now. This is just getting too intense and too good. Just for now, some info games being played from their side. Info has been selected. Sky taking a little damage. Got hit by that wall bang there.
Taken down.
Pretty lucky to not pretty much die there. But VLT, I really like how unexpected this aggression was being shown, because VLT wasn't really aggressing their angles. They were pretty much playing safe. And out of nowhere, if you're going to be aggressive again, unexpected. Lightning fast peeking out. Info cage there to deny that visual from LFF, but Rossi just styles onto Hellfire.
Look at this. He's trying to find some triggles, but SK Rossi is able to take him out. The orbital strike does clear out
my
a lot
God.
of the backside presence, but SK Rossi is like, you know what? You want to clear me out from backside? I'll get into your face and get those shots in. Vibor is able to fade out 2 kills though. Vibor looking for more, but his counterpart Hellranger will shut him down. 11-9 for Global Esports, putting us on the path to the 5th map here. Global Esports look unstoppable, and this is why we said that 6-6 scoreline at the end of the first half, after that timeout when they were 3 rounds down, was so huge, so valuable to them, because when they came into the attacking side, you could see how their composition works so well.
Rossi was absolutely on fire in that previous round. And I feel like now he's feeling himself, and this is going to be more interesting to witness how fights are going to be taken. But Hellranger for now is top fragging the charts for Global Esports. VLT is not really able to find any kind of opening, any kind of breathing space, and Global Esports is doing quite a good job keeping them on their knees.
If you notice from the side of Velocity Gaming, they've changed up the wall, using the wall as we saw from Global Esports. I much prefer this because you can actually fake mid control itself. You don't actually have to take it. But look at this aggressive push from MW1 down in halls. He's getting so much info for his team. The timing though, he backs up just as lightning fast shows up, so not gonna actually get some kills. Still, Cypher set up to just play defensively on the B side, backed up by the Brimstone. It's Global Esports taking elbow control, looking towards the nest area, and it's going to be MW1 being the first person to walk into this operator crosshairs. MW1 with a jiggle, and SK's Rossi, his reaction's on point. First blood once again. As you said, he's feeling himself now.
Yup, he's feeling himself definitely, and this is what they needed, that little click that was missing. I feel like they finally found it. And for VLT now to crack the codes on how to stop SK Rossi is going to be a massive question for themselves.
Spike down mid.
Oh, look at this.
My God.
Already the man advantage looking good on the side of Global Esports. Right to Ace is barely holding on
Cage
stairs.
triggered.
Fighting Fast haven't really completely checked the corner out. And yes, mind you, the play from the side of right to Ace did not really expect him
10
to go back
seconds
on the
left.
stairs.
I've got your
Kills
trail.
trading things down, but about to Raspberry's there in the backside. Misses a couple of shots, but it doesn't
Spike
matter. He got
planted.
the kill finally. Side flashes sometimes do get pretty annoying. Seekers has given both of their position away. Hellfighter's position is given away as well. They do know someone is lurking up from mid.
One enemy
Two
remaining.
on the map right now. Skills will get one kill, leaving it just to Hellfighter in this situation. Definitely up there who can't pull it out, but the shots miss, and Skills knows exactly where he is. Hellfighter looking for the other side of the pyramid to find some kills. The Flash not
enemy
finding anything
remaining.
should tell them where he
no.
is, but they peek alone. Hellfighter taking up a
Yup.
kill on Skills, will fake the spike, will look
nice.
for the kill.
That's
But
pretty good.
Hell Ranger, really nice strafe, picks up the kill, picks up the map
Match
point
point.
for Global Esports. Looks like we're headed to map 5. Oh my god, this is so
Exactly.
exciting.
Definitely looks like we're heading towards map 5. My excitement is just bowling through my body. I can't tell you how
Let's go.
excited I am. I'm sweating at the same time. This is just getting too intense. I mean, Global Esports, they're making a comeback happen. They're making a history right now.
I mean, I did mention, right? They've been in this situation before where they pulled off the reverse sweep, and they're such a good team with their mentality with respect to that. But still, you can't count Velocity Gaming out. It's a similar story for them. They are experienced players, they are veterans,
Yup,
and we
yup.
could still see overtime coming in. Now, very aggressive push there. You can see from the side of Velocity again, trying to take this halls area, but instead, Hellranger, he's able to get into halls using Velocity's Brimstone smoke against them. Now gonna set up the Trailblazer and look to deny this hall's control. They know that the Brimstone and the Sky is there with this flash coming in. Now looking to contest heavily all 3 players towards this hall, and the Sova setting up the util for them to go in further. Now another Brimstone smoke will come out, and all of this is just Anchor causing a lot of chaos. But look at MW1. Amongst all of this presence, he's able to take such aggressive control towards B side and allow his team to force stack. Hey,
Stim beacon down.
As you did mention, you know, VLT is also one of the best teams out there. And you cannot just consider VLT as like your easy opponents. Beautiful trade there by Hellranger. He has his teammates backs all the time.
30 seconds
Now,
left.
right to it, he's just so close. He's real up close and personal. He's down to such low HP, only 8 HP left.
Put that.
Lightning Fast getting back there, instantly flicking onto the guy in the mid. Vibor has been taken down. Side control is onto the players of GE. They don't just let the mid players get them down.
A.
Hellranger back up on his ult, and this
Last
ult is going to
player
be causing
standing.
quite a lot of trouble, quite a lot of nuisance for the lads of VLT. Oh, beautifully played by VLT there.
absolutely Necro. As I said, we just cannot count this behemoth of a team out till it's actually done and dusted. 12 to 10 on the map now. And again, if we go into a similar position, it's actually the other way around. Usually GE in the first 2 maps where the team at the 10 pushing for a comeback. This time it's Velocity. GE were unable to do it both in the first and the second map. I wonder if Velocity will be able to upset the flow of that and be able to pull it off in this map now. Again, the default for G, take that A-shot control, pick up that ult off for yourself, get that Sky ultimate online as soon as possible, while the rest of the team slowly taking mid control. This ball actually not paying much dividends for the side of Velocity. They don't have walls, they don't have mid, and the split A execute is on the cards. SK Rossi will get the 1 kill. Lightning Fast trying to find out where everyone is, but he will find out where everyone is with the bullets coming into his head before Amethyst 2 each getting a kill. MW1 with another. VLT just shutting GE down. This round went by so quick.
Exactly, rounded by so quick, but it's a 1-on-2 situation. Hellranger is trying to retaliate back in style. VLT wants to keep G on their toes, on their knees, but Hellranger, his presence is in the metal doors, walking in slowly, creeping in slowly and steadily. Amaterasu has no clue where Hellranger has positioned himself. Metal doors is such an unexpected position, especially when all of your teammates have been taken down that easily. Amaterasu walking into Hellranger's crosshair, but Amaterasu is just a little quicker to react.
12, 11. The eco in a tough situation for Global Esports. It's not gonna be completely broken, but you are gonna see a couple of guns off and a couple of light shields as well. Kappa especially is going to have to sacrifice for the team. He's going to play the Bulldog and skills as well. So it's not completely lost, but the fact that there are a couple of Bulldogs and a Vandal with just a light shield on Lightning Fast makes a huge difference. And then to add the icing on the cake for VLT, or to rub the salt on the wounds for the side of GE, 4 huge ultimates available for Velocity Gaming. You got the Viper's Pit, you've got the Orbital Strike, you've got the Sky Seekers, and then the Blade Storm that we've already seen MW1 continuously use proactively. Velocity do have the ball in their court to try and pull off an insane comeback, take us to our first overtime of this series. And I know how intense that would make it, but I feel pumped because that's exactly what I wanted.
Exactly. And this is all Val Classico all over again.
Oh yeah.
Look at the intense moment. Look at the intense faces that all these players are on. These players are just so nervous. Of course, the nervousness will be building up. You can clearly see from their faces, they have their game face on. They have the serious faces on. Pretty much focused and locked in.
Absolutely, just a small break. It gives us a second to just collect our breath and talk about what we can expect from this round. Now, looking at the wall set up by Velocity Gaming, again, I want to talk about how on Breeze especially, you need to use that wall proactively. This particular wall, it allows you to either get mid control or get Halls control proactively on the defender side. You see the Cypher setup as well. It's effectively to anchor the site and then shut down any sort of approach, especially into that backside area. What I don't see Velocity doing, though, is actually taking Hall's control. The Brimstone is playing anchor on the Halls with the wall already set up, but what GE is unable to do is break that Brimstone smoke itself. So Global Esports, maybe it's time for an execute. That's something we haven't seen from them yet. We've seen the split A execute, but we've not actually seen that 5-stack W Gaming Japanese style execute that we've seen just work wonders a lot of the times. But hey, the round has started. The initial flash towards from that mid doors, Velocity gets some information. No blind call means they know that there's no one there. Instead, the Trailblazer coming out towards that B elbow, meaning they know that the Sky is there. But hey, Velocity know that Global love to play split, so they're just gonna stay disciplined, hold their positions.
Of course, playing discipline and holding your positions is going to be like a main key to success. Metal Doors pretty much cleared out now. Of course, at least they have decent amount of info that Metal Doors is clear, but I really like what Rossi did there. Now, he did know the Tiger has pretty much cleared out the path of Metal Doors, but he went back up through a smoke. That means just to show that, okay, someone is present in the Metal Door. What that will exactly do is split out the defenders into a lot of ways, and on the side, there will be less people available. Execution coming in through. Wipers walls on B. And the only man that is on site is MW1 with LFF.
30 seconds left.
From mid, they get in from the B tunnels. Look at the orbital strike. It's a little late though. Amaterasu still able to use it, flush them out of the tunnels, get one kill. Skills with the trade. Backside spam is going down, and Skills trying to hold on. He gets a double. Hellranger with another suddenly out of nowhere. Global Esports get the advantage. They get the spike planted. 2v3 on the map now. They have those Hunter's Fury for the post plant, and Kappa is able to get himself into a defensive position. This is going to be very difficult for Velocity Gaming, but with right to ace, finding that initial kill, definitely possible. Has one guiding light, going to send it over to backside, get the blinded call. Know that there's player there. The Viper smoke set up. Hellranger just trying to hold on for dear life, trying to buy as much time as he can, but he's looking at the wrong angle. Vibor takes him out, and suddenly 1v2, the Hunter's Fury might not be good enough. The Viper Spit going down, they notice him there. Recon comes out, the Diffuse is going down. Vibor will not fake, and right to ace is holding on. We're going to OT most likely. It is overtime number 1 of the Grand Finals series. Velocity with an insane comeback and an insane retake in this round.
Look at the
Overtime.
disappointment on the face of Rossi. Oh my god, this is getting so close. I'm getting goosebumps right now, CA. And I'm pretty sure it's the same thing with you. It's just getting so intense. It's so intense. I can already feel the heat.
Yeah, I'm sitting in a room with an AC, but I'm sweating because I know how much pressure the players are feeling. So I can only imagine the things going through their head, Necro. First overtime
Exactly.
of this series, man. This is amazing.
Exactly, the first overtime of the series, and you know, this game is making me go. I can only say one thing, is that sheesh. That's the only thing I
Let's
can
go.
actually say.
I think that's just the perfect way to describe how we're feeling right now. Look at this, though. The glass cannon operator, SK Rossi, went for the first pick, had to dash out right to ace. This is key. This is overtime. You get half your ult points, so the number of ult torps you get just continuously exponentially stack up the chances, the odds of you winning the round in your favor. 4 out of 6 ult points for right to ace. Now, if he just gets 1 kill and the plant, the Seekers can be so huge in overtime rounds. Now, having caused a lot of noise at A, look at Hellfighter's position all the way into halls. That's that true lurker
Here.
cipher.
Exactly, that's that true lurker
Here.
cipher. And I again want to say one more thing. Let the best team win. May the best win here.
Page triggered.
Because both of these are just doing so good. These players are playing as if their life depends on it. This is the
Tripwire
moment they've been
destroyed.
waiting for since a long time in their life, and finally the fight's about to break down. OT is what we're able to see here. Rossi already opening things up. This is what they were looking for. The opening found needs, the confidence is up as well. Hellranger flicking it onto MW1. That was a beautiful flick right onto his head there. Finding fast to throw onto the side. And he's ready to retake
Ace?
the whole round.
Seekers?
But look at right to Ace. Seekers out as well. This should reveal so many information. And one-on-one situation. Look at this. Rocky versus right to Ace. But finally.
Don't even try.
Right
Oh
to
my
clutch.
god. Oh my god. Beautifully
Switching
said,
sides.
right to clutch.
Match
Right to
point.
Ace, that's right to clutch. And
Oh
what
my
a way
God.
to close out that round. VLT.
Boy, oh boy, that ult orb at the starting, the 2 kills, and then the Seekers in a 1v2. From a 1v3, the Seekers coming out, Ace in a high pressure, high stakes environment, so calm and composed. That's the mark of a veteran. Ace pulling out a huge round from a 12-9 to a 12-12 overtime. Now match point for Velocity Gaming. Not just match point, Necro. This is series point. This is the chance for Velocity Gaming to be the first team to represent India in the VCC main event. On the attack now, Global Esports trying to make sure that doesn't happen. The drone, once again, they get that Ace shop ult orb on skills, but he's gonna have to replicate some serious number of insane kills the way Ace did to pull off a round the way Ace did.
Exactly, this competition is for you to represent India internationally. And this just proves how big it is. Each and every single move you make must be calculated, and you must think 1,000 times before you make any kind of move. And this is just getting so intense. My heart's pumping at this point in time. Lightning fast, finding the opening that he was looking for right to Ace as well. MW1 trying to trade things out, but it doesn't matter. Lightning fast is on fire. He needs to be stopped. Finally puts on a full stop. MW1. Look at this man.
Last player
He's
standing.
trying his best to even things out, but Kappa is there.
Oh!
MW1 with another one. He's trying to fight back, and Global Esports taking it to another OT.
Switching sides.
Oh
Overtime.
my god. I am sweating right now. I'm not even lying. When our faces will be on webcam, I'm completely messed up.
Damn, this is so close. Global Esports playing it so well. Lightning fast. That halls has been the crux of approach on the attack for both of the teams. It's a crucial cog in the machinery of their attacking style, and that halls lurk has worked out so many rounds for either side. Lightning fast pulling through a huge triple to help Global Esports stay in this map. Now, SK Rossi got a little too aggressive. He thought he would contest that Ace shot, but right to Ace gets 1 kill, fakes out this, has the guiding light ready, has skills flashed, and now 5 out of 6 ult points will get his Seekers ready again. 2 out of 2 attacking rounds, and the Seekers for the side of Velocity Gaming. This round effectively guaranteed.
Spike planted.
1v4. Oh my god, gets 2 already. My heart is pumping. I am so nervous at this point. Right to Ace's HP such down low. Look at that. LFF is tucked right in the corner. Everyone is scared. Everyone's hands are shaking. The players' hands are shaking. And Hell Rangers does know there's a massive void to fill. And if he makes any kind of small mistakes, that will be costing him his round. Right to ace is around the corner on such low HP. This crossfire is going to be massive. And yup, beautifully played in the end there. I have to give credits to VLT. The way they set themselves up a crossfire, and then again, there was one player in the A main. All three players peeked out at the same time. Nothing much could be done from Hellranger.
Man, honestly, irrespective of the way this match goes, the grin on my face says everything I'm feeling right now. I am just truly euphoric because of how this series has gone, and I am thankful. I am thankful to NODWIN, and I'm thankful to Riot, and I'm thankful to these two teams for giving us this show, because this is so damn good. This is top tier Valorant Esports, and it is a pleasure casting it, especially with you, Necro.
Exactly, this is the best it gets.
Triggered.
My heart, I can't tell you how excited I am for this. Hellranger is feeling himself. He can't be stopped. He's an unstoppable force of nature. The IGL strikes in at the right moment, especially when the team needs him the most. Spike still hasn't been planted, but take a look at the post-plant position that overall GE has for themselves. Molly coming out right in the corner. Beautiful calculated Molly there. Should deal a decent amount of damage onto the players of GE. VLT again, trying to regain momentum, trying to regain the side control. Not going to be that easy of a job. Hellranger, just like a thief in the night, steals the kill away and get the backs off. Look at Lightning Fast. He's pushing right on. And here we go. One kill. Trying to reconnect there, but not really able to do that. But Skills is there to trade things out. And right to ace will be taking down the last man, falling down, crumbling down like a stack of dominoes.
Another overtime, and this matchup is getting so intense. You can feel even the vibe of the game itself, the way it's going. See it on the replay. It's turning into a bit of a brawl. I will say that. It is turning into a bit of a brawl, but look at Hellranger. 34 kills. 34 kills on that Viper. The IGL leading from the front. Leading from the front to continuously keep global esports not just alive in this map, alive in this series. Now Velocity Gaming again on the attack. My eyes are going to be on Ace. My eyes are going to be on the shop, and he's going to go pick himself up that easy ult orb. Now, having done that, let's look at the other side of the map, because MW1 has got himself into a decent position on that elbow. Can, whenever his team makes a presence on the other side of the map, can go in for an aggressive push, and we noted this earlier. That MW1 can fulfill every single role. He has an ability to be that entry fragger. He has an ability to lurk. He has that game sense to understand when to push, and using his presence. Velocity Gaming now, Necro, going to go for the full rotate, and B-side completely empty.
Oh my god, B-side is completely empty. That should be a free B-side for them. Got stuck into the Cypher strip wire there. Of course, now he can't dash through it anymore. Side control is there, but the retake should be a little difficult for GE to get it back in their hands. Because look at this. Look at in the metal doors. There's a Sky lurking around, and they just let it pass through it. This is going to be a massive flank from the Sky. Oh my god, this is just going to be so huge. VLT, yep, finally right to way, striking it at the right time. From the back lines, he just has so much info now. Now G has to worry about even the back lines and even the front lines. Amaterasu, of course, redeeming himself, getting another kill. HellFF as well, finding another kill for himself.
4v2 on the map. Velocity looking for that third match point in a row, but SK Rossi will have a word about that. The double kill Kappa will find another. Leaves it down just to Jefferson said. The time running out to SK Rossi after the kill.
That's the
kill. But I don't think he has the time. Missing out by a few seconds. Another match point to Velocity Gaming. Another series point to Velocity Gaming. Global Esports, they keep having to dig themselves out of a ditch, but they do it really well, so don't count them out just yet. Remember, Hellranger still with 34 kills, man. I just can't forget that.
Still in the competition. Ooh. When you try so hard but you don't succeed, that's the prime example of the previous rounder. But well played by Rossi. 15-14. The overtimes are getting me pumped up. My adrenaline rush is on another level. Imagine if I'm a caster and my heart's pumping so much. Imagine the players' POV, their perspective. What would be happening to them? Their hands must be shaking. Their adrenaline rush might be on another level.
Look at this though. Global Esports, they took eShop control for themselves. That guiding light from Ace getting a lot of value, but still, it doesn't stop Global Esports. Instead, it just makes them step up as they look to go for this push. The Recon not revealing much, but Skills knows he has to check the cubby. Takes out right to Ace, and now with Hellfighter revealed, they should be able to easily clear out backside, get the spike planted, and play on that Ace shop, aka post plant. Hellranger with the plant for Hellfighter, playing around the pyramids, has the back of a moment to do. The double kill suddenly making it go in this favor of Velocity. The off though for SK Rossi, the attacking sided off. What is the confidence? Misses that second shot. SK Rossi looking for more, gets taken out by Amethyst 2. 3v2, fighting for the series, fighting for the championship. MW1 now, 3v1. The cage is set up, they will go in, and it is Amethyst 2 to finish it off. It is over. Velocity Gaming are your champions.
Look at them, they're so happy. Dancing around right behind their setups, and we are able to cast this all on their webcams.
Defenders win.
Velocity Gaming is your champions for now. They won this incredibly good. And I can't tell you, it has been a roller coaster of emotions. CA, when the webcams will be back on us, I will show you how much I'm sweating at this point in time. I can literally show you.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
That was intense. I'll have to give props though. Hellfighter, Ace, Amaterasu, Vibhor, and MW1, the newest addition to Velocity Gaming, making them complete, making them a whole unit. Every player stepping up. You saw the excitement on their faces. What a banger of a match for Velocity Gaming, the deserving winner. They take the first spot into the VCC main event, and they come back into the form they were truly feared for. Velocity Gaming, take a bow. I think you've won everyone's hearts today.
Yup. My heart is definitely won by Velocity Gaming there. I have a crush on them, not gonna lie. Wow. What a way to close that out. I mean, OTs after OTs. An absolute show being put up in the front of the audience. And I'm pretty sure just like how we were going through a roller coaster of emotions, the same thing was happening with the audience as well. Look at my sweat. I'm not even lying. You could clearly see the lights flashing on my forehead, and that's just how intense it was.
I mean, I agree. Like, it was just so intense. My heart was pumping so fast. It still is, to be honest. It still is pumping so fast. And the fact that it kept going back and forth.
God.
But the comeback. We talked about this. At 12-9, this had happened to Global Esports before in map 1 and 2. But Global Esports were not able to pull off the comeback. They lost those maps. But Velocity Gaming, determined as ever, pushing forward when it counts. They made their stand. They got to come back. They pushed it to overtime. They got 3 back-to-back match and series points before they closed it off. 16-14, 3-1. And honestly, a shout out to the fans. Y'all got it right.
Exactly. I mean, shout out to all the people that are watching. I love you all. Cia loves you all. Even the players. You guys have been supporting them all the time. You guys have been supporting us all the time. Look. You guys are really important, and this everything is going out for you guys because you guys are really special. Keep that in mind. So hopefully you guys have enjoyed that overall just roller coaster of emotions. So many overtimes went in there, and hopefully we did a good job casting it as well because it's an absolute honor to be here.
Yeah, definitely. It was a pleasure casting it with you, and hopefully the fans enjoyed it as well. But talking about the last map, like, there were so many things that we wanted changed with both of the teams' approaches, and I have to applaud Velocity Gaming. Every single time I was talking about the Viper Wall, right, the next round or a couple of rounds after, they were making the changes. They themselves understanding in the game where those things needed to be shuffled around to give them that prime advantage. Velocity Gaming, it was not just this map. It was in map 1, it was in map 2, missed a little map 3, but that's okay. It's a best of 5. You're allowed 1 or even 2 mistakes in once in a while. But the fact is, they are the champions, and deservingly so. This team, I know firstly, has worked so hard, and I'm really happy for them. I'm really excited to see that they are the first team representing India in the VCC Grand Finals. And for GE, a good fight, and always hashtag GE fighting. They will be back in Qualifier 2 with a vengeance. And for every other team going into the Qualifier 2, you gotta be scared. Because this team, they're going to be mad after this loss, and they're going to come back with a bite.
Exactly. I mean, the only thing I can say to VLT right now, you have won my heart, and this is for you. This is for you. What
I
a
love it.
way. What a
I love
way.
it.
I mean, absolutely love it, man. I mean, in between that sheesh was for you guys.
Yeah.
Absolutely well played, man. Back to back 2 rounds, and then even props to GE. Props to GE, how they've been playing. Each and every single player, each and every single viewer that was watching. Good job on everyone's behalf. And
Yeah.
I am running out of words at this point in time because that competition just left me speechless. I felt like I spoke everything I had to speak.
I'm going to take this opportunity to let the viewers know that this is
Yep.
just the start of a journey, a long, long journey, and this is just the start of it. We have multiple qualifiers. We have the Pakistan qualifier coming up soon, and then Nepal, Sri Lanka, Maldives, and so on. But hey, back to this match, looking at the stats. Hellranger, I definitely have to applaud like the effort put in by this man on a solo mission to just try and push his team to the edge. But
Yep.
MW1, my eyes keep coming back to him because we talked to him. We talked to him before this series. 31 kills, 6 first bloods. We talked before the show even. If MW1 as a new player, not just to Velocity as an organization, but in Valorant professional esports itself, he came in when Breeze was coming in. If he had learned the map, if he could make it his home, he could be that X factor Velocity needed to push it all the way. And the stats don't lie. You could see it. He certainly was that X factor.
Definitely he was that X Factor over here. I mean, look at those incredible numbers. Hellranger absolutely popped off in that previous game, and this is the exact thing. 34 kills by solo, all lonesome. I mean, wow, like overall, wow, MWN as well from the side of VLT did quite an incredible job. But if you take a look at over here, right, VLT, of course, the stats are so distributed well. Like each and every single player from both the teams have been doing an incredible job, and they deserve all kind of love. Both these
Yeah.
teams don't hit anyone. This is a overall experience that these teams are getting, and like after this, I'm pretty sure you guys can expect them to improve even more.
100%. Exactly as you said, all I will tell the fans is again, this is the start of a long, long journey. Velocity were just the team to make sure they were in from the very beginning. And the man on your screen, MW1, the MVP of the BO5, I cannot say enough about how humble he is. But when I talked to him, like for me, it was continuously trying to understand what role he would play in the team, what role he would bring. And I was expecting something of a confidence person. I was expecting someone to be like, you know what? I can be that X factor that will carry my team to the edge. But the mentality for him was, you know what? I'm just there to help my team. I'm just there to make sure we play together as a unit because he did not believe that he himself could push his team to the edge. He believed that his addition to the team could get the team together and then together they would go over the finish line. Together they would become the first team to represent India and together they would make history. Velocity Gaming, it's been a tough ride for them.
Yep.
Unbeaten in 2020, but 2021 has not. It's just been one upset after another. But when it counts, when it matters, they stepped up and they deserve this. Absolutely amazing. I'm a caster, and I think both of us were speechless at certain points. So the only thing I have to say, or I actually show at this point, never mind. Here you see the top 5 players first. MW1 coming up. 27 first bloods. 27 first bloods, Necro. What?
Exactly. MW1, a well-deserved MVP there.
5
I mean,
MVPs.
oh my god, I just cannot over-exaggerate on this fact. I know I'm saying the same thing over and over again, but really, thank you so much for the viewers as well. Thank you so much for the support to the players, to us, and overall production team as well. And again, I really want to give a massive shout out, massive shout out to the observers. I mean, I'm not
Yep.
gonna lie, this was some insane level observing right there. I felt like we did not miss a single moment, any legendary moment. We did not
100%.
miss that. And even in the 1v1s, you saw the screen going into split and we saw both of their perspectives. That's just incredible way. But now, if we talk about the top 5 players, we have Batman on the second number, then Hellranger coming up. I mean, wow. I mean, overall, Excali's there as well in the top 5. And of course, Excali should always be there. He is, one of the top dogs all the time. But
Yep.
yeah, I mean, overall, I mean, before the show ends, I just want to say one more time, I'm going to say this to VLT. This is for VLT. Sheesh! It's a long one as well.
I don't have much to say, but I did want to do something, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do it now. Like, I will bow. I will bow.
Bow
'Cause
down. Take
you
your
guys
hats off. I
deserve
don't
it.
have a hat, but still, I'm taking something off. I'm just
I
holding
think
my hair.
Hellfighter did it enough times for us, to be honest. The hats came
Yep.
off enough times, you know? But hey, let's look at the bracket. Let's talk about the path to VCT 2021. Velocity qualified for the playoffs. So, what are the playoffs? For all the viewers, these are the qualifiers. India has 2 qualifiers. So, for all the GE fans, don't get disappointed just yet. I'm sure they'll be back with a bang. Velocity are your first team to qualify for the main event, the playoffs, which will have 8 teams from all regions competing for one spot into the Asia Pacific Last Chance qualifiers. And from there, one team will make it to the champions at the end of the year, the VCT 2021 climax, the biggest event of this year. And
Exactly.
this all through the NODWIN Valorant Conquerors Championship. So that is what you need to understand about how this entire tournament is going to go out, how everything is going to come out. And like I keep saying, this is the start. So make sure you subscribe, make sure you get that notifications bell on.
Yep.
Because if you saw it today, if you do want to miss a
Exactly.
single second of the action, well, then I guess you do not like the adrenaline. I guess you do not like the blood rush. And I don't think any of you
Yep,
like
yep.
that. So make sure you subscribe.
I like what you're saying. You know, do not miss any kind of updates. Just make sure you're
Yeah.
subscribed to the channel. You know, anytime there's any these kind of tournaments go live, you guys will be the first one to get notified. But I mean, what a poggers of a finals this has been. An absolute PogChamp play from VLT and both these teams, without a doubt, G as well. Hats off to both of you guys. And a show has been put on. And this is what we like to see, a show being put on. An intense matchup between these 2 teams. And overall, just an incredible way. I mean, this is what we like to see in the finals. But yeah, if we talk about the previous game, I mean, I feel like there's not really much flaws that you can bring out of that. In the end, even
Yeah.
like Global and both of them realize that Global and overall even Velocity realize that, okay, there's no need to overstep our boundary. Let's try to hold our horses and let's try to play it as safe as possible. And I really like how tactical it got and how intense it got in the later phases.
I will say, for Global Esports, I love the effort, but I am a fan of double controller on Breeze. I want to see skills on Omen. I want to see Kappa on Sky. I think that will fit the team really well because skills is a beautiful lurker. And if you put him on Omen, he's going to get into the shady corners. He's going to shout at step from left to right, just surprise the hell out of teams. And he's going to inflict paranoia on his opponents. So, hey, maybe that could be a change that could come out. You never know, maybe, but this composition itself, Global Esports will make it better. Because that's another point I like to raise about this tournament, Necro. Right now, this qualifiers one. This best of 5 series, it's not just our Indian fans who are watching. It's not just our Indian audience. It's all of the South Asian region trying to understand how these top 2 teams play the game, trying to establish the tournament meta, as I like to call it, as throughout these qualifiers, it will slowly change. And Velocity Gaming, now having won the first qualifiers, they get such a huge bonus. They get to watch every other team in action as they qualify for the playoffs, prepare for them, and get ready to make their way to the APAC Last Chance qualifiers. It's layer after layer after layer of advantages for being that first team. And the cherry on the cake of it all, bragging rights. Let's go.
Bragging rights, exactly. But look, to VLT as well, to VLT fans and overall the players as well, your journey hasn't ended. This is the start. Actually,
Yep.
this is the start to even much more tougher journey. Keep practicing,
Yeah.
keep on grinding the game daily because we want to see you on the international stage. And actually, I want to see
Oh,
you
yeah.
guys win that as well because,
Oh, yeah.
look, chance is still there. Velocity Gaming, hats off to you guys. As I said, I love you guys. I have a crush on each and every single player right there because, look, I'm a fan of intense game plan. This is what I witnessed, so of course.
I will say Amitrusu is married, so maybe he's off limits. I'm kidding. But hey, definitely, I feel you, Necro. Like, these players
Yeah.
played so beautifully. They won our hearts. The same goes for GE players, too. I know they're going to be disappointed because the year has built up so well for them. This was supposed to be the peak of their mountain, but it's okay. It's just one tiny misstep. You just took a step back. That's okay. It's not even a step back. It's rather just you stayed in the same place. You're still the most feared team, I think, going into qualifiers too. So for all the GE fans as well, it's not the end of the journey. Rather just experience to learn from. And
Exactly,
of
exactly.
course, all Velocity fans. I don't think like all of the Velocity fans that I've seen over the last 6 months, especially being a part of it, I think they are going to be on not just Cloud9. There has to be something above Cloud9. I guess they're going to be
I
in
don't know.
heaven because Haven was banned.
Heaven. I mean, not gonna lie. I mean, that was kind of a lame of a joke, but it's fine. It works. Something is there. At least something's there to. Entertain. And I'm not gonna lie to you. You have been doing a fantastic job entertaining the viewers as
Likewise.
well. And not just not just gameplay. Overall, yes, intense games were happening, but at the same time, somewhere down the line, jokes and crackles here and there do
Yep.
kind of make you feel better. And you can see right now, I'm sweating too much.
Yep.
I'm sweating way too much. My heart is still pumping because
Oh,
it's
yeah.
gonna be tough for me to calm down. I have to go somewhere in the back and chill on the sofa, drink some coffee or something, just to make me just to make my heart settle down again on the normal pace. But again, the flow of emotions in the end, especially when the overtime started, first overtime, the second, the third, the flow of emotions, man, it was just absolutely insane. I'm pretty sure all the fans out here, all the VLT fanboys, I would like to call you guys out. I'm pretty sure you guys are having a great time right now. You guys are jumping around and dancing as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
Am I right?
Oh, definitely. Right now, the VLT fans are because they've stuck with the team for so long through hardships, through upsets.
True,
They've stuck
true.
with them. They've believed in them. They've given them the support and the appreciation, and this is the reward. The team gives them back that performance. That was beautiful. That was ecstatic. That was euphoric and absolutely phenomenal from the side of Velocity. It just makes me feel so wholesome because the community believes and the team gives. And this, of course, for every one of you out there, this is why you should show support to your favorite team because they will definitely deliver. Kindness is what brings out the best in these players.
Exactly, kindness is what brings out the best. Of course, love. Always keep on showing love. Make sure don't hate
Yeah.
anyone. Try to eliminate hate from your life and always spread love to each and every single person in your life. Same thing we do. CA do. CA. I mean, you guys can take a look at CA smile. He's always laughing. He's always having a great time, no matter what. Look at his beautiful smile right there. But yeah, I mean, overall, the previous game. I mean, if we talk about analysis, right? I mean, from round one to round over whatever I even forgot how many overtimes we went now because
We had
just the
30
competition
rounds
was
in
so
total.
intense. 30 rounds in total. Look, this man has everything in track. 30 rounds in total. Each and every single round has an in-depth analysis to do.
Oh, yeah.
And to break each and every single down, I feel like it'll take 24 hours for me at least.
100%. So you might see something of that sort come on this channel itself. So again, not plugging too much, but do subscribe.
Is
Don't
that a
want to
sneak?
miss out on
Is that a
anything.
sneak peek or something?
Maybe just a teaser. You're not gonna find out unless you subscribe, is what I will say. But hey, as you said, coming back to the matchup itself, I do want to say, going into Breeze, one of my biggest concerns was how these teams, like I kept saying
Yeah.
on Icebox, for example, that I felt like GE's strategy, I loved it because I personally am a big fan of the European style of gameplay. That's where that deep wall comes from on Icebox,
Yeah.
and I like it in general, but it doesn't work against Indian teams who are not
Yeah.
playing that style itself. And I love the fact that Velocity took something that is internationally really good, but then brought in that Brimstone and made it their own. Amit Rasu playing that pick so well. It was a little sus for me, but I'm convinced. I'm convinced of his Brimstone. I'm convinced of his stage. And honestly, I was always convinced of the stature of the player that he is. So I'm just ecstatic, and I feel really proud of these players for stepping it up. And having talked to MW1, I know how hard their journey has been.
Yeah,
So
of
I
course.
just want to make sure they know how much they deserve it.
Exactly. I mean, the struggle always has been shown. Everything you need to work hard to get it. And MW1 and all these pro players are prime example. They
Yep.
have been putting in hours and hours since the actual game came out as well. Since then, they've been putting hours and hours each and every single day. And this is what it has came down to. One of the biggest competitions in India, and they finally got it for themselves. I mean, it's an absolute insane opportunity. And VLT just completely aced it. They got it on the right track, baby.
Oh yeah, VLT going all the way, and global esports. I missed that, but that's okay. They'll come back. VLT taking another step towards that $33,000 prize pool, but that's not what this is about for them. This is about Asia Pacific. This is about the last chance qualifiers. This is about representing India in India and South Asia internationally. This is about
Yeah.
proving themselves once again to be the best team in the region. And let's see how it comes through. For now, For now, let's go over to a quick interview. I believe it is with Amit Rasu, so enjoy the interview, guys.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
Amaterasu getting here,
बाप रे
breaking the streak.
मेहनत की तो बात करें तो 6 महीने से तो सिर्फ मेहनत ही कर रहे थे बट ग्लोबल इतनी अच्छी खेलती है कि हम लोग को वो तोड़ने ही नहीं दे रहा हम लोग को मतलब जैसे हम लोग थे 2020 में वो लोग ने 2021 में पूरा जमा के रखा था
मैं कुछ रिएक्शंस जानना चाहूंगा अगर आप सबको एक एक बार अपने हेडफोन्स पकड़ा सकें एंड सबसे अगर आप उनको सवाल बता दें 1-0 हुआ तब टीम का रिएक्शन 2-0 हुआ तब टीम का रिएक्शन 2-1 हुआ तब टीम का रिएक्शन ओटी गया तब टीम का रिएक्शन और जब जीते तब टीम का रिएक्शन सबसे एक एक बार
ठीक है तो किससे शुरुआत करनी है
आप ही कीजिए
पहले 1-0 हुआ 1-0 के लिए हम लोग कंफर्टेबल थे आइस बॉक्स में हम लोग ने रात में भी बहुत मतलब एक दिन हम लोग के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट था कल रात में हम लोग की टीम 6:30 बजे तक इन लोग के डेमोज देख रही थी मतलब वी वर वाचिंग ग्लोबल ईस्पोर्ट्स का आइस बॉक्स वी वर वाचिंग बाइंड एवरीथिंग मतलब व्हाटएवर वी हैड इंफॉर्मेशन वो कर रहे थे 1-0 जीते वी वर कॉन्फिडेंट कि ठीक है आइस बॉक्स निकल जाएगा बाइंड में हम लोग बिल्कुल भी कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं थे हम लोग ने कमबैक किया अच्छे से टी साइड खेला वो जीते एसेंट गया थोड़ा ठीक है सबको हम लोग का स्क्रिम्स भी एसेंट का अच्छा नहीं जा रहा था अपसेट थे हम लोग लेकिन मैं बोल रहा था लेट गो करो ये मैप में गया तो गया डोंट थिंक अबाउट दिस मैप वी आर स्टिल 2-1 अप थर्ड मैप है ब्रीज है दोनों टीम के लिए नया है दे हैव नेवर प्लेड अगेंस्ट अस वी हैव नेवर प्लेड अगेंस्ट देम इन ब्रीज सो इट विल बी अ न्यू फील्ड और उसमें हम लोग जो है ना जीते वो भी 16-14 ओटी में राइट टू एस के क्लचेस वाकई की एंट्रीज मतलब सब पागल हो गए थे यहाँ पे और जब विनिंग मोमेंट था तो डिफ्यूज करने से पहले सब लोग डांस कर रहे थे मैंने अपना कीबोर्ड तोड़ दिया था इट वाज अमेजिंग टेबल पे इतना जोर से मारा कि कीज उड़ रही थी
I mean,
तो यही रिएक्शन था
बिल्कुल एक और चीज पूछना चाहूंगा यहाँ पे Amaterasu कि towards those end moments like जो प्रेशर पे आ चुके थे क्योंकि एक राउंड बस दूर थी ग्लोबल फॉर इवनिंग अप द स्कोर्स तब आपके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा था क्योंकि काफी सारे राउंड्स आप लैग कर रहे थे एंड कैसे वो कमबैक आपने इनिशिएट किया व्हाट वर द कॉम्स गोइंग ऑन
The comms were going on कि हम लोग का गैप क्या छूट रहा है because Breeze is such a huge map कुछ ना कुछ हम लोग के गैप्स छूट रहे थे and plus उनके भी छूट रहे थे and they were able to do fakes very easily हम लोग को बहुत मैप में वो लोग घुमा रहे थे वाइपर वॉल यूज कर रहे थे लेकिन दूसरी जगह एंट्री कर रहे थे तो लास्ट में ओवर टाइम्स में जब मैप जाने लगा और जब क्लोज आने लगा हम लोग एक ही बात कर रहे थे लेट्स प्ले डिफॉल्ट और हम लोग को गैप्स नहीं छोड़ रहे these were the comms and everybody were hitting their shots at that time so it was like combination and connection of all the things.
That's nice. My question now, this one is directed to MW1.
One second, I'll give it.
Sure.
Man of the hour.
Hello.
Man of the tournament, man MW1. You actually rocked it. Congratulations for that. What's next in store for MW1? This name and maybe Jet Race, वो combinations. What's next in store? What surprises can we see from you?
सरप्राइजेस तो नहीं बस वो रेस मुझे आता नहीं है अच्छे से और इम्प्रूव करना है पॉइंट में
मैं नहीं मानता आपको रेस नहीं आता मैं नहीं मानता
नहीं सबको ही पता है कि अच्छे से नहीं आता है मुझे उसके सैचल मूवमेंट्स वगैरह बट यही था कि वो इम्पोर्टेंट एजेंट है वो मैप में और लाइक जी जैसे खेलती है डबल इनिशिएटर्स के साथ तो मुझे वो एक इंफॉर्मेशन एजेंट की तरह वो यूज करना हम लोग ने डिसाइड किया था तो वो एक इसलिए और कुछ ऐसे सरप्राइजेस नहीं मैं वही जेट रेना और रेज में भी कुछ और एजेंट फ्यूचर में अगर आए क्या पता नेक्स्ट कौन सा एजेंट आए तो वो भी खेलना पड़े बट वही है
जी
बट यस प्रॉप्स टू माय टीम लाइक उन्होंने मतलब हर पोजीशन में सपोर्ट किया है मुझे एंड साग्निक भी और भी उन्होंने अच्छे से सपोर्ट किया सब प्लेज में मुझे क्योंकि डुएलिस्ट का काम वही होता है एंट्री लेना और उसके टीम का काम होता है लाइक उसको सपोर्ट करना अच्छे से एंट्री लेके आने में हेल्प करना
राइट
तो ऑल प्रॉप्स टू देम
जी आई मीन टीममेट्स की बात करें तो ऑफ कोर्स सारे टीममेट्स ने आपको इतना बेहतरीन बैक ऑफ किया है एंड जिस तरीके से दे हैव बीन देयर विद यू एंड वन ऑफ दोस टीममेट्स we have to talk about right to ace can you just pass it over क्योंकि सारे दर्शक उनसे सुनना चाहते हैं कि कैसे फील कर रहे हैं I mean right to ace first of all congratulations on that amazing play in those last maps every particular map but you know इतने सारे विवाद हुए इतने सारे चीजों के साथ you have been there right from the very start कैसा लग रहा है यहाँ पे इंडियन क्वालिफायर नंबर 1 जीत के
Yes, we wanted to prove a point कि you know VLT is like किधर गायब नहीं हुई है हम है इधर ही मार्केट में
जी
and Breeze like the final मतलब it wasn't the final map but we knew कि Breeze वो भी ठीक से हमको जानते नहीं है, हमारा ब्रीज उन्होंने देखा नहीं है, but we had a chance to watch their breeze in semi-finals, so we know what to expect. So it was going very क्या बोलते हैं, toe to toe जा रहा था, but when the situation clutch situations I did my job and yeah, I made my team proud, I guess.
काफी बेहतरीन.
More than proud.
More than proud actually, exactly.
More than proud.
Exactly.
And, you know, right to Ace, यहाँ पे आपसे एक सवाल पूछना चाहूँगा. इनफैक्ट आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा, आपने जितने भी आपने फैंस यहाँ पे आपके लिए सपोर्ट कर रहे थे, रूटीन कर रहे थे, उनके लिए कोई भी मैसेज यहाँ पे, क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग have been sticking with you right from the very start. आज भी polls were calling it for VLT and yes, you have pulled this one off. Any last words for your fans?
I guess आपने जो बोला कि fans stick करते हैं मेरे लिए, because I like to connect with my fans. जितना हो सके इंस्टाग्राम पे मुझे DMs आते हैं, like hundreds of DMs, मैं सबको रिप्लाई करता हूँ, like either a like, either a hi. So I guess they know कि मैं बहुत उनका एक बोलता ना loyal idol हूँ, something like that maybe. So that's why you can say कि they respect me a lot.
जी, काफी बेहतरीन.
But you know, आगे चलते हुए of course we are going to be expecting velocity. तो चलिए एक टीम जा चुकी है, एक और टीम भी जरूर नजर आएगी, but that was all about you boys. I know you're all about to just enjoy.
A slight question.
Okay.
मार्जिल एक वर्ड में अगर हमें बता सके कितनी जल्दी हमें वो नजर आने वाले हैं मार्जिल?
Yeah, मार्जिल.
Marzel, like depends on the situation, to be honest, क्योंकि as you know, MW1 is not our full-time player. उसका पढ़ाई चालू है.
Okay.
So he's adjusting the schedule जैसे हो सके हम लोग के लिए. So whenever he's not free, Marzel is getting, you know, क्या बोलते हैं, trained तब तक कीजिए कि you know he can fill in the shoes whenever needed.
Nice.
And I think Velocity's future is very bright with Marcel there. जितना ज़्यादा experience रखा था, of course. Thank you so much. और आपको बिल्कुल delay नहीं करने वाले. You guys are ready to party. We know that, and you deserve it. Congratulations on that amazing win.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
बेहतरीन.
Yeah, ये तो थे Velocity के players. They have been playing phenomenally well. सब कुछ आ चुका था इस M मोड पर, जहाँ पे इन्होंने जीत लिया अपने लिए अपना पहला इंडियन क्वालिफायर. बट देवियों सज्जनों, वक्त आ चुका है इस कार्यक्रम को यहीं पे समाप्त करने का, क्योंकि हम आपसे फिर से मिलेंगे अगले हफ्ते with the qualifiers coming in from Pakistan and Afghanistan. Till then, take care, goodbye and happy fragging.